I came out my mama. Thanking God daddy never wore a condom. Prove I'm wrong every time till it's normal. Why worship legends when you know that you can join them? These demons don't like me, they don't like me. Likely they wanna fight me. Come on, try it out, try me. They put me down, but I never cried out. Why me? Word from the wise, don't put worth inside somebody that ain't trying.
Good evening, team, or good afternoon. How are we? Jazz, Maya, how you doing? What day is it today? Wednesday. Tom, how you doing? Have you missed me, Tom? That's the question. Kelvin's in. Team, we have a special guest. We have a special guest on the phone with us. Colin, do you want to say hello? Tom says he missed me, but Basti not so much. That is fair. Right. What? I'm gonna just fiddle with some sound settings for a second. Colin, were you working today? Oh wait, you guys can't hear Colin. One sec, let me fix that. What about now? Say something, Colin.
Good evening, chat.
Should be able to hear him now. You just let me know, chat. Here, Colin. Yeah, that's right. It's the stream. Sanyadiga says it's the stream he's been waiting for. Right, I've got some weird thing with my volume settings where every time I talk, it tries to correct my sound for me and changes my sound, which is annoying, and I don't want it to do that. But I will fix that as we go. Right, where are we? Let's go. Colin, have you done any GBL since you got back?
I'm at 0 battles this season.
Yeah. I've not done many. I think I lost my first 3 battles by accident.
That's not a good start.
Yeah, I tried doing it in the airport and they didn't work, which wasn't brilliant.
Not the best idea.
No. Okay. What I need actually is I need Josh, because Josh told me before how to stop my sound from resetting when I'm talking. I can't remember what he showed me. Oh, actually, I think I did it already. Oh well. Chat, if I randomly go quiet, I need you to tell me, okay? Because I won't know. But let us... just by turning it off and on again. Yeah, probably. Right, Colin, let's do some GBL together. Give me a team.
A team?
Yeah.
Typhlosion, surely.
Yeah. We're definitely using Typhlosion.
What do we need to cover?
Do we want it in the lead?
Sure. Or we could save swap it, I guess.
We can save swap it. Okay, what's the lead? Will we be commenting on all of our stream games? Yes. Once we get going properly, Sanyadigo, we will get streams up and we will go through every single game that Colin and or I played on stream. For sure. We'll go through them all. I haven't watched them. I think Colin's watched all of his, but I haven't.
We watched day 1, right?
We both watched day 1. I think I watched my first game of day 2, and I haven't watched anything else. Colin, you've watched all of yours already, or?
I think so. Most of them, yeah.
Okay, cool. Right. Henry says, Typhlosion, Hippo, Core, we are so back. All right. Tom and Henry
Sounds
both
good
want
to me.
Hippo. Wait, which one's the safe swap? Is it the Hippo or the Typhlosion? Hippo. Should we put Hippo? Hippo, okay. And then what's in the lead? Is Azu fine? No, it can't for us. We need something that beats Basti, right? In the lead as well. I don't want to play ABA with.
Playing ABA weak to Basti is not a bad strat, though. As you know.
That is true. Does Azu work then? A/. Cryptomorphism, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in everyone from Cryptomorphism's channel. Hope you had a good stream. Right, what lead do we think works with this?
I suddenly can't hear you anymore, Fareed.
You can't hear me?
I don't know why.
Give me one sec. Can you hear me now, Colin? You can hear me now, Colin?
Yeah, you're back.
Cool.
Good.
Okay. Should we try Azu? Does Azu work? Polly?
Double weak to Lantern, but I mean,
Lantern?
what's a Lantern?
Oh yeah. Oh god, I gotta deal with Lantern. Altaria then? No, nice. Gator. Oops. That doesn't work. This team makes no sense. This team makes no sense. We'll try it. Mona Matt, thank you very much. Thank you. Right.
Maybe Crest could actually work as a lead.
Crest. Yeah. Don't hate that. Rank 7, what could go wrong? This isn't brilliant. The annoying thing about this is if it's got trail plays. That is annoying. Full Shadow Johto first partner Pokemon. Meganium's kind of bad, right? Should I no shield the first? I'll no shield the first, then go into him. Oh, Trailblazer is very bad. Thank you, Sammy. Thank you. Basically, my volume decides that if I'm on a Discord call, it will say whether or not I'm too loud or not, and then it'll just turn it down. And I haven't worked out how to stop it doing that. Hippo is rapid. Colin, do I shield this?
No, safe shields with Typhlosion, right? Ouch.
All right, here we go.
TM to Solar Beam.
TM to Solar Beam. Do they catch? Oh, it's a Skarmory. Looks like we win, folks. Looks like we win.
Easy.
It's just too easy. Who is taking Typhlosion to NAIC? That is the real question. That is the real question. Laughing in the ranking of PV Poke, indeed. Right, that was a battle. That was a one-off. Let's get into the real meat of this stream, and that is Colin and I will go through our battles from Bologna. So come over here. Come. This one. Okay, so this is not. Let me fix that for you. I'm trying to share. Which screen am I trying to share? Leaked DMs with Colin. Yeah. How do I get rid of that? There we go. Give me a moment. This one. Okay. Colin, can you see this?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, cool.
There's only no chat option. Or there's no chat for me to see. So
Yeah, this is the YouTube one. So
right.
Leo's in chat. Leo, how you doing? Leo, should we judge your casting whilst we're here? Before we get onto our games, I do want to hear whatever the intro was as well, because just interested. I think I missed it at the time. So
the Intellion, she's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
Colin's going to give his verdict on the casting, aren't you, Colin?
I mean, I'm not an expert on casting. You're the one to do that.
Yeah, but I've got to be careful.
True.
Victory Road is actually a really good song. It is a really good song. I wonder, I actually don't...
I can't hear the stream, by the way. I can hear you, so it's fine for me.
Okay.
I can't even judge the casting.
Okay, you can't judge the casting, I'll judge the casting. That's fine. Good excuse.
Actually true, though.
Yeah. Okay, let me flick forward.
You were on pretty early, right?
Yeah, I think I was one of the first matches. Oh wait,
The countdown is over.
Wait, this is my stream! What? This is Stockholm.
Time
For God's sake, Fareed. I was like, why am I on this?
Azumarill. Two, of course.
I want to know what the best competitive
What am I
electric type
doing?
Pokemon ever.
Okay. Let's start again. Okay, we're gonna skip all of this jazz. Let's go straight into here. First try.
Buongiorno, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to the official broadcast of the special event in Bologna, Italy. Allow us to introduce ourselves. My name is Martijn Versteeg. You may also know me as Inadequance, and I'm joined here by Eric Wong, also known as Nighttime Clasher. How are you doing, Eric?
That wasn't me. That was the actual stream.
It is
That
such
wasn't
an
me.
honor to be casting the last special event of the year, and actually just last event of the year before NAIC here in Bologna, Italy. We're so excited to see what trainers have brought in the last tournament of this meta, actually, right before going into NAIC and Worlds. So it's very exciting, and we have a lot.
Yeah, there's no way Eric could do
so.
such.
Hope you stick around. And
Did we get any?
Good, I love your energy, Eric.
Did we get any Eric Clangers this weekend? That's what I want to find out. If anyone can direct me to an Eric Clanger,
actually come in the season, because as you said, it's the
I will
last
greatly
of the
appreciate it.
season in Europe.
as I just said, we're here in Bologna, Italy this weekend. Next week, following this up in New Orleans for the North America International Championships, which I believe you can still sign up because we still have space for the Pokemon Go event. So
he does talk about
take a look
IVs.
at that
There's I can't remember. I think it was day 2. But I was stood next to the stage waiting to talk to Martine and Eric after they came
this
off.
August. I'm so excited to be there, actually competing.
And
I think you
I
as well.
heard Eric
So
just going
I'll
on
see a lot of you
and on
trainers
about
there. It's
Altaria
going to be a
IVs.
very exciting tournament, and that's kind of what it all builds up to. But here in the present,
IVs aren't officially
and how trainers are going to
like
adapt
endorsed in the
to this
game
final,
by
basically,
the Pokemon company.
meta, and
So
see after LA,
the
how
advice
they're
is
feeling.
not to talk about them.
Yeah, and
specifically.
Growth is really where it all leads to. But
I would love a
speaking of all
Champions
these
League
fast
format
ones
for
that
the
we've had,
Pogo
let's take a look
Gaming
at the
tournament.
champions we've had in this season so
Interesting.
far. It started off with Swallows in Barcelona.
let's skip
we had an incredible
to
run with a power
first
solo
game.
and Senseless. In Lille, we had Galax go Bolton dominant.
Oh wait, let's first look at
Has
usage.
to go up in usage.
Thoughts on this usage?
That's Stockholm, right?
Oh, forget it. Thoughts on these caster predictions? Eric put Basti? What a Chad. Wait, Colin, how many of your team is on this list? How many can you see?
Let me check. I'm spotting 2 so far. Mantine by Leo
Oh yeah.
and an Altaria by Abi.
Okay, I can see a
I
Quag,
think that's it.
Quag and a Basti and an Altaria for me, but 2 of them aren't Shadow. Wait, I had Charger Bug as well. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Eric knows things. Eric actually knew my team before the event, to be fair, so I did tell him. I did give him a heads up. These are the caster fantasy picks. I think mostly make. Oh, Asp Shelter's there. Otherwise, pretty standard. Right, let's go into. Who's the first game? Am I the first game? Was I the first game on stream? I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I put 18k points on you to be on stream.
100% chance to debuff, and that was
Okay,
not
so
a good position to be in because Dragon
for
Knight
anyone
from
that doesn't know,
Saturdays add up,
this
does
was
a
the
lot of
first
damage,
event
and
in
if
which
you
we
can
tried
debuff either
doing.
your-
Cool Star, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in everyone from Cool Star's channel. Hope you had a good raid, Cool Star. Welcome in, welcome in. We have myself, Tomahawk, and Colin. Do you want to say hello?
Hello, Cool Star. Thank you for the raid.
Colin and I are going to go through our battles from Bologna. So we've opened up the stream. A few of them we've watched already, as in Colin and I have watched already, but a lot of them I haven't watched. So it'll be the first time. Claudia, how was your stream? Did you have a good one? And I think if I
your
press play
opponent's
here,
attack or your opponent's defense,
I think
you
I
are
was
in
the
a
first game on
brilliant
stream.
position.
So this was a
quite literally
this was,
against the Shadow Steelix was the Medicham that
this was
people were
something
running.
that they were
There
going
no
to do in
Mud Boys
Stockholm
around
actually,
anywhere.
but then they
Mud
didn't
Boys
do it
commonly referred to
because
as water and
the stream got
ground
delayed
types in
because
the
of
game, which
GPS
of course
issues.
are really, really
But this
strong.
was going to be the
Getting
first
Speaking of
community
Mud Boys,
vote
Leo,
match
I know that you've
because
gotten a like
Bologna
into a
then
very specific
it
Mud
took
Boy
place.
recently.
And the problem is, right?
Oh no, oh
I'll
no.
pause this. So the problem, game 1 was your favorite. Let's watch it. Okay. Oh yeah, I remember game 1. Okay, but let me give you some context. So it's a community vote. They show a number of matches that could be played from round 1, and on Twitch you can bet your channel points as to who's going to play. The problem is they left on the option to vote multiple times. So someone, and I believe it's probably Colin or someone, Colin definitely did this as well, put a ton of channel points on me to play because basically one person put on 18,000 channel points, which completely destroyed the poll, and it meant I overtook everyone, right?
Yeah,
And
that wasn't me, but
yeah,
I was close, I think.
that was Malcolm says that was him. But either way, that's why I ended up on stream for that first game because I was Henry helped as well. Yeah. Anyway, I didn't want to play my first game on stream. Like you want your first game to be like, you know, hidden away. You can get into the rhythm. Obviously, I'm bringing a bit of a wild team, so I wasn't ready to I wasn't ready to show it off yet. I just needed to get into a little bit of momentum, And so let's see how this first game goes.
There's a Shadow Bastiodon as well. What is happening? Tomahawk UK, the villain arc.
We have
Villain
spoken it
arc.
into existence. We see that Shadow Mud-type Pokemon that you really like on there as well, the Shadow Quagsire.
Yeah, I love Shadow Quagsire. I even have a plushie on my desk while I work. I just constantly look at the Shadow Quagsire and I get nothing done, but that's beside the point. This is a phenomenal Pokemon. We
That
see
Quagsire
Altaria
was
on both
kind of
trainers'
a
team,
problem for
and
me.
Davida is bringing a
Yeah,
Sableye
my
that
team
isn't
was
Shadow, which is also
soft to
something we
Clod,
haven't quite seen in a
and I
while.
remember thinking, I
Sableye,
really hope I don't
just
face
from
many
looking
Clod
at the team,
during this
Sableye
event.
looks like it's gonna have a
I wasn't
lot of
expecting to see
fun
many.
against Tomahawk's
And
team.
so when I
Just
saw one
forward
in
arc,
match
forward
one,
save swaps,
and I knew I was on
Sableye
stream,
looks
I was
an
like, this
amazing
could-
save swap to have
this
for
could go
Davide.
wrong.
All he has to
This
do,
could
he
go
can set up win conditions
badly
versus
wrong.
the Altaria, versus the Quagsire, versus the Charjabug, versus Cresselia. I'm not entirely sure about the Shadow Bastiodon matchup, but Annihilate, you can annihilate it with the same.
Narelka,
I was
welcome
gonna
in.
say,
How you
because
doing?
there is no really
Lars, has
hard
he played his
answer on
first games on
Tomahawk's
stream?
team against
Yeah,
the
but Lyle,
Annihilate. So
you're
if
pretty
you
good at this
save
game,
the Sableye,
I expect
Tomahawk
these
will
things to
kind
go well
of
for you.
have to bring in the Bastiodon, maybe the Altaria.
Lyle,
He brings in the
Lyle
Bastiodon
will,
and wins
Lyle
with
will
like 50%
attest.
HP. That's
Didn't
a
I tell you,
huge
Lyle, that the
farm
team
down
was
for
capable?
The Annihilate. And
I sent Lyle
Annihilate
the
with
team as
energy
well
in a team that doesn't
before we
resist
started
ghost-type
Bologna.
attacks is
I
really,
said,
really tough.
this team
Annihilate
can
with
go all the
energy
way.
is an absolute nightmare to deal with. But there are other Pokemon here as well that I think have a ton of play. For example, Clodsire on David.
Narelka, how was your stream? How you doing?
Yeah, it will come down to whether Quagsire on Tomahawk's side is running Mud Bomb, Aqua Tail, or Stone Edge or Earthquake, because Aqua Tail, yes, it's a good move, it adds up over time, but Earthquake from a Clodsire will do a lot of damage because of the shadow typing of this Quagsire. So I think it's kind of balanced in a way. Tomahawk, for me personally, does have Quagsire.
Quag
Quagsire,
is
just
OP,
take
that
a
is
look at it.
correct.
Shadow Quagsire, it can do neutral or super effective damage based on the moveset it has.
Shadow Quag will be OP
Whole
for
of
Worlds?
the
Yeah,
team.
I think
Yeah, I
Shadow
was
Quag
gonna
is
say
the
the
play.
Altaria is sometimes a rather
I think
matchup,
if you're
but
bringing a
haven't
Mud
seen
Boy
too
now
many
in
Mud
this
Bomb
meta,
Aqua Tail,
personally for me, it's
Quagsires,
Shadow Quag.
even though the combination of attacks is really, really strong. I think
I mean,
most
I
of the
expect it to be
players actually
fairly
opt for,
prominent
it's
at NAIC,
basically always
and I'd be
Stone
very
Edge
surprised
and
if it
then
isn't.
Mud Bomb or Aqua Tail. Which one is more popular at the moment, do you think?
I think it has to be Aqua Tail because you really need a check for Gligar.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. If you're running let's say a Quagsire over a Wishcash, I think you really need a Gligar check as
Right,
well.
should we skip
And
straight
where's
into the
Gligar?
games?
There is no Gligar, but
Let's,
I'm just talking about it in the.
I know.
Sounds good to me.
They talk for a while, don't they? This is me panicking about the Clod. Okay. And there it is. That's where I wanted to see
Already
it.
see these two trainers logging in. And
This was good for me, right? I'm absolutely buzzing with
No
this.
matter the moveset, this is never good. It's Aqua Tail, Stone Edge, actually.
And there was my mistake. So we're 2 seconds into a game, and I've made a mistake. And this is the thing. You gotta go back, and I think it's super important to watch back your games. But basically, in my head, I thought that he might run Clod, Sableye, Altaria. So I led the Quag, and when I saw the Sableye, I was like, cool, there'll be an Altaria in the back, and I went in with my Altaria. And that's actually not how you need to play this. Because bear in mind, I'm not a Basti player. I've actually never run Basti before last week. I built a Shadow Basti for Catch Cup, and I thought it was funny, and I climbed a lot of elo with it in GBL, and so I was like, why didn't I just try it in Show 6? Other than that, I've never used Basti really. And it's little things like this that like I've learned now that I'm like, okay, this should have won this match comfortably. So as soon as I saw that it wasn't a Clod coming in, I can just put Basti on this Sableye. There's no reason to not, because Altaria is fine against pretty much anything else. Even if it's not, because Quag is so dominant versus Clodsire, Quag can help out if it's anything else anyway. So I should have just gone straight in with Basti here into the Sableye, and this would have been a very, very easy game.
We're going to bring in Altaria into the.
I'll flick through because there's not much happens here. You just play out the Sableye, Altaria. I just maintain alignment. Obviously, you're going to maintain alignment here.
Turn actually.
At HP, a lot of energy.
You have to look at the win
And
conditions
then
for Davida, because yes, this Altaria
the
is
Clod's
still
coming
going to
in.
deal a lot of
The
damage,
Altaria's
but
still
the
got plenty
Annihilate
of
in the back
of
against
health,
no
so I'm getting a
shields
lot
with
of
shield advantage
damage off on the
might
Clod,
actually
and I
be
think,
really
cool,
strong.
I just
Of
need an
course, also you have
Altaria
the
in the
option to
back, and
just
I'm
farm down
laughing.
To annihilate, and then
And then what
get that
happens?
extra counter.
He comes in with this Annihilate. And I'm actually interested. Do you know what? I've never watched my games and looked back at what I do. So I'm just going to watch me when I see. Do I react? Does my face react when I see this ape? I don't know.
Bulky as heck.
What could be a great win condition is you switch into Annihilate and then get that extra counter, and that's exactly what happens here. This puts the Annihilate
in my head. I'm like, balls. And I'm trying not to react, but in my head I'm just like, this has gone very badly for me because there is nothing I can do against this Annihilate.
Nightmare for Tomahawk.
Yep, and Davide must laugh about
and I
this
wonder
in
if
his
I
head
should
right
have
now,
come
thinking,
in.
oh, I did not think that I would get this far in this lead matchup, but this is looking so good. This is actually something you might want to shield because Flamethrower from a Shadow Bastion still deals quite some damage. Now you can just farm it down and throw a Shadow into the Shadow Quagsire.
I was always laughing at this point because I was like, this is my own fault for bringing Basti. This is what happens. And this is what happens when you don't just put it straight on. As soon as there's something that's going to lose to Basti, just put Basti on it. As soon as I saw that save light, just put Basti on it.
The Quagsire did absolutely nothing in this game. Unfortunately, all it could do was say hi to the Clodsire, and that was it. In comes his Bastion, and this game is done and dusted. Annihilate, absolute MVP. Just like you called earlier, Leo. Annihilate at the back, doing a lot of work for Davide. Brilliant gameplay there.
And so I'm nervous at this point because the last time that I played my first match on stream, I lost.
My opponent is running
and that was against
Pokemon.
EJ, 23 EJB,
and he just went
I think in Gdansk.
Pokemon that soft loses to it, so you can farm it down later with your
that
own
event
Pokemon,
didn't go well for me. So I was like, please, Farid,
please
don't lose this game.
Because I don't
and so I dropped Basti. I was like, just drop it.
Me personally,
Quag is your MVP anyway. Just go with Quag.
And Quagsire.
Right, let's flick forward. Oh yeah, so these are the community choice votes for the next game as well, but that's how mine worked. Okay.
However, we're going to see the same lead matchup here. It wasn't the same lead matchup, but we're going to see the same matchup play out as before. It is Altaria.
And basically, I just start leaning into the Quag Altaria core. If you're looking for a good core to take to NAIC, Shadow Quag plus Altaria was pretty sick for me this event. I definitely recommend it. And I probably should have used it more. We'll come on to that, but I probably should have used it even more.
Big XL investment, the level 50 Pokemon, but it will still be in a very difficult place if that Sky Attack lands.
It's true, and Tomahawk is actually going to no-shield the foul play. He has decided to let the Bastiodon sit on the bank. And
I can't remember exactly how this game played out.
It now knocks out exactly, so no energy left if this one goes through. Does Tomahawk decide to soft lose the matchup against the Sableye?
You figured if I throw Basti into Sableye, they bring it into very comfortable farm down range for 8? Maybe, but I feel like I'm reasonably good at judging how low to leave the Basti and how much energy to come out with. I think I did that against against Youngcast maybe in one of the games. I made sure to not leave the Basti with too much health, and so I just want to be able to get a flamethrower off and then let Basti go within a couple of counters at most.
This matchup is extremely dependent on how much damage the Altaria can do and how bulky the Cresselia
Colin, were you watching this game? You hadn't started playing yet.
Yeah, I was. I'm not gonna lie, I was worried for you.
Altaria,
I almost thought you gonna have another Wilmer situation. You dropped the Basti.
It would have been bad if I'd had another Wilmer situation. But I'd actually practiced with this one, so I was a little bit more comfortable.
Exactly what happens. Going with the Clodsire and
okay, it was pretty comfortable from here. As soon as you get Quag on Clod, you're laughing.
Going for the Aquatail just before
Leo, I did notice that you and Count Xevious were struggling to say Quag and Clod the correct way around. Right. Let's flick through to game 3.
Stars for a long time. One of the biggest stars of the tournament was that COLIN6IX, but that doesn't matter. Here we go. It's a Cresselia against a Clodsire. This is
fine. This is fine. Some people will prefer to run Future Sight on their crest for Clodsire, but actually Grassknot from crest gets Clod low enough that I think it's okay. Kelvin says, when I used Shadow Basti in the practice tournament, I thought I was just joking around. I kind of was, but there was like a deep, dark part of me, Kelvin, that I was thinking, I just need to get a feel for it
any
but I'm
damage to
considering it.
In comes his Earthquake. Earthquake, however, is a much better move. We just talked about it, and this matchup, actually looking at the backline of these two players, it's going to be pivotal in understanding how.
Can you see how I'm just lent again into just? I've just put that Quag in the ult in the back, and I don't really mind. I don't really mind what this. Look how good Quag is into this team. You can still see the teams. Quag is just unbelievably good with this team. The DM with Caleb, yeah. So I messaged. Full transparency. Who did I message? Caleb, Lyle, PvP David, Nezabethan.
So healthy. In comes this Quagsire, which will definitely outpace for the Aqua.
Maybe that was it.
This is not
maybe someone else.
Very good matchup here.
Martine, I would have messaged Martine. Eric, Nighttime Clasher.
These moves are amazing
I
moves,
think that was it. And I because I wanted various opinions on Shadow Basti. And then I tweaked the team quite a lot of times because I hadn't fully settled on a team. And I was preparing a Magnazone team as well at the same time, in case I couldn't find something I liked with Shadow Basti. And then when I found the Shadow Quag, and I tested it, I was like, whoa, Shadow Quag can win this event. That's what I remember telling myself. I was like, Shadow Quag can win this event. And I reckon Shadow Quag will win NAIC. That's genuinely my prediction. Did I ask the guy who lost to a heat run for advice? Sometimes I ask Eric for advice, and then I ignore it. But I just like to say it so that he can't ever say that I didn't mention it, right? So, for example, one big example is I asked Eric what he thought I should lead in my first match of day 2, and then I did the exact opposite of what he suggested, and that went well for me. So, it is useful. It is useful to ask him to get his views, so you know what not to do.
And will this be shielded? Because at this point, he has to shield something. This could be the move.
That is true, and he's
here,
going to shield this easily.
I was a little bit worried because I think. Tell me your opinions on this. So let's get back to this game. I've got an Altaria. I've got a Sky Attack here.
Because this can't
now,
be a bait.
I'm quite far away. I'm quite far away from 2 attacks, I think. Wait, that might not matter. Let me just check how much health. How close is this Clod to a Stone Edge? Can the stream sound? Yep. You don't want to hear Leo? Okay. He's 1 mud shot. Davide is 1 mud shot away from a Stone Edge. Yeah, he was slow to counter swap, but also he's 1 mud shot away. He definitely can survive to reach that mud shot, to reach the Stone Edge. If he shielded this, he lands a Stone Edge on me. And I was worried he was going to do that, but he didn't. He let it go because he wanted to. I mean, I don't know what he was doing. I guess he just assumed it wasn't worth it. Because he comes in with this ape, and obviously he's got a shield, so I don't need to throw any attacks. I'm just going to Dragon Breath. So if he Stone Edges me there, I'm maybe in trouble.
Yeah.
Do you agree, Colin?
Looks like it. Looks like they'd made it. Yeah.
And then he's got a ton of energy that he can go Night Slash. So a Stone Edge plus a Night Slash into the Altaria takes that out. And he's reaching a Shadow Ball here. So he can Shadow Ball. Well, I mean, he can probably Night Slash the crest, and I don't know. I think it was very, very close. I think it was very, very close.
He does, and he reaches the Shadow Ball, but no, he gets knocked out by the Dragon Breath before Tomahawk. UK wins.
And you can see, I don't know if you saw that. I actually do vaguely remember doing that. I remember wiping my brow because I was like, that was way too close, and I probably got away with murder on that last game. That is true. Only thing you got to do. And Lyle, you're actually. I remember when I've talked about some of Lyle's games, and I've said that Lyle is very good at letting his opponents make mistakes first. So a lot of players will try a catch against Lyle, and Lyle's not even close to clicking the move because he knows that catch is attempting soon, and he just lets the opponent go and do it, and then he's like, "Cool, I wasn't even close, sure." And I love that. I love watching that. Colin, are you on stream next, or what happens? When was your first game on stream?
My first game was against Marcus, which was the 4th round.
All right, we'll go on to that.
So,
I just remembered I got an interview, so I want to hear what I said in the interview. I forgot that happened.
On the bench because you know that if your Skarmory isn't well, another can come from.
Hello trainers, I'm Nighttime Clasher, joined here by Tomahawk UK. Congratulations on a great win.
Who's in the background causing trouble?
About that win and going into this tournament?
Thanks, Eric. That one was a little bit closer than I maybe would have liked. It's first round, so sometimes you just want to get into a little bit of a rhythm in the tournament, but obviously we go on stream.
Okay, my favorite thing about watching this interview. So I know that because I cast, right, I'm pretty comfortable looking into the camera, but normally when you're being interviewed, you would look at the person interviewing you. But the reason I can't ever look at Eric is because he's always looking in the most random directions. So if we just watch this interview, you don't even need to listen to what I'm saying. I'm probably not saying anything particularly interesting. I just want you to watch. Where is Eric looking at all times?
Thanks, Eric. That one was a little bit closer than I maybe would have liked. It's first round, so sometimes you just want to get into a little bit of a rhythm in the tournament. But obviously we go on stream. It's a little bit of pressure.
His eyes are going all over the place, and I'm always wondering, what are you looking at?
So you have some pretty unique picks here: Shadow Quagsire and Shadow Bastiodon. After you saw the Bastiodon and the Quag kind of get destroyed by the Annihilate in Game 1, how did you anticipate Game 2? Did you expect the Annihilate to come again?
I think basically what I was thinking in Game 1, when he led Clodsire, brought Sableye in, I was like, that's an obvious safe pick against my team. I don't have any resistance to Sableye.
It is tricky though. It is tricky because he's probably he's trying to do two things at once. He's trying to listen to my answer and think of a question to come up next. So I imagine that's why his eyes will occasionally. People often have a tell when they're thinking. They'll look in a certain direction when they're thinking, and I think you can see there that sometimes he's looking in the gap between me and the camera when he's thinking about something else. But he tends to, it's funny because he tends to do it when he's like casting. And there's a moment that I remember watching where Martine and Eric are talking, and Eric's just looking in the completely opposite direction. And Martine's like, I have no idea if you're listening to what I'm saying. But then Eric will just start conversation. He's able to do that, but I always find it funny. I always find it funny.
What would it mean to you to win this tournament here in Bologna?
Honestly, it would be so nice to end this season with a gold
Yeah,
medal.
but I didn't, so let's skip that. Right, okay.
Not what you want to
Colin,
see.
where is your game?
And I really like
Can you
this
remember?
play because you got one more stealing.
I don't know.
I don't know. Now the energy of
covered so well here.
Was this the game that Fred Bugcatcher could have? No, he did win this one, didn't he?
He did win. Yeah, he did win this one.
And ice is really not.
Ah, okay. Here's the top 12 usage for Bologna. I don't think I've ever actually looked at this. Colin, any thoughts on this? This looks pretty standard, right? Nothing special here.
Yeah, I would have expected more dark types, to be honest.
Yeah, you were
but
worried
I'm
about
glad there weren't that many. Yeah, I only faced one, I think.
One Umbreon
maybe
the
two.
whole event.
I think two actually. Marcus had one, and off stream I faced one.
So Colin changed. He used Paul Asher's team, but actually he put his own spin on it, right? So he changed Crest to Moonblast for a better Dark matchup because he was expecting a slight rise in Dark after Rise used Umbreon in LA. But you were worried that Dark could cause you problems, but I think you were. If you only faced two, that's okay, right?
Yeah.
And
yeah, it also almost changed to a Azumarill, right?
Yes.
Instead of 19.
Oh yeah, Colin was on the verge. What time was it? It was reasonably late.
It was past 12, I think.
Yeah, it was past midnight on Friday night. And Colin says to me, he says, Azu or Mantine? And then I think you were testing did you build a new Azu?
I did.
You built an Azu.
I played in the GBL for a bit.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But then I realized Azumarill and Wishcash would be too weak to Cresselia. So I changed it back.
Yeah, Colin built an Azu, tested it in GBL, and then was like, nah, not for me, and went to Mantine. I've done that. I did the exact same thing at EUIC. I spent 3 million dust 2 days before EUIC and didn't use a single Pokemon that I built. Just the way it is. Who's this child? Oh, it's Patamon. Here he is. Here he is, folks. This is what you tuned in for. This is a repeat of Dortmund final, right?
Dortmund.
with the charge deck future side. So it will be entirely walled by the Umbreon. And if
It was
that's
time
the
for
case,
some
Quack
revenge.
future side.
Interesting, Colin. I don't know if you can't hear what they're saying. I'll just repeat you.
The same team from
Sure.
Palasha
So Martin's saying it's the exact same team
it is
from Palasha.
also a Cresselia with the charge deck future side.
And then he
So
mentions
it will be
Cress for Palasha having
entirely
future
walled
sight
by
and
the
says that
Umbreon.
if you've got it
That's
as
the
well,
case,
you're going to have
Quagsire
trouble
would have
against
more
this
play,
Umbreon.
Because Quagsire isn't walled by Mantine
Oh.
like
How many
Wishbane.
TMs did I
There's
use on those Pokemon that you didn't use?
And
Jungles,
can
I
win some
spend
shoot
around
rounds
30
as
TMs
well
a week,
against the Altaria.
is what I'd say,
So I think
when
Umbreon
we're
and
in
Quagsire
competition
might be
season.
two Pokemon that just pair
Because I am
well
building
in this
multiple of
matchup. I'm
every
really
single
curious how we're
Pokemon.
going to see that.
So I've got
From
like,
Colin, I think
4
that
or
the
5
Altaria
Annihilate,
might
4 or
be the
5
way to go.
Altaria,
If it has
and
a
I'm
little bit of
testing
attack,
different
it
spreads
even
because I
isn't
find
that
an
bad
IV spread that I
into
like the look of on
Cresselia from
Sims,
Arceus Aurelius.
and then you
And
need to
even
test it.
against Skarmory,
So
the two shields you can
I'm
potentially
not going
bring
to
it out
recommend
if
the
Skarmory
spread
doesn't
just on
shield the
Sims.
first guy
I'll get a
So
feel for it
Altaria,
first.
even though
And
it's
there
a
are some
steel
that
type
I've
Pokemon,
found
the
that I
dragon
tested and
damages add
didn't
up
like,
over
and some
time.
that I found that I
Skarmory,
tested
yes.
and
Yeah,
did.
to
So
Skarmory,
the
yeah,
TMs,
sorry.
my TMs go very, very
But
quickly. I did
there's
Raid
a
Hour, I
lot
got
of
9 more
variables to these teams.
TMs.
I think they
What's
built
that?
a
One
team that's
Pokemon?
very flexible, to
one Raid
compete
Hour a
against,
week, all my
let's say
GBL,
the
I'm getting
whole meta.
15, 20
I don't think Colin
TMs,
built
2
anything.
Pokemon.
Yes.
That's how many I'm limited
All
to.
right,
So
we are ready.
yeah,
Here we go.
TM
It's
system's
the worst
broken.
possible lead you can see as Colin.
Colin,
It
horrible
Cresselia
lead for you.
into
What are you
Skarmory,
thinking when you
and
see
he
that?
immediately pivots into his Wish Cache.
That's
I
kind
was
of
always
to
going
be
to save
expected.
swap
Wish Cache, one of
Wish
the
Cache.
Pokemon that has more play into the Umbreon
Or
from
Mantine.
Arceus Aurelius.
But in
See,
this
Arceus
case,
Aurelius
I went
doesn't
to
really
Wish
have a great
Cache.
answer here yet, so he's staying in.
But Wish Cache and
for a
Mantine
charge
just
attack
were
first
very
before
free.
dipping out into one of his Pokemon.
Cresselia
Both Pokemon can get debuffed by
had like
Storm,
1 or
and
2
there's the
answers.
first debuff there. I think
So
if you expect
decided
a
to
big
put that
player
in the
as
lead.
Colin, you still want to protect
Save
your
swap
dome
if
from
it
this
was a bad
Wish
lead.
Cache.
How were you
Of course, he
feeling
immediately
when
pulls out
Marcus
the
stayed in
potential
with the
here.
Skarmory
Wish
instead
Cache
of
still
switching?
healthy, but Arceus Aurelius is going into the Umbreon. Yes, it does have a
But I knew he
favorable
wouldn't
matchup
have
here,
had
but it's all
have
going
his
to
own
come
crest
down
in
to
that
how many
case.
debuffs this Wish Cache can do onto the
So
Umbreon.
I think
This
it
was
makes
one of
sense
the
to go
matchups
for
that was
chip and dip.
putting Umbreon
And I'm
on the back
guessing-
line
He
because
doesn't
it's
really
favorable till you get a
have an
debuff.
answer.
And I'm guessing, and here's a tactic for you folk at home, right? I'm guessing that when you saw a Skarm lead, you made an assumption that Cress wasn't in the back.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
It gets score broken by Skeledirge, but that's why I saved up the Wish Cache.
Yeah, and also Shadow Magnezone, right?
True, Zone as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of the times especially when we're in, people would love to say RPS, and people would love to say, oh, as if he's. I think later in a game we might not hear it exactly, but there's one game where I swap an Altaria in against Youngcas, and I think the commentary is like, that's so risky. What if he had Basti in the back? And it's like, yeah, but you have to make a calculated decision on what your opponent is running. And if my opponent is leading Gligar, and I've got a Shadow Quagsire on my team, there's a reasonable chance that they won't have a Basti in the back, because that would be ABA weak. And yeah, there will be games where people do play ABA, and if they do, so be it. Like that ends up being a little bit more difficult. But here, if Colin sees a Skarmory in the lead, he can make a reasonable assumption that Cress might be a bit dangerous for Marcus to bring in the back, because a Shadow Magnezone lead or a Skeledirge lead would put Arceus Aurelius in a lot of trouble. And so there's a balance of ABA you can play, and I think you still have to kind of make some decisions, because otherwise you can't safe swap anything, because there's an answer for everything. In this meta, there's an answer for everything. Nothing's truly safe. So people just run what they want. They don't think half the time. Yeah, maybe in NA. Yeah, maybe. Maybe if you're in like a best of 5 by the end of a best of 5, yes. But in this kind of game, like, Marcus will have thought about it, and I don't think that he would be running Skarmory with Cress in the back when it's ABA weak to 2 pretty heavy hitting mons. Imagine having a casual
like
3 million
hard
dust.
ABA as well.
Boo. I was complaining. I had a little bit of a tantrum on Twitter yesterday maybe, about my lack of TMs, because I was pretty frustrated that, like, I play the game, and yeah, I mean, I don't do catching loads of the time because I've got most things, but like I do everything else that I can do to get TMs. And some of the responses to me complaining about TMs were, "Have you considered playing the game?" I'm like, what do you think I do? What do you think I do? But dust you can get. Dust at any point, no matter what time of day it is, you can get dust. You just have to catch. My issue with TMs is that after a certain time of the day, there's no possible way to get a TM, and that needs fixing. So that was my frustration. I was complaining to Colin as well. He had to He had to bear the brunt of me complaining about not getting Thunder Punch on my Shadow Typhlosion. But we have it now, so it's fine. It's fine.
That's exactly what happens.
There is the debuff. This makes it pretty favorable for that Wishcash. Wishcash needs 3 charge stacks.
Boo, basically people who were responding to my tweet. Jangles was one of them. Jangles, he's still here. I'll fight you.
Need 3 charge stack.
Yeah, both these Pokemon definitely need that a lot of charge attacks to knock each other out. But
one matchup, by the way, that improves quite a lot with the Scald nerf is this Umbreon here. Umbreon, as I've said before, Umbreon really doesn't want to be nerfed. It definitely doesn't want to be nerfed very early on into the matchup. You want to land an attack debuffed to start with.
Yeah, I think I got the debuff like every time in the first one. It was pretty lucky. But also against you, even when we did practice.
Yeah, Colin and I did some practice games, just some casual games.
Rematches.
Oh yeah. It's actually quite funny. So after the final, or was Colin? Was it the morning after? Was it the morning after?
It might have been the night after.
It might have been the night of the final. Colin and I replayed. We replayed some of our games just to see if they could have gone differently. And Colin got the debuff on me like 4 times out of 4 in a row, and I was like, okay, well, plot armor.
Which is always a good sign. Let's see what Colin does. Will he come in with the Mantine? And that's exactly
this is a pretty good farm down for you, right? So Marcus has to switch out.
This is very interesting play from Marcus Aurelius.
And allows me to align my Chris.
And that's massive for you.
Lets it go, and now Skarmory is not going to be entirely on that Cresselia at this point. This might give Colin
and we've got to bear in mind
more play now.
I don't know. What do you think there, Colin? Because he knows that he had Cress on Skarm. And he must know that if he allows Cress to be on Quag, he's in trouble. So there, would you...
But also, if I farm him down, he's also kind of in trouble. Umbreon wants debuff, maybe he wants to save his moves. I don't know if he had any, but...
Yeah, I wonder if he even if he had allowed you to farm him down, can he come in with Quag? You've only got 1 shield, right? And he's probably...
He'd be in a better spot, yeah.
Yeah, he's probably... If he didn't hard swap Quag, he would have then got your shield down and then would have had Skarm to sweep in the end game. So maybe he should have just let you farm down, try and chip with Umbreon if he can, but make sure he keeps that alignment. Because Skarm on Cress versus Cress on Quag is it's a pretty massive alignment to lose, right?
Yeah.
He's in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, he's in a very good
spot. I miscounted here. I forgot it was 10 for Stone Edge and an Aqua Tomb.
Anyone going to NAIC? Pay attention to what I'm about to tell you, because this is super important. And this is one of the reasons that I brought Quag. Because one of the things that I like to do is bring Pokemon that other people don't really know how to play against. So when someone says, why did you bring Basti, Shadow Basti? Yeah, one reason was funny, but also another reason was because people aren't super confident on some of its matchups. With a Shadow Quagsire, with a Quagsire, right? And this is why it's important to not just learn counts sometimes, because a Stone Edge from a Quagsire takes 7, and an Aqua Tail from a Quagsire takes 4 mud shots, right? But once you've thrown 1 attack, the other attack is 1 less mud shot. If you throw a Stone Edge from a Shadow Quagsire, Stone Edge is 55 energy. 7 mud shots is 63. So you've got a surplus, you've got residual energy of 8. 3 mud shots is 27 energy. That residual 8 gives you the 35 that you need for Aqua Tail. So don't remember it as 7 and 4. You remember that together they both equal 10. Don't get caught out, because that was one of the things I was really trying to focus on, was get people to forget how much energy my Quagsire is on. Overfarm, never throw straight as I reach the move unless I really have to. Overfarm, let them lose count, and then all of a sudden, those Aqua Tails are coming out faster than they realise. And there were a couple of times throughout the tournament, I think actually, Colin, there was even one instance where I was against you and it happened, where I was reaching Aqua Tails maybe faster than you were counting them. because I think we CMP'd.
Not sure if happening at you. It might have. It might have.
Yeah, I think it might have happened. So I'll say that again, Claudia. I'll say that again. The residual energy after throwing an Aqua Tail or a Stone Edge gives you the energy you need to reach the other move with one less mud shot. So normally Stone Edge would be 7, but if a Quagsire throws an Aqua Tail, your Stone Edge is now 6. And vice versa. Normally Aqua Tail is 4, but once you throw your first Stone Edge, your Aqua Tail is now 3. And it was that kind of pacing that I felt made Quag really good into this meta, because lots of people rely on the Gligar 5 pacing. And so when I knew that something could go quicker than that and had play into the meta, I was like, hold on a minute. How do we take advantage of this? The 10 mud shots double up. Exactly that. Remember that Aqua Tail plus Stone Edge together is 10. So once you've counted 7 on one of them, the other one is 3. And vice versa. I'm tiring the opponent in a way. Honestly, there's a huge parts of this game is just mental. It's as JP says, math stream. It has to be sometimes. It has to be a math stream. For anyone playing at an AIC, what I would really hate is for you to realize mid-game that you don't know your Quag counts. You are going to see...
Don't be like me.
Yeah, you are... Yeah, exactly. Colin was working it out as it was happening. You are going to see Shadow Quagsire at NAIC. I am telling you, you will see it. If you are playing, make sure you know your Quag counts. Make sure you know that Quagsire can beat Gligar in CMP. That is hugely important. Look at your Gligar attack stat. Look at what a Shadow Quagsire's rough attack stat is. Don't lose out because you've not been paying attention to the rise of Shadow Quag. Pay attention to Shadow Quag. It's gonna potentially win.
Actually, double super effective damage onto that Quagsire, and it will definitely...
Actually, I'll call it. Shadow Quagsire will win an AIC. Sorry, Colin, go ahead.
I saw a question by Claudia earlier in chat.
Yep.
If we knew each other's team before the event. And we did, right?
We did, yeah.
We not only knew each other's team, we also played the best of 3.
Yeah. Colin and I had scrimmed before we even went into the event. Colin and I, genuinely, kind of jokingly, but we discussed making the grand finals of every event we enter, right? So, like, it's kind of just what we do. And we always stay together when we're at these events. So, yeah, we will always know each other's teams. Sometimes that gives you an advantage. Sometimes that gives you a disadvantage. Like, Colin knows how I play. I know how Colin plays. That's why... that's why the games don't always pan out as obviously as you think it might, because you tailor your gameplay to your opponent. But yeah, we knew each other's teams, and we also mostly know each other's IV spreads as well, so that can make a difference. Like, I know when I'm playing against PvP David, for example, that I have to play differently to when I'm playing against someone else, because I know his IV spreads and he knows mine, and because I know he knows mine, I have to play differently again. So, yeah, it's funny. It's funny being part of a team. You learn a lot, but also because Tea and Pizza ends up playing against each other all the time, it's really annoying. So, yeah, we end up knocking each other out quite a lot, right? Tea and Pizza.
You guys had a crazy group.
Yeah.
This time.
We had a lot of Tea and Pizza in my group. Dean, Emmy Weedle, me, Alejandro, more and more. Anyway, okay, at this point in the game, you're super comfortable, so let's skip through these. You're 1-up, looking handsome. Marcus is stressing, leaning back. Do you know what? It annoyed me that Marcus did this to the chair, because I think I sat on the chair later and I almost fell off it because he changed the settings. And then it took me a couple of minutes to work out how to put them back. Okay, game two.
He's also like that, thinking like that. But here we go. We had the Altarian to the Skarmory, and Colin goes immediately into the Mantine.
Yeah, this again, well, let's see if Arceus Aurelius goes for the Sky Attack or the Brave Bird here. No, he does not. In comes his Ice Beam. Ice Beam, of course, is neutral because of the part Ice typing, part Flying type of the Skarmory and part Steel type of the Skarmory as well. Let's see what he does. Will he go for the Brave Bird? Full sending the Brave Bird. Will Colin shield? No, he does not. Here we go.
You're never going to shield that though, right?
Boom! Wow, Wow, Mantine dropped so low.
I mean, I could have, right?
I mean, I guess.
Mantine is very safe. Probably
is
the
safe.
most damaging move on his team.
Yeah, you know you survive.
That he can do to my Mantine.
Well, that's what we're gonna
Yeah.
see.
David, how you doing? Just talking about you, actually. Welcome in.
Umbreon is in a very good position because just looking at the
Scarm is such a bad chip and dip one.
There is no Umbreon
Scarm is...
So
okay, who wants to know a funny matchup? Shadow Skarmory versus Mantine. So the CMPs are very important, so be careful because they can clash. They run the same stats, so you do need a bit of attack on your Shadow Skarm if you want to pull off this genius play. Okay, you're a Shadow Skarm, they're a Mantine, and you let them throw their first Ice Beam or Water Pulse or whatever, and then you CMP with your Shadow Skarmory on their second Ice Beam. And if you throw a Brave Bird and they no shield, your Brave Bird will take that Mantine out exactly. Like, it will, the exact number of HP, if they've got a high rank Mantine, will take them out. And I've done that in GBL a couple of times, and I find it very, very funny because a lot of Mantine, as Colin shows here, he's like, I could shield the Brave Bird, but I don't need to. But against the Shadow Skarm, the Steel Wings will put it into an exact HP stat for Brave Bird knockout.
Out of this matchup, it's going to do a ton of damage for whatever the Pokemon that comes in. Let's see what Colin sends in. It probably will be the Altaria. Altaria comes in. It does
Colin, what are your thoughts on Altaria going into the new meta?
And it's going to be very handy here. Altaria can also take this damage quite comfortably, luckily, because it's
I'm not sure what
bulky,
changes
and so is the Umbreon. So we're
in the new meta regarding Altaria.
Lantern no
I
longer
think it'll probably
running
still be
Sparks.
very good.
Yeah, Lantern no longer running Sparks. Good for it.
Yeah, it makes it even better.
He wants to get rid of the Umbreon right away.
I'm surprised here. Arceus Aurelia is going
You
for
see
that
Typhlosion, that's pretty good. But
is a bit
Chat, do we have any thoughts on Shadow Typhlosion? Let me give you a poll. Let me give you a poll here.
Martin, why did he not go straight foul play there?
I'm not sure. Maybe he's thinking he will get knocked out before he gets to another one, or wants to keep it as a surprise, going for the foul play.
Do we like Shadow Typhlosion in the new meta?
Right away to get rid of this Umbreon. I actually like the play of Arceus Aurelius to use shields. It actually does knock out. That's actually terrible for Colin now. Here's the thing.
Okay, you got some time to vote on this. Do we like Shadow Typhlosion in the new meta? The options are there for you. Shadow Typhlosion now has Thunder Punch. It allows it to reach it in 2 Incinerates. Incinerate gives 20 damage, 20 energy. Thunder Punch costs 40 energy. 2 Incinerates per Thunder Punch, as well as the option of Blast Burn. Don't ask me if you should run Shadow Claw. The answer is no. Run Incinerate.
Quagsire gets to this Aqua Tail extremely fast, so Colin is praying for that attack drop on the skull.
Colin, how well did you know Whiscash versus Shadow Quag matchup?
Does it drop the attack?
I didn't. This was the first time I faced one with it. Probably should have gone straight mod bomb here.
Yeah, that makes sense because at this HP range, you want your Whiscash to have as much as possible so that it can potentially fight back against the Skarmory as well. Pulls up a shield, goes for another Aqua Tail back to back, and will this be a back-to-back shield from Colin?
Why not Shadow Claw? Because it's just nowhere near as good as Incinerate. Incinerate's like the best fast attack in the game, and it's got stat.
And this opened the door for that Skarmory. I'm not sure if
and its energy generation cycle for Thunder Punch is insane. It's just insane.
To knock out, so I like that play here from
You're winning charge attack priority, so...
And building up more energy. Oh, he waited, but he
okay, Colin, let's discuss what happens here. Tell me what happened.
I tried to wait a turn,
what he's going to do,
but I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah, you do as well.
The animation was...
Yeah,
animation was kind of fun. Like I saw a second move come through, but it's still, I don't know, maybe I was just too late, but he could still catch.
Yeah, Obama Weeb Slayer says, as long as you're comfortable with 5-turn moves, Incinerate is best. Yeah, if you're genuinely, well, this is just my opinion, you don't have to listen to me, but if you're not comfortable using Incinerate, don't use Typhlosion. That's what I would say. I would say don't waste your time with Shadow Claw. Use Incinerate or don't use it. That's just my view. That's just my view.
Let's see what he's going to do.
Okay, yeah, you definitely do pause, and it's difficult. It's difficult if the if you're not sure about the animations.
Not really efficient use of your energy here.
That is a brilliant move by Arceus Aurelius as well. He had the Aqua Tail. He knew that it's not enough to knock out the Whiscash, so he went for the catch, and that is proving amazing for him. With the Skarmory clearing out this Whiscash, sending that Sky Attack. Sky Attack does a ton of damage. For whatever HP is remaining on the Whiscash, it can do nothing but look at the Skies in despair.
Arceus really is tying up the score to 1-1 here. That's exactly
but he would have lost anyway, because he was at an Aqua Tail already, right?
Yeah, you're right. Maria, you're close, but you're not quite right with that. And the reason is because you have the fast attack always finishing during a charge attack. So because of the fact that your opponents will throw an attack during your Incinerate, you will finish the Incinerate, and it gives you more energy than if they throw on good timing versus Shadow Claw. That it's a very difficult thing to explain, but if you can just think about that for a moment, you are during the course of a battle, when your opponent is regularly throwing attacks, you are getting more free energy from Incinerate than you are likely to get from Shadow Claw. You are doing more damage because the Incinerate has stab, and you create a system where you can start. You can put one Incinerate through, throw an attack, and then the next one you can guarantee CMP. So Incinerate on a Typhlosion that always wins CMP is honestly massive. Honestly massive, and they can't do anything to stop you, because some of the reason why I talked about the Thunder Punch pacing in particular is, let's say they are approaching 2 attacks. When they throw one of them versus Shadow Claw, then one Shadow Claw might go through, and then they need to throw another one, and they might be able to do that before you use the requisite number of Shadow Claw to reach your attack. But if they're trying to throw 2 attacks and you're in an Incinerate, you will get all of the energy of that Incinerate from their first attack. So as soon as they've thrown that first attack, the whole of your Incinerate finishes. And you get all of that energy immediately, and then you can make sure that you're probably going to win charge attack priority, and you can throw it straight away. That, when you actually play with Shadow Typhlosion, you'll realize is massive.
Are we getting... Are we reliving memories here?
Colin, what are you thinking at this point? What's going through your mind?
The final boss, Colin,
I mean, I knew I made a mistake, so just don't make another, and I probably should be fine. There's so many neutral ones. There's Mantine, and Altaria, and Whiscash.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which ones I brought in this next game.
Were you nervous?
But I assume a bit.
What were you feeling?
To get all those attack drops.
Not really.
The Whiscash might be able to just sweep the entire game, and it actually came.
I've been nervous before when playing, but this weekend I somehow did not feel very nervous at all.
For the play of going straight last result.
I think you were. This was one of the most. This is the most confident I've seen you in an event since Stuttgart, probably.
Before the Altaria gets to the Moonblast, that
would you agree?
Yeah, I agree with that definitely.
Yeah.
I was actually excited to play these games as well. Like especially when I went up against Paula in like the losers final.
Yeah.
I knew it was like a pretty big game.
I agree. And then the foul play.
Colin, that's a new shirt, isn't it? Because I've never seen you wear that before.
Even Colin didn't expect it. I didn't expect it.
Well, it was from last summer. Obviously, I've been able to wear it during any of the winter regionals.
Yeah, curse our winter regionals.
Italy was nice enough.
Yeah. I like it. I like it.
The Umbreon is so unchecked. It's
Thank
always
you.
coming out.
It was the first event that we were wearing shorts to as well. I enjoyed that.
Yeah. It was pretty nice.
Yeah.
Just not that great.
Yeah, that's the problem with Mantine, right?
Colin and I are going to coordinate outfits for Worlds. He doesn't know it yet. He's finding out right now, same time as you. Are we been flirting the entire time? Because that's Kachunima? Yeah, absolutely. Mostly me, to be fair.
But the problem with it is that it doesn't.
Let's get into this next game.
Consistent damage, but
oh, there it is.
Pokemon for a farm down before it gets knocked out, but that doesn't.
Okay, Colin. First question: when you are leading Shadow Whiscash, in your head, what are the leads you want to see? What are the leads you don't want to see? Or are you happy with anything here?
I think the only thing I would swap out against was Cress.
Mm-hmm. Would you swap out immediately, or would you throw a Scald then swap out?
I'd swap out immediately because they could CMP, then they don't have to shield, and I would have to shield.
Yeah.
Don't really want to go shield down.
Exactly. Well, even without debuff, I believe.
But actually, was calling an Umbreon lead. And I knew like Gash was one of my best answers. Could have let Altaria as well, I guess.
Colin, I have a question for you, please. It's Claudia's question. She says, when you see your opponent's 6 Mons, where do you start on what to pick against a possible line of 3? Where's your starting position? And then I'll say what mine is afterwards.
I'll try to find a Mon that's the most safe. One that I can reliably bring every game and get good matchups with.
Mm-hmm.
Then depends on the type of Mon. I could use it as a closer. If it has like closing potential, or if it's a good save swap, I do that.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes just lead it and try the RPS in the back.
I like that. So
I mean, there's
you find
a lot of different strats. But...
You heard it here first, chat. You find a mon that's safe, and then you play it either in the lead or not in the lead.
Exactly.
It is genius.
Easy.
It is genius.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many strategies you can do, right? But usually I run 1-1 pretty much all the time.
Yeah.
Because it's so safe.
I think that makes sense. And what about if you're in a game where it's not so safe? Where you don't have anything that feels safe? Because you had a couple of those this tournament, I remember.
Yeah, I played one Carbing, for example, and I mean against you as well.
Yeah.
To be honest, you just have to come up with different strategies. Like soft ABAs are pretty effective in my opinion. So yeah, I think it's so matchup dependent.
Yeah, I agree.
Kind of tough to say.
I agree. I think in my mind there is a balance between playing against your opponent's team and playing against, as cheesy as it sounds, playing against your opponent's mind. Because they might have a team that can like absolutely ruin you, and we'll come on to that when we go on to day 2. But if you can, if mentally speaking, you can kind of get in their head, that can give you a big advantage. And
you can also look at looks good for them.
Yeah.
What are they likely to bring? What do I have to counter those?
Yeah.
Like Marcus always bringing Umbreon here, so I was pretty inclined to bring Altaria and Wishcatch, which are my best answers.
I know lots of people love Skarmory plus Mudboy. Altaria plus Mudboy is the play right now, in my opinion. Colin, do you have a thought on that?
I mean, I've always preferred Altaria over Skarm.
Yeah.
In this meta.
Yeah. Altaria plus Mudboy is what I would. Anyone going to NAIC? That's what I'd be leaning towards.
Diamond there, 4 Snarl, 4-6, Mudshot.
Wait, did he throw straight away here?
Scenario, but the others
he did not want to get debuffed.
Okay, so very quick one on this point. Optimal timing for an Umbreon is to do 5 Snarls first against a 2-turn attacker. But if you think there's a chance that you're getting debuffed, you would throw on unoptimal timing to get yours in first. If Colin had thrown on unoptimal timing, it's a little bit dangerous. And that's because, firstly, he might not get the debuff anyway. But secondly, if Marcus didn't throw on 4, then you're giving Marcus a free 13 energy from that Snarl. So it's a little bit riskier for Colin to throw on 6. It's less risky for Marcus to throw on 4 on the alignment.
There, 4 Snarl, 4-6, Mudshot.
Am I going to run a Bomber Snow for Worlds? Absolutely not. No way. I ran it at EUIC and I hated it.
First calls coming through.
Yeah, that's a good heads-up play here because getting 50% debuff, you lose 50% of your damage. So one Mudshot is worth the.
Also, because he mistimed the first,
especially in the lead.
He has to mistime the second again before if he wants to throw it before mine.
Yeah.
Which he does.
Not to throw it before another skull comes
it's pretty big.
So Colin goes for the coin flip. He calls heads.
Yeah, he doesn't reach the second one now before your next scored. He got so annoyed at the debuff, which I find funny.
Yeah. I mean, it's understandable.
Yeah. Next card round when? Okay, we're gonna pause this chat. Felix, welcome in everyone from Felix's stream. Felix, I hope you had a good stream. For anyone wondering why next card round when is the comment from Felix's viewers, let me tell you. So in Stockholm, we were playing cards after the event, and the one of the guys from the Pokemon company who was at the event taught us a few games, and they were really, really good. And so after Bologna, Colin and I went to the Casters Hotel, and we started playing some of these same card games again. And for many of you that know Felix, you may have known him for years, and a lot of you will probably have never ever seen him smile. And so it was a shock to Colin and myself when we introduced Felix to this card game, and he was in giggles. I've never seen this. I've never seen this before, and it will somewhat scar me, but I loved it. Felix was in fits of laughter playing this card game that initially he was very bad at, and over the course of the evening he became somewhat mediocre at. But it was a very good game, and I think it's definitely going to become one of those staple type card games that Colin, I think, will end up playing at all future events, right?
I'll need some more practice, but
for the record, Colin was very bad at this game as well. This was Colin's not bad at anything other than this card game, right? He's good at pretty much like anything there is. Colin will be good at it, except for this one card game that is about reaction times. He just couldn't hack it.
Just wait for Worlds, right? Just wait for Worlds. I'll get you back.
Yeah, he's gonna. No. It's not TCG or anything. It's a normal deck of cards, playing cards, and so that was one of the games. There were some that involved. There were a couple of the games hurt quite a lot to play, like really hurt. So Irish Snap. If anyone's ever played Irish Snap, you'll know immediately. But Felix has been gymming, and I think he likes people to know that he's been gymming. So yeah, my hand was in quite a bit of pain after. I actually had to swap hands because I was almost forming a blood blister on one of my fingers after one of the games. So I had to swap hands. But it was a very fun evening, and I know Felix loved it. So if you're in Hawaii, if you bump into us at Hawaii on an evening, we'll probably be playing, and you should get involved because any number of players, and always happy to have more. Right, let's carry on.
To get the additional farm on, will he go to that Quagsire and completely shut this down, or will he go to the Cresselia in this scenario? Of course,
he can't farm me down with anything, so I guess that's why he's shielded.
Yeah, I think that he knows.
Yeah, that's right. So quick one there. What Colin just said.
Oh, goes for it.
The casters somewhat surprised that he goes for a shield, but as Colin says, Cresselia and Quag don't want to try and farm down a Whiscash. Whiscash has a ton of HP. Psycho Cut doesn't do much. Quagsire's Mudshots do a little bit more, but still not super comfortable. So shields to try and get this foul play off, because look how much health that Whiscash has. It will guarantee getting to another Scald first bow. PV, David, we did play some bullshit as well. Yeah.
Maybe we will see a hard pivot into the Cresselia. No, there's not. But in comes his foul play. Foul play, of course, is debuff, so the Altaria is not going to take as much damage. But then again, he cannot.
But now Mantine is just so free with an extra shield.
Are you feeling comfortable at this point? Are you thinking I've definitely got this, or what's in your head at the moment?
I already knew I would have won.
You knew.
I don't know how close this is.
Quagsire in the back does have a lot of play.
Colin, why have you elite TM'd Moonblast onto the wrong side? That's what I want to know.
I just like doing it. You know, it's the only way you can get it on the other side. So if you spend an elite TM, might as well.
Fair point.
Make it work.
Fair point. I like it. Fair point. I've not heard that logic before, but I can get on board with that. Matt, how you doing? Good to have you, Matt. We missed you. We missed you in Bologna. I hope you enjoyed watching, though.
Answered by the Shadow Quagsire. Arceus Aurelius shaking his head. He knows this is not a great matchup. It's not the worst, though, because Aerial Ace is not doing that much on the Quagsire. It has the momentum to get to those Stone Edge.
Yeah, at this point,
now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think I've ever played against Marcus in Play Pokemon.
This is a huge bait.
Okay, Colin, here. I remember looking at you. I remember watching you. And I was like, there is a 0% chance Colin is going to shield this. There is no way Colin is going to shield this. And I want to see your face.
Part of the reason that I did not know how much damage Stone Edge did. Like, you Stone Edge me once, and that surprised me.
Really? You weren't sure?
Would have gotten close otherwise.
Yeah. But I just your little face when you no shielded.
I just knew it was gonna be.
Yeah, of course.
That was his win con, I think.
Yeah, look at you smirking.
And two shielded Altaria will definitely sweep the game at the backline as well. But
that's some good revenge for Stuttgart.
Yeah, that must have felt pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
David, I agree. I think the bait is unnecessary there, but I think when your back's against the wall, you maybe go for baits that you feel will help the tempo.
The Mantine is just not in range of a Moonblast. Let's the Ice Beam go. That's so little.
Sergio, how you doing? Right, so that was a pretty big win for you, because this was your winners round 4. So what round does that?
Yeah,
is that a semi-final, right? So you're into the winners finals now, And as you say, that was a redemption match for you after Dortmund. That's the first time you've presumably played. One sec, what's this?
Nighttime clasher riding the heat trend that knocked him out.
Classic Ross.
Do we have Kali Special in chat? Because this is for you.
I believe Lurgan Rocket
so Eric lost to a heat run
so it's like a
Stockholm.
reminder of how your previous
and I think it was
it's like a great experience, right?
It ended up being one of the jokes of this event, I believe. It was mentioned quite a lot.
In a meta where there's so many Pokemon that absolutely
right, let's carry on. Did you play again on stream today? You must have.
The fire and
yeah, against
Pokemon, he can only obtain this.
Let's go find that. Oh wait, there's me. That's fine. What did I do in these games? Okay. So I'm not someone, generally speaking, I'm not someone that celebrates games, but I'm also not someone that BMs usually. But a few events ago, some of my teammates actually told me off. And they said, you need to start BMing more. And I was like, okay, I will start to try and make an effort to BM a little bit more. However, I looked at this matchup, and this matchup was horrible for me. My team is a little bit soft to an opposing Basti. I wasn't expecting to see a ton myself, and if I did, I was trying to avoid them. But my team was pretty weak to Basti plus Gator. And if this were a normal for Alligator, there is almost no way I win. Normal for if he was playing Pocket's team, which has a normal for Alligator and a Basti, there is genuinely no way I think I would win the game unless I full RPS the whole way through, and even then I don't think I could, because a normal Gator can pretty much take out my whole team. So it was a Shadow Gator, and because it's a Shadow Gator, I knew that I could lead Annihilate, because Annihilate versus Shadow Gator with the counter damage in the 2 shields will win. Yeah, Pocket's team is a pain, and I was very close to consider. So I don't ever copy anyone else's teams, but weirdly, of any player in the world whose teams I notice that the teams that I build are most similar to, I would say it's Pocket. And it's at multiple events that's happened. The team that he ran at Peoria or Pittsburgh, I think was very similar to my Barcelona team. Even this team, it started off reasonably similar to Pocket's team. And I think both of us must have just a similar way of thinking of what's the meta we're expecting to see and how can we counter it. And that's what I was trying to do here. I was trying to make a read on the meta, and I was reading that there would be a huge usage of Altaria in this meta. And so that was one of the reasons why I was like, do you know what? I think I can get away with Shadow Basti. If anyone genuinely wants to know the other reason why I chose Shadow over normal, firstly, because I'm not boring. Secondly, because Shadow Basti has a much, much better matchup into Shadow Gligar than normal Bastiodon does. Shadow Basti wins the 0s and the 2s against a Shadow Gligar. And that was pretty key in the decision making. One other thing, other than the fact that it's funny, one other thing was Pokemon like Lickitung, Cresselia to an extent, but those types of other bulky Pokemon, they aren't doing any more fast attack damage to you. A Lick still does 1 damage to your Shadow Basti, but your Shadow Basti does 2 more damage from every smackdown. So that was another reason why it wasn't just the Shadow Gligar, it was that as well. Final reason. This is probably the big one, actually. Shadow Basti was never, ever the MVP of my team. It was never intended to be the MVP of my team. And I was talking to someone before the event, and they were asking, it was a less experienced Pogo player, and they were asking what my approach is to building anti-meta teams. And I'm going to tell you, right? And I'm just going to hope you forget before Worlds. But the Shadow Basti is a distraction. It's not the MVP, and it was never meant to be the MVP. But especially in a best of 3, a lot of players are too focused on the Shadow Basti that they overlook other Pokemon on your team. I don't, you know, I'm not trying to RPS people. That's not how I'm intending to play. But I do want to get in their heads. And Shadow Basti is a pretty good job of getting in your opponent's head. Did I 2-shield my Basti through a Gligar? No, but I did win a zeros, Lyle. I won a zeros with Shadow Basti, but I never got it aligned in a 2-shield scenario. But I did win a zeros, which was pretty massive actually. But yeah, the reason I'm running Shadow Basti is to make it uncomfortable for my opponents to run the cores that they would normally want to run. There are a couple of like cores, pairs of Pokemon that people might be very comfortable leaning into, and Basti was an example of a Pokemon that caused a lot of problems for those. Shadow Magnezone is another good example. Shadow Magnezone is another really good example of a core breaker that people will try and focus on. Matt Bear, you know, and people will overcommit because they're worried about it. And in this team, for example, that I was using, the Pokemon that took advantage of that was Shadow Quag. So I'm not hyping up, and don't get me wrong, Shadow Basti, it did its job for me, right? I built it, I climbed in GBL with it. I got to, what elo did I get to, Colin? Almost 3,500 with Shadow Basti. Second in an event.
Right?
Yeah, 3,499 I got to. And now Shadow Basti will retire. So you will never see me use Shadow Basti again in a Play Pokemon event. All right? It was a one-off. It was a one-off. But the real MVP and the Pokemon that I genuinely think is going to be incredible in NAIC if it's used properly is Shadow Quagsire. And it is, firstly, I was saying this even before Whiscash got the nerf, but even more so now that Whiscash has been nerfed. But firstly, its pacing is insane. Its coverage is insane. So many people are running Altaria or Mantine or other flying types to deal with Mudboys, and the Stone Edge damage is massive. But the Aquatail, it's been buffed recently, and it's got good play into Gligar. It doesn't one-shot it, so you do need to be very quick with your swaps, but you outpace, so you can get your turns back. But if you don't have a good Shadow Quagsire, I don't know if it's still in Rockets, try and get one if you can. But yeah, my point here is that Basti was to try and make my opponents lean towards a team that allowed Shadow Quag. Kachina Mom, I've just seen you were also subscribed, so oh yeah, it's just come through now. Thank you very much for the sub, appreciate you. But yeah, Shadow Quag is the one that Shadow Quag plus Altaria together are the ones that I'm thinking will be the best core going into NAIC.
Due to the
other reason why I was happy leading Ape into Gator, if you don't know your charge attack priorities, make sure that whatever team you use, whatever team you take to NAIC, don't just look at what rank 1 wins in charge attack priority. That's pointless. Barely anyone runs rank 1s anymore. A lot of people will run a little bit of attack if they're expecting mirror matches. There are certain Pokemon where rank 1 makes a lot of sense, and Umbreon is an example. Cress, rank 1 or rank 3, probably. But there are a lot of Pokemon, for example, for Alligator, for example, Annihilate, for example, Whiscash. Yeah, Azu, you can run a high rank, obviously, but for the harder hitting, more offensive Pokemon, generally speaking, you might want to be mindful of a little bit of attack. And that means when you're looking at charge attack priorities, don't just check rank 1 versus rank 1. Be aware that some Pokemon, if they are running higher attack, will overtake you in charge attack priority. One example is for Alligator. So I didn't ask Scally here. I didn't, I don't know, but I'm interested to know, did he think that his for Alligator would win CMP? We don't know. We don't know if he thought that or if he was just going to play it out or how well he knew this matchup. But I knew my Annihilate would win CMP. And that gives me a little bit of an advantage going into this game. He maybe didn't know that I would win CMP. So these are the types of things, if you know your team well and your matchups against other high rank or high attack Pokemon, it will make a massive difference. So he's seen that I've won CMP here. He's seen it now. Let's see how he plays it out. Does he stay in? Does he carry on losing CMP? We'll find out.
You just want to play the 1-2s and get
so again, he throws on CMP. Okay. Did he think he was going to win it, or did he just want to ensure that he gets his attack off? I don't know. But he no shields. He no shields, and he doesn't survive. And so there, and this isn't me judging his gameplay, but this is, if you are in this situation, are you no shielding that for Alligator? If that's you, and that's your for Alligator, are you no shielding because you think you maybe survive the Night Slash? Are you throwing on charge attack priority because you think you win charge attack priority? Jox, welcome in. Matt and Jugon, welcome in. If he no shields that and knows that the Night Slash takes him out and he's planned for it, that's perfectly fine. But if he's no shielding that thinking he survives, that can flip a game the wrong way. And that can be costly. And you only have to win 2 games at this stage of the tournament. So that could be potentially a massive mistake for him. I don't know what he's thinking at this point, but we'll see.
With Licky and Basti in the back, he might have thought he would have survived.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe, yeah. Welcome in, Joe, Michael. Welcome in. Yeah, Licky is going to get a decent farm here, but yeah, the Annihilate has done a ton of damage here. So
Lickitung is still going to take a
we'll see.
amount of damage. It's going to come out with a lot of energy, though.
If you're a Tomahawk, this is a little bit weird, right? Because you can't really bring in the Quagsire because of the Power Whip. And Cresselia, you're also pretty much throwing it into a not positive matchup. So you're.
I mean, I don't really know what Eric's saying there. I don't know if you could hear it. Colin, you couldn't hear it, but basically he said that I'm in a little bit of a weird position because I can't bring Quagsire into Licky, but also I don't want to bring Cress into Licky because that's not a favorable matchup. But like, this Licky's on less than half health. Obviously, I'm going to bring. Like, obviously, I'm going to bring. I also know that there's a Basti in the back, so
yeah, but I mean,
I'm obviously going to bring Cress into here. That's fine, and I'm never going to shield Cress because I know the Basti is. I know the Shadow Quagsire with shields is so good into his team. Especially because Feraligator's gone already and the Licky's in front of me.
From Scally, nope, not happening, and there is Shadow Quagsire on the.
Anyway, I mentioned before that Memi had told me I need to start BMing more. So I was thinking about that, and I know his okay. I know I've won this game by this point. So now I'm looking. I was actually looking at the team sheet to just think. I wonder what teams he's going to play next. And I think halfway through the matchup, I was like, oh wait, am I supposed to BM him? Actually, it was halfway through my next. Oh, it was here. It was at this point. It was at that point where I looked at the camera and I remembered I'm supposed to be BMing. So I was like, oh, if I undercharge this Aquatail, I can get a Stone Edge off, and I'll be fine. And then this undercharge is way too much. I didn't mean that. I didn't mean to undercharge that much. And then I was like, great, I'm now going to have to throw my Stone Edge early before he reaches his Stone Edge.
Oh, goodness. Tomahawk!
How could you?
Behave!
Well, you remember what happened in Liverpool. He threw the Shadow Ball on the Pablo and Venus.
My warning to you is that this is too early to start BMing.
I don't want to talk too much about what happened after that.
Because this is game 1.
Hopefully, Karma doesn't come
and if I could take it back, I would.
Inside of winners round 4, I think it's a little bit early to celebrate.
If I could take that back, I would. Because BMing in game 1, actually, I've decided there's no point. You never know what's going to happen in games 2 and 3. So like, you don't need to do it.
At least you made Memi proud.
But Memi was proud of me, so that's what matters, right?
Oh,
also, actually, I remember thinking there was one other reason I was doing it, and it wasn't just to BM. There was a genuine reason I did it. I wanted to get in his head about Basti. Lars says toxic. This actually is a little bit toxic from me. I genuinely wanted to... I don't know how to describe it exactly, but I genuinely wanted to like bully the Basti a little bit to try and dissuade him from bringing it. I wanted to be like, if you bring Basti, this is what's going to happen to the Basti. So I was bullying the Basti in that sense, and I remember thinking, I genuinely was just like, I want him to worry about bringing the Basti again, because I know that the Basti is pretty good into my team. That was actually part of the reason I did it.
Has that
but mostly because it was funny.
To align Pokemon correctly and basically get the correct alignment against Tomahawk. So despite him playing this very well,
Azza says we like this version of you.
The Bastion just gets onto the wrong Pokemon.
Leo said I was on my villain arc.
Yep, that is true. I mean, we just saw that, right? Quagsire on the Bastiodon is just
Joe. I was asserting my asserting my authority.
You would say, hey, Annihilate with counters is
2 hard checks is fine, right? But 2 hard checks in Annihilate and Quag both lose to... there are lots of core breakers to Annihilate and Quag. Yeah, I actually struggled to look him in the eyes after that because I felt a little bit embarrassed.
Earlier, his Lickitung actually got completely farmed by the Bastiodon, and that allowed Bastion to have great play back into the Annihilate.
Right, let's flip through to the next game. Okay. This game, I don't think goes well for me.
Here, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think I win.
If you look at the back line, this is going to be extremely.
You've had a lot of 2-1s, right?
I had a lot of 2-1s as I was still navigating my team.
Kind of clean for Scully in the back because it has huge amounts of play also against the Cresselia.
It seems like Tomahawk did not learn his lesson from the last game because he has brought quite weak to Feraligatr again. I like the Annihilate lead though because that basically.
So this is the thing, and Eric's probably not in chat, but I will get him again. But he says again, Freed leads weak to Feraligatr. And I'm not leading weak to Feraligatr. So I don't know if he doesn't know his Shadow Feraligatr matchups. But Annihilate beats Shadow Feraligatr in the 2s, so that's part of the reason I was leading Annihilate. Because it stops his Feraligatr from being used as a safe swap, which otherwise is pretty strong into my team. Because Cress is not a good answer to a Shadow Feraligatr. Shadow Feraligatr is perfectly fine. Yeah, and I won the 1. So I don't know what Eric's talking about saying I'm leading weak to Feraligatr. I'm happy leading ABA into some things, but Gator is not something I wanted to be leading weak to.
And now we're going to be in here for a minute. The Cresselia is going to use these Grasslands to hit for at least not
Wait, what happened?
damage.
Oh, I switched into Cress because I threw a Shadow Ball on the
He
Altaria.
has run on the Bastion, sure, but he still doesn't have a plan.
Would I say
for
Eric was
Feraligatr.
waffling?
Feraligatr is at full health and can simply just hydrokin anything to knock
Probably.
it out at this point.
There are
It's
some
so
things that I
awkward.
remember he said when I rewatched back some of the games that I was just like,
Bastiodon with his team, right? You want to use
that isn't true, but
it
is what it is.
If it has the chance to take out your entire Cresselia, that's almost a catastrophe. That's the best
Colin, this is a
that
matchup that I think you also clocked. It's actually fine to crash your Cress into a Bastion, right?
To get into a situation
Yeah, I've played a lot of Cress in GBL as well, so I kind of knew that already.
Able to switch it out, yeah.
So if he sees his Cresselia here with no energy, what can he do? He can just go
Mount Dugong, I agree with you, but Eric knows my 8, so he should know that I'm fine.
And again,
everyone knows my 8 because I tell you everything.
Look good on the Quagsire, but there's just so much HP to get through on both these Pokemon.
Do you know what? I actually, to an extent, put myself at a disadvantage because half of my opponents know all of my IVs and I don't know any of theirs. And I was like, this isn't ideal.
To go for a catch here. Immediate swap out, almost 2 attacks on the Bastiodon. The Altaria.
Here's a miss. Wait, is this when I bait? I can't remember.
Have to try and shoot this.
No, I don't know if I do.
How much damage does it do? Oh, not too much.
I think it is the one you bait.
Is this the bait?
That Bastion has almost more than 1.5 moves ready to go.
Yep.
Oh, and we're going
this is a crazy bait.
Aqua Tail
this
bait.
Is crazy.
I think you might have been fine.
No, I should have. You didn't need to bait there.
Puts all his cards on his Altaria.
Didn't need to bait there. That was
stupid. Is not going to be an issue for you. Lets the Aqua Tail go through, and now he can wisely just use his shield on the next charge attack because the HP of the Shadow Quagsire is dwindling. I think here you definitely no shield. Great call. You put this one on the
Mount Dugong, I don't know about that. You're maybe being kind, you know.
And if that's the case, this
I think he just assumes that Gator is an ape answer and isn't thinking about the fact that ape can overtake the CMP.
Shadow Feraligatr. It needs 5 Shadow Claws.
Yeah, Stan, you are 100% right. I should have just gone for 2 Stone Edges. 100% should have.
But we're going to fire up a lot more, almost at a night slash.
Oh wow, this is so much energy, and if you're here as Scully, this is so much fun.
And this is what I didn't want. What I did not want was a Gator with energy. I can't deal with a Gator with energy.
Oh my goodness!
The catch didn't really make a difference here because he had energy that I wanted to get rid of anyway, so I'm not that fussed about the catch.
Leave Tomahawk alone. The Bastiodon knocking out the Annihilate here. Flamethrower is going to connect. No protect shields remaining. Can the Bastiodon go to another attack, or is this even a win con for Tomahawk UK? Can he get a farm down with the Shadow Quagsire? I think it's too low on HP because
here the Basti just has too much health. I can't get it.
Oh wait, there is a full attack on the Cresselia.
I basically think my only chance is if I can Psycho Cut it down, because I need the energy later, and I couldn't, so that was that. And at that point, I'm thinking, this is what you get for BMing in Game 1. Exactly, David. Exactly. Lyle says he doesn't think it's a bad bait, but the difficulty is it's a costly bait, right? It is possibly one of the costliest baits. And you've got to be a little bit fortunate if it doesn't go your way. Similar to Marcus baiting that Aquatel into COLIN6IX in the previous match.
Yeah. But if you lose, you actually could be a liability for Tomahawk. But we're going.
Okay, what do I lead in game 3?
Out now, Altaria expecting the Annihilate. There's Charger Bug.
I bring out Charger for the first time in the tournament on stream.
And we see the back line. If you take a quick look at this, folks, for Alligators again, not checked in the back. Oh, he doesn't have discharge.
Okay, do you hear him again? Again, he's saying for Alligator is again not checked in the back. And this is like, Eric, pay attention.
This is not going to be very
You've seen me beat the for Alligator with my 8.
Yep, but there is a pretty decent chance to get one of those. So let's see if it is going to do.
Okay, Crunch Charger Bug is the play. If anyone's wondering, Crunch Charger Bug is what I would be bringing every time.
That is debuffing so hard.
The number of times I got a Crunch debuff on an Altaria or a Gligar and flipped, cannot tell you. 30% debuff chance.
Already at the next attack just before the crunch.
Maybe would have liked to see Scully do 2
that dog bark is crazy.
Regardless, he knows shields, knows it's not a moonblast. He's gonna
nah, Crunch Charger doesn't lose to Skarm. You're fine.
He might have to if he wants to. Oh.
But I don't think he wants to keep alignment because
half the time you're not even using Charger for that anyway.
I would swap the Feraligatr here. I would just swap the Feraligatr. Oh,
actually, your opponent such a big farm down. This is 3 counters advantage.
And now I'm laughing. When as soon as he brings his Gator into this, I'm laughing.
Against Shadow Feraligatr and the Annihilate from Scully. This is huge. Oh, what a catch!
But this is where it gets a bit weird.
Oh, Scully, you are insane!
So I'm now trying to think. What I didn't ever want was the Gator with energy. He's just left with all that energy. And I'm having to throw on CMPs. You can't do the pause, because then if he throws, I lose my counter. And now I'm thinking,
and this is so awkward for Tomahawk.
How do I get rid of this 8?
You know there's a Feraligatr loaded with energy. Your Quagsire has nowhere to go. And
so I'm throwing again. I'm maximizing my energy again, and I'm like, is he going to shield a Shadow Ball? I really wanted him to say, yes, I need to shield a Shadow Ball. This is very sensible from him to not shield, to call this.
He's crazy. Don't say it ain't so. Say it ain't so.
He does it. He calls it again. Scully is
this is now good commentary from these two.
But he's playing inside Tomahawk's mind.
Yeah, living rent-free after that Stone Edge. He is out here for revenge. And here comes a nice slash. Does he get a boost? No, but this next one still isn't enough. Tomahawk can go for the nice slash. Doesn't need that Shadow Ball. Charge attack priority. Tomahawk wins, as he already knows. But now, Scully simply needs to farm this thing down. And then
he's just going to save 2 shields for Gator here. And I'm like, uh-oh, I'm in trouble.
For Alligator next. However, wow, we're actually going to throw a Night Slash before switching out.
So I'm trying to get a shield down so that Quag has a chance. Because I know Quag can pace so quickly.
There is, of course, the Shadow Quagsire in the back. However, I think that the Feraligatr is slowly but surely going into the Aqua Tail range. This could be closer than Scully wants it to. Is this Tomahawk's game?
I think this is okay. This Hydro Cannon and the Shadow Claw should be enough to knock out regardless. But Tomahawk UK, it's up to him to make that catch on the Charger. But can he do so? He needs to get to 2 Aqua Tails. 1, 2, 3, 4. He needs 1 more. Can he make it to the double? This might be enough. I'm honestly not sure.
Is this going to knock out? Quagsire is a bulky Pokemon, however, the Shadow, the Hydro Cannon is going to connect, and it doesn't knock out! The Quagsire gets to the Aqua Tail, has done
Colin, are you watching this game, by the way? Are you watching this live, or were you playing at the time?
No, Maxwell and I were watching this one.
You were watching. What were your thoughts at this point? Everyone assumes I lose here, right?
Yeah, we did.
Going to be shielded,
although,
the next one will surely knock out.
I like... Well, obviously, it was the winning move, but I like insta throwing a move because the catch was so obvious.
Yeah. So.
And he definitely overthought it.
Yeah. Okay. So here, and again, another reason why we like Shadow Quag is the pacing so good, right? I know if I can get to 2 Aqua Tails, I've got a chance because obviously he's got a shield. He's got 2 Hydro Cannons.
Yeah. He could have waited the turn twice.
Yeah. So he actually could have won this game because he goes over 2 Hydro Cannons. But I think the reason he doesn't wait is because I have an Aqua Tail, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if that makes a difference. So I'm at an Aqua Tail here. If he waits and I throw, and he pauses and I get 1 mud shot through, but then he pauses again as my next mud shot. Yeah, you're right. He should just pause here. Okay, so again, Arrow says, who is this guy? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. If Scally, and this goes back to Lyle's point about you've got to just play against your opponent. If Scally pauses here and throws the first Hydro Cannon and pauses for the second, he should be able to get the second Hydro Cannon as well. Instead, what he tries to do is avoid the catch by over-farming. And that's the mistake. And that allows me to win. Because as soon as I get to 2 Aqua Tails, it's a 50-50 at this point. So he throws his Hydro Cannon, which I survive.
Is this going to knock out? Quagsire is a bulky Pokemon, however, the Shadow, the Hydro Cannon is going to connect, and it doesn't knock out! The Quagsire gets...
And in my head, I'm thinking I have Charger in the back to catch. But I'm thinking he knows I have Charger Bug in the back to catch. And I played this matchup, similar matchup here against Stan at Liverpool. Stan, if you're still in chat, do you remember this? I think it was something like my Gligar versus your A-Slash. And it was a 50-50. And I knew you had the catch available. And I paused in case you were going to catch. And you just threw your attack. And that won you the game. And it was a 50-50. And I remember thinking about it. Not exactly here, but I remember I have thought about that moment. And so here, I just go, I've got the catch available. Just throw. And it worked. And you just hear Eric squeal.
It's a good play by both of you. Like him expecting the catch makes sense.
Yeah.
You just outsmarted him.
But again, my first 2 games on stream have not been comfortable games. These were 2 ones that could have both gone the other way. So this is the plot armor starting to form at this point. Stan says you'd never do this against a first tournament player. Stan, Scally had just beaten Weedle 2-0 the previous match. So I was like, he knows what he's doing. I'm not gonna take anything for granted at this stage of the competition. I was like, you play as if they're just as good, if not better. And most of us would wait for the catch. We would. But the mistake was he allowed me to get to 2 Aqua Tails, which made it a 50-50. Weedle just complained he got RPS. Yeah, Stan, if you lose a game, obviously you got RPS'd, and obviously there was lag. That's what happens.
He seemed to have read his
Right. Colin, are you up next, or have you...
There's still 1 game for me. They won.
Okay, let's quickly...
I think it's the final one.
Did I play again?
Or maybe not.
Oh, wait, have I played again?
Oh, no, there's losers after, of course.
Oh, I played again. Did I play first? Sorry, Colin, we're going back to me.
Yeah.
So this game is against Philbeg. So this is my winners finals. Philbeg at this point in the competition has not dropped a game. He's gone 2-0 in every single match so far. But he was nervous coming into this game, and he told me backstage. I said, oh, well done, you've not dropped a game so far. And he goes, yeah, but I'm going to now, aren't I?
Gonna be an interesting matchup here between Philbeg.
I hate it when people say stuff like that.
Yeah, it's such a difficult thing to reply to. Like, what am I supposed to say? I was like, what? Yeah, Philbeg, you will, yeah. Like, what? I'm not gonna say that.
It's like they're putting all the pressure on you as well, basically.
We're going to see Charger Bug led into Annihilate, and that is already not an Annihilate leading into a Bastiodon.
Yeah, this is a pretty neutral matchup. Annihilate wins the one shot, just going straight Shadow Ball, but you can actually make it
so
tricky as well.
Here, for anyone that is confused, the teams are the wrong way around. Okay, I've obviously got the Shadow Bastion on my team, and if we just look at his team, Charger Bug was pretty good into his team here. So Charger Bug was very, very safe.
If you can bait the Night Slash. Keep in mind, it's also a crunch Charger Bug, so this doesn't do as much damage as Discharge, but it does have the potential to debuff the defense.
Yep, and the debuff could be crucial. The crunch is going to connect. Are we going to see a debuff? No, we do not. 1 counter into a Shadow Ball. Is he going
Maxwell,
to
you being here makes it more likely for me to say something, right? You know that.
So much damage. Let's see now. I think Philbeg is fine with just taking that shield advantage. Let's take a look here. Is he going
to... This is a pretty big mistake from Philbeg. Because he goes for the catch. He tries to catch a crunch on his Guzzlord. But look how much health Colin Maxwell says, "I'm not here then."
Yeah.
Look at the health on this Annihilate after the Volt Switch goes through. Can you see that? Oh. Can you see how much health he's on? Like, I don't need to throw a crunch here. So if he was going to catch a crunch, it maybe should have been the first one. At this point, I'm probably gonna be start spamming X scissors because he hasn't thrown an attack and I've got loads of health. So my Charger Bug does so well into all of his team. If he doesn't shield here, I have a ton of energy and I've got a ton of health that I'm definitely going to get off into the rest of his team. So I know he's going to shield. But he goes for a catch instead, and the problem is...
Let's take a look here. Is he going to... Oh, he actually catches.
This is super effective against Guzzler. How much does this do? This does a ton.
Is a catch, but is it a good one? Tomahawk has every right to throw the
that does a ton. And at this point, there's not much he can do here. There's not much he can do. Yeah, Stan, I agree. If he, as soon as he gets off the Shadow Ball, then he doesn't need to shield the Ape. But before he's got off the Shadow Ball, he's going to be shielding it. So I'm just going to go X-Scissor from there. And he makes a little bit of a mistake here. He reaches his Dragon Claw, but he reaches for a crunch. So my Ape comes in, and he reaches for a crunch, and he doesn't make the Dragon Claw either, because he doesn't press it. So he loses that crunch, which is pretty painful, because crunch would do a lot. Crunch would put my Ape in Night Slash range. I make sure that I remembered how much energy his Ape was on and CMP'd to force his last shield, because he obviously wants to get his Shadow Ball, wants to get a Shadow Ball off, so I can force his last shield. I'm going to shield mine, and I've got a ton of health. Yeah, I'm abusing my CMP here. I'm abusing it. I know that I'm going to win CMP tie, so I'm happy to throw on CMP every single time. And then here, sometimes I would throw a Night Slash, then a Shadow Ball, but because I wasn't sure if I'd reach both, I just throw the Shadow Ball here, just in case he does throw his Sky Attack. I want to make sure the Shadow Ball gets off. And then I can throw the Night Slash as well, because he doesn't throw an attack. Which he can't really, because he's not got enough health, so it doesn't make a difference.
And Tomahawk UK takes game number 1 against Fuelback.
With the 3-ball flags, the Skarmory, if the purpose was to sponge a lot of energy...
So I don't think I even showed one of my Pokemon in that game. Which is a good way to start. I think this is actually my first 2-0 of the whole event. I think I 2-1'd my way here. And this ends up being probably my most comfortable matchup.
But here we go, game number 2. We have the Skarmory from Fuelback into the Altaria from Tomahawk UK. This is a pretty good lead for Fuelback.
Yep, that is true.
And if you've ever wanted to see an ABB, this is it. His only real answer to my Charger Bug is his Whiscash. As soon as I see a Skarm, you know there's probably a Whiscash in the back. And I was like, I'm just going to put my Charger Bug out. And it means Basti's going to be free. However,
there's an 8.
There's an 8.
How are you winning this? How are you winning this?
And the only way to win this, the only way I can win this game is to flip switch. That is it. There is no other way I can win. If I don't get switch, I lose. And Martine has just said that. Martine has just said Charger Bug can flip this, and that's exactly what I need here.
Tomahawk UK is in a pretty fine spot. Whiscash needs 2 attacks regardless, but it looks like Tomahawk UK is putting up the shield here immediately, and he does get the attack drop.
Colin, of course I got debuffed.
But with the Volt Switch adding up, I'm curious
Classic.
if this Charger Bug can still flip it.
Oh, he goes for Mod Bomb, right?
Yes, so he makes a mistake.
Because if he goes straight to Scald, he wins the 2s.
Exactly. He chats to me about this afterwards. He makes a mistake here. So he throws this Mud Bomb because he's miscounted my Volt Switches. So he actually thinks that he will reach.
Oh, there is a Mud Bomb coming in, and I find that very, very interesting.
No, actually, it's the next Mud Bomb that was the mistake. This one's fine. This is a good bait. This is a good bait. This was the mistake. He throws a Mud Bomb there, thinking that he reaches 2 Mud Bombs, and that 1 Scald might not be enough. So he's confident that he can reach 2 Mud Bombs before I reach 2 X-Scissors, and that's why he throws there. And as soon as he does that, I go, I'm about to flip switch here. Because I know that he's not going to reach 2 Mud Bombs.
To flip the switch advantage, that's going to be very crucial in this matchup. I really love this strategy from Tomahawk UK, where he just safe switches the Charger Bug, and the only thing that can really answer it from Fuelback is the Wish Cash.
So Philbeg shields this because he doesn't think I'm at one. He thinks he's about to reach his next mud bomb, and then you can see his reaction there. He's like, oh, head in hands. At that point, it's game over.
This is looking good for Tomahawk. And he even brought the Shadow.
But the thing that I need to be... This doesn't mean the game is over, though. This actually doesn't mean the game is over, because an Annihilate with energy and shields down can sweep a team.
This is so crucial because otherwise the Annihilate would counter down the Shadow Bastiodon. Annihilate is coming in here. Actually,
so I can't obviously switch. I've got to let his Annihilate take me out, and he gets like a pretty good farm. He gets the perfect farm. So part of me is like, uh-oh, he's getting a lot of farm here. But what would I say his mistake is here?
So much damage here. There's no protect shields as
I don't know if I'd say it's a mistake, but this is where I've got to just be basically a little bit careful. And this, if I say so myself, this is where we start to see some skillful Bastiodon play. So I stay in and I get my Sky Attack. I want access to my Sky Attack as straight away because I know I'm going to need it, the Sky Attack, to take out the 8 later. I know I need that, and I know Basti has a comfortable matchup. So I bank my Sky Attack first, and then I go into Basti. Now watch this skill, folks.
Skarby's just stuck here.
Oh, that is so huge. He actually went
So firstly, I do the standard tap, 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 as you need to do. He's throwing Brave Birds. He wants to minimize my my farm against his Skarm. And I go, at this point here, I go, hold on a minute. Look how much health I've got. His Ape is going to fully farm my Basti down, and he's just going to throw a Shadow Ball into my Altaria and win. So I have to... Oh, Henry, thank you very much. Oh, Kachina Mum, thank you very much for the gifted sub. I can't allow Basti to come out of this matchup with this much health. I will lose. So I stop tapping. I stop tapping, and his mistake is that he doesn't stop tapping. So this is where he could have won this game. If he sees me stopping tapping, part of him surely has got to think for a second, why has my opponent stopped tapping? And if he stops tapping here, do you remember that I banked the Sky Attack on the Altaria? But in doing so, I delayed the switch clock a little bit. And
you could just throw a move right before your clock comes up, right?
Yeah, so in my head, I'm thinking if I see an 8, I have to throw an attack on the Basti, then go hopefully straight into Altaria and throw. That's the only way. Yeah, exactly. Stan and Colin have both said it. That's what I'm... So I'm waiting for the 8 to come in. And my worry is that, like, I will miss it or something will happen. So I'm, like, trying to really focus because I need to watch when that 8 comes in. And I need to throw the flamethrower straight away. So I'm letting him farm, But at the same time as doing that, I'm counting his energy. Because what I don't want him is to get to 2 attacks. If he gets to 2 attacks, then I'm potentially in trouble. So I need to take out the Skarm before he gets to 2 attacks, and I need to throw if the 8 comes in. The 8's not coming in because I know his switch clock's not up, because I can see my switch clock, and I know that I only waited about 5 seconds after him. So I know his switch clock isn't up yet. Oh, my WhatsApp, sorry. I have 58 notifications on WhatsApp. There you go. Okay. I now take out the Skarm just before it gets to 2 attacks, and when I'm on low enough health that I think I'm okay, he can't get a farm. Because remember, he threw a Shadow Ball into me. So he's quite a way off another Shadow Ball. He needs another Shadow Ball. So I'm fine here. Now I can throw this Flamethrower. How much does a Shadow Basti Flamethrower do to an 8? This actually impressed me. I was like, yo, that does quite a lot. And then I banked that attack on the Altaria, so I don't have to worry as much. But
perfect execution by Tomahawk UK.
Wow, Tomahawk UK, what a
but that could have been risky. That could have been risky if he did get a full farm down and throw a Shadow Ball. But that was probably my most comfortable matchup of the tournament, I would say. Colin, when are you? Are you the last game? Did you say? Oh wait,
no, the last winners.
Did you?
That'd be great. That would actually be a great.
That's me.
Look at these 2 cuties.
Out here is the Altaria for Scafo 99 because there's not really that many answers on Colin's side, but one Pokemon that's really deceiving in that matchup.
Would we say that Scafo is the most accomplished player potentially in the world that has never won a medal?
Colin has Ice Beam. And Ice Beam is double super effective on the Dragon Empire.
Has he never won a medal?
He's never ever won a medal.
It will almost take it out in
Wow.
one single beam.
What would
Probably,
happen if
then.
he also stopped tapping? Good question.
It takes
I think I still win, but it probably is. It probably his only chance is to maybe stop tapping. But I think I win because if he stops tapping and comes in with his Annihilate as soon as his switch clock allows him to, he has the possibility to farm me down. But I didn't stay in for long enough with my Altaria against his Skarmory. I didn't stay in for more than 10 seconds. Importantly, 10 seconds. I cannot stay for more than 10 seconds. That is the maximum, right? So, why 10 seconds? When he comes in with an Annihilate, I throw an attack from my Bastiodon onto his Annihilate. That attack takes 10 seconds to go through. If I am still switch locked after that, I'm in trouble because he's now farming my Basti for free. So I can only stay in for a maximum of 10 seconds if with the Altaria, and I wanted to get to the Sky Attack, and I knew I could do that within a couple of seconds, so I was fine to do it. Stan says you have to take into account that Fareed can always throw if you do something stupid. Yes. Yes. That's it. And yeah, what the Moose makes a good point. If you stop tapping, sometimes the visuals don't update because the game doesn't register input, and sometimes the UI gets a bit funky. So that can be an issue as well with that strategy. But I think I still win. But as soon as I see him farming and everything, and I knew that he wasn't doing that, I knew I was fine. I knew that as soon as my Basti's low, then my Altaria will win. Right, let's watch these two.
Such a long time to reach these charge attacks.
Let's watch these two.
Your opponent is just going to reach another ice.
Maxwell says, I was talking to some judges backstage. He doesn't like talking about that. Lol. I assume we're talking about Scaffo being the most accomplished non-medalist in the world. He did get, he did pretty well at Worlds, right? Did he get top 8? Colin, did Scaffo get top 8 at Worlds?
He did get top 16, but I don't think top 8. Maybe he did, I don't know.
Nice.
At least top 16.
Trent, thank you very much. Thank you. Top 12? Top 12. Scaffo got 5th? Make your mind up, team.
She crushed it at Stockholm because nobody knew how to play against. And
5th at Worlds seems to be the consensus, which technically is top 12, so no one was wrong. Okay, let's go forward. You're happy with this?
Yeah, of course. I think Martijn mentions it later on. He calls it a nasty strategy to lead triple strong, to play triple strong into Ape.
Yeah.
Because I know it's coming.
Yeah.
And that was my strategy.
But I also want to say that all of his Pokemon, we're going into the Lickitung with a Ghost type. That is nothing.
It does get a little bit tricky at the end. Still.
Yeah.
Annihilate in the back for Scaffo really doesn't have too much play.
Because these licks put me in Shadow Ball range, which is a little uncomfortable.
So what's he doing? He just goes triple strong to Annihilate here. There's no
Yeah, that Martijn just said that you went triple strong.
Goes for 100 energy, and now the power-up is going to deal a lot of damage. You're not going to be able to throw 2 disarming voices here. I think, we are actually going to be able, because
Leo says he's not going to be able to throw 2 disarming voices, and then goes, oh wait, no, he will be able to throw 2 disarming voices.
Lickitung goes down. That is terrible for Scaffo99 because now you have to take a Shadow Ball on either Annihilate or the Altaria.
The question is, he throws the disarming voice here into the Altaria. Does slightly less damage than a Shadow Ball, I would assume, even though it's super effective. Actually, I'm not too sure.
Perhaps he was afraid of the Wigglytuff. Yeah. and you don't want to throw Shadow
Colin,
Ball
could you answer Maxwell's question? He is asking you, is that an extra small Skeledirge?
It is. It actually is. Yeah. It's quite funny.
That is quite funny. And actually, in a way, because obviously Maxwell's obviously a Skeledirge user as well, so he's probably used to a standard size Skeledirge. Colin, is there any insight as to why you chose to bring your extra small Skeledirge to an event, please?
Because it's the only one I have, right?
Fair enough.
You know me.
There's the answer. But to be honest, if I could choose, I genuinely think the extra small Pokemon in PvP is way better because you can see more of the screen.
Yeah, I wish I had an extra small Altaria.
Yeah. I want to hear Colin say extra small more. If you want to hear more, clip this.
So now go for the counter, go for slight energy advantage. Cresselia is dry on energy, but let's see, this is gonna get pretty...
Altaria definitely takes up way too much space on the screen. It's very annoying.
Let's see, both trains are firing up now. Finally, the first charge stack is thrown, and Scaff99 wants to preserve that energy, doesn't want to get taken out by a potential Moonblast here, and puts out the protect shield against the Grass Knot.
That is true, and especially in the 2-shield scenario, which Colin is apparently expecting to play. A Grass Knot will be enough.
At this point, I just decided to sweep with Altaria, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think at this point...
God, you have been getting some insane no shields, haven't you?
Super effective. Go to take out the Altaria. Now being able to get to a Shadow Ball here.
Yeah, but I think no shielding just makes sense. Although he doesn't now have Altaria in the back. So he might... The bait makes sense for him because if he thinks there's a Magnezone in the back.
EJ, welcome in. So I want to give a little shout out to EJ because EJ is... EJ, I'm about to climb up your... I'm going to give you a compliment here, actually. EJ entered VG for the first time instead of Go. So firstly, that's a huge help to all of the Go players because EJ will probably sweep quite a lot of you, including me, which he's done. But you not only played VG, EJ, but well done on going positive in your first VG tournament. I thought that's awesome. Inspiring. And I'm hoping that if there are opportunities to play different formats next season, I would love to play different formats. Just experience what VG or TCG involves and things. So yeah, big shout out to EJ for taking that step and then for doing well.
Scaffo actually investing everything into that Annihilate. That was just impossible to overcome. And that
Colin, how are you feeling at this point? You're happy with this matchup? You're confident?
Yeah, I mean, it looks great. You only had the Ape for the Magnezone, which I didn't bring. It was my strategy game 1, and then game 2, I did decide to bring it.
Wow, his team is very weak to it, isn't it?
Yeah, he just Annihilate. And I think he doesn't bring it game 2 because I let play triple strong ins with game 1. And yeah, it's just going to sweep.
Into the Magnezone. So where are you going to place that? Also, in fact,
yeah, I'm actually quite surprised at this team from Scaffo actually, because he obviously knows Bolash is bringing Shadow Magnezone. He knows that other players are probably likely to follow suit. Licky can be uncomfortable for zone, but like it's not a counter, right? Like if you're forced to use Licky into Shadow Magnezone, the Shadow Magnezone player is probably pretty happy.
What Colin is going to bring.
If Arrow is still in chat, then Arrow will tell you that he is perfectly happy bringing Dugong into a Magnezone team. He will actually try and use Dugong as a counter to Magnezone. And if you use your energy correctly, then it works. You gotta. Isn't there an Altaria breakpoint versus zone? Yes, there is. Yeah, Arrow, I said it works. There is an Altaria breakpoint versus zone. If you've got the Altaria that gets the breakpoint against Cresselia and Lantern, you'll have it versus Shadow Magnezone as well.
Oh goodness, Colin is just sitting in Scaffo's head.
He's gone triple weak to not triple weak, but triple soft to Shadow Magnezone here.
Yeah, because he was scared of the Skeledirge, I guess, which I brought game 1. So I just played the zeros here, because I'm saving shields for the Magnezone. And I think he decides to shield and take switch.
Yeah.
Because I suppose he wants the Lantern on the Skeledirge. He's hoping it's in the back.
Yeah.
But instead I'm going to get a farm down with Magnezone. And that's just game over.
Mountain Dugong, I think you're right. If you can lose your Licky into a zone, then that's better than nothing. If you can lose your Cress into a Basti, then that's better than nothing. The one danger is if you're relying on those strats, you're also leaving yourself in farm down range for this. This is a problem as well. Licky soft wins quite a lot of matchups, and it ends up giving farm to something else. And now what? Colin's like, you brought an Altaria in?
what Colin is going to do.
You're getting wild charged.
And the mirror shot. This guy going to call this wild charge here. This would do a lot of damage if no shielded. And oh, he puts up the protection at the last second.
So here, Colin, how come you went for a mirror shot instead of switching out? What was your thinking there? Because I would have switched out here.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if one Moonblast would be enough. Probably would have been actually, but in the moment, I was like, just put it in Moonblast range.
Fair enough. So that you just like guarantee getting it in Moonblast range, but with hindsight, you would probably switch out here. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Here into the
do you get the debuff?
Also, I don't think so.
That would be funny.
But also with Licky gone, Cress is just so free.
Yeah. Yeah, very true.
And what attack are you going to throw? Yeah, you're going for the Sky attack. It's less energy, hoping to get to 2. You could argue going for 1 Moonblast in case Colin throws that Moonblast immediately into the Altaria.
What the Moose says, it's crazy people run Licky, Ape and Alt, especially after Martine and that guy at Stockholm gave Wiggly a lot more screen time. I don't think Wiggly's very good. Firstly, Licky is fine into Wiggly, right? Ape, way more prominent and way too good. Alt, way too prominent, way too good. Wiggly is an anti-meta pick, but it's never going to stop people using Ape and Alt.
But there's so much energy on the Cresselia here. Cresselia is almost at 2 Grassles. I'm not sure if 2 Grassles will be enough, but with the Psycho Cut...
Yeah, Wiggly is good in the sense that it's an anti-meta option. It's an anti-meta option into it, but Swift Wiggly is hard meta. Licky is not fine into Wiggly on even energy. How bad is it? I'm going to have to pause that because I don't want to lie to you. We're just going to quickly check the Licky versus Wiggly matchup to see if it's terrible for Licky or if it's possible. Okay, 1s are pretty not ideal. 2, you know what I mean? You're never playing the 2s, right? That's never happened. What about 0s? 0s are probably what's most relevant. So if you can safe swap a Licky and get any form of head start, you're fine. So yes, Dan, you're right. Off even energy. Oh, you should throw an Icy Wind? Okay. Wow, you even reach a Power Whip? Maybe not. You might reach a Power Whip. That's not bad. That's not terrible. If you get any energy head start with a Licky and they counter swap Wiggly, to Mountain Dugong's point earlier about sacking your Licky into a Magnezone, I'd pretty happy. Yeah, but Jox, if it's a Basti, who cares? Licky is pretty busted. If I give this a 1-turn switch, does it make a difference? Honestly, with the 1-turn switch Jox, they might not even get to the Icy Wind. If you could take that out with 2, depends what you're coming in with. It depends. It depends. It's not great, but it's not the worst thing in the world. I don't think. I personally don't. I don't like Wiggly that much. Why are we giving Chalmers airtime? Because Giratina Wiggly might make an appearance again, and so people should at least be prepared for it, right?
Actually, yep, this is a lot of damage.
Colin, would you ever use Wigglytuff?
Immediate pivot out into
I don't think so.
Why not?
Too slow for me.
Yeah. What about with Swift?
It still takes 7, right? Jumps.
Yeah.
It's 21 turns.
It's too slow. You heard it here, folks. Best player in Europe doesn't want to use Wiggly. You shouldn't either. Right, that was a good win for you. That looked like it was fairly comfortable for you. Was that your last game of the day?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Right. Well done, Colin. Well done. Day 2.
4, 3, 2.
Stan says that was a good win for him.
True.
Stan,
You're welcome.
Stan needed Scafo to not go too far, otherwise it would affect his travel award. Sergio asks you, Colin, would you use Wigglytuff if Swift was 35 energy? Only 6 charms.
Still a no. It's probably still a no.
Still a no. Still a no.
I don't think I'll use charm.
Mr. Frodo Baggins says, mark my words, the world champ will have Wiggly on the team. Let's see. We will see. No, I won't, Master Frodo Baggins. No, I won't.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Sergio says, thank you for supporting my point of 35 energy. Swift would have been fine. Who's Noctilypsian? It's a cool name. Status Stan? Stan, look how skinny you are then. Do you miss that? Wait, what? What do you mean, wait, what? Did you miss yourself, Stan? If anyone wants to see skinny Stan, he's coming up right now. Look at this cutie. Little baby Stan.
Maybe it's just the hair.
Maybe it's just the hair. Weedle was trying to rock your hairstyle, Stan. He needs a haircut. Weedle, if you're still here. Jillian, if you're in chat, cut Maxwell's hair. Right, let's go. Who's introing?
Prepare for trouble and make it double.
Okay. So he was a little bit... We're doing an Eric analysis on this cast. This is what we're doing. This is what I'm going to spend my time doing. Okay, so as soon as this change... my hair is nothing like Stan's. It's getting there. It's getting there, Weedle. You need to be careful. So as soon as this changes to the city scene, Eric should start talking. But he takes a second.
Prepare for trouble and make it double. I'm Nighttime Clasher, and I'm joined here by Martijn.
We also didn't actually get to see the sunglasses because he didn't wait for the camera to cue to him.
Eric,
like get in chat.
My sunglasses a little bit too early.
Someone get Eric.
We're here in
I want to roast him to his face.
It seems like a lot of our trainers this weekend have really enjoyed the Bastiodon. And as we progress into this competition, we might just see it win for the first time. I think that's something that people were pretty surprised about yesterday. What are your thoughts on the first day, Martijn?
Yeah, Bastiodon indeed made an incredible impression. I must say, Bastiodon has won a tournament before in 2022 in Oceania. But this might be the first time a Shadow Bastiodon might win. So yeah, Tomahawk UK is in the tournament. There are many top players in the tournament. So super excited to see that today.
It's been a historically very strong pick in the Oceania region. We see them play it a lot at Worlds and honestly have quite some success with it. Here, though, it might just break barriers for the first time in Europe. Already has had success in the hands of Caleb Peng and NA, for example. But speaking of NA, let's take a look at the regional schedule for this entire year and what we've already had in Europe.
Right,
okay,
we
we'll
have
flip
come
through
all
this.
The next trainers for that in
Hawaii. They do so through a system called Championship Points, and this is the first time we've ever done it in Pokemon Go.
From the first patient, etc. I need 500.
Someone told me that Eric starts talking about IVs, and I think it's in this segment.
So that players are doing.
There's some trainers that already.
Colin, are you excited to see an updated table?
Here. Who's also top 12.
I might have been refreshing the page a few times every day.
Great number there. Colin, these players
here along further down.
It took a while for the Stockholm points to go up, so
he's
yeah,
also
that's true.
Hopefully these will be faster.
Yesterday, we had a great day of competition with that Bastion, as you just said.
God, they're obsessed with Bastion.
I feel like did find a good amount of success, mostly on the bench. But of course, let's take a look at what actually happened yesterday and what we went through.
Absolutely. I believe we saw a lot of Annihilate gameplay, right? I don't think we saw a lot of boost. Is that boost potential on the Night Slash?
I saw some people complaining about Night Slash again on Twitter today.
when things don't work out, you put
Alessio was complaining, Colin, I don't know if you saw it, Alessio was complaining about Night Slash.
Also is such incredible
Yeah,
coverage
I saw
and
that.
I think Annihilate really is that main Pokemon that you have to be careful of in the current meta.
When we talk about counters to Annihilate, the main one, honestly,
What is your
Gligar,
opinion on it?
I feel like
My
Gligar is
opinion.
not on
Who
that
wants
many
my?
teams
Do
right
you want
now.
my opinion? Okay. My opinion on Annihilate is firstly that it should never have been given Shadow Ball and Night Slash. Is that instead it should have been given a cheap ghost attack like Shadow Punch with a slight buff, which could then be replaced by Rage Fist when it gets its Comday, and close combat or a coverage nuke like Overheat or Outrage. And I think that that should have been the best way to release Annihilate, on the basis that I didn't want a Mewtwo mirror situation in Great League where it's bait dependent. Now that it's bait dependent and we're accepting that it's bait dependent, the question is Night Slash. Night Slash is fine. Night Slash is not a good attack. It is not a particularly high DPE attack. It is not a stab attack. It does not give it better coverage, but it does give it the pacing that it needs to keep up with the current meta. And some people prefer Ice Punch. Eric actually is an example of someone who prefers Ice Punch. And there are situations in which I think Ice Punch can have play. If you use Annihilate in a Gligar meta and you're safe swapping your Annihilate and you want to draw out the Gligar but be able to hit it back, then yeah, sure, I can see that there's play for Ice Punch. Generally speaking, I like for my fighter to do what a fighter should do. And that's one of the reasons why I tend to run high attack Annihilate, because I want my fighter to beat a Lickitung, for example. But also, when you're in neutrals, pacing becomes really important. And so Night Slash, or it didn't even need to be Night Slash. A 5 counter charged attack needed to be present on Annihilate. Otherwise, it would not be very good, I don't think. And Annihilate should be good. Annihilate is a Pokemon that we want to be good. It's as I've said many times, it's one of the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. It's one of the Pokemon that should shape the meta. And I don't want it to be nerfed on the basis that it's got high usage after a couple of months, when people were perfectly fine with, or some of you were perfectly fine with Medi being around for years, and some of you still asking for Medi to come back. You're crazy. You're crazy. No Medi, please. Not until 2025. Annihilate is fine. Annihilate usage you can actually reduce by reducing Vigoroth. One of the reasons why I definitely run Annihilate is because I get so annoyed at people using Vigoroth as a free safe swap into anything, because Vigoroth has play into every single Pokemon in the meta other than Annihilate. And so if you don't have an Annihilate on your team and your opponent has a Vigoroth, they will just use it constantly, and I find that really annoying. So if you really want to reduce Annihilate usage, you have to reduce Vigoroth usage. If you're happy with Vigoroth, don't complain about Annihilate, because they're part and parcel of the same. They have to balance. Annihilate has to balance Vigoroth, otherwise it's too free. And Vigoroth's pacing it's got 5 pacing as well. It's got coverage. Body Slam's an insane move. Counters an insane move, but it doesn't take super effective damage from much. Vigoroth is more of a problem unchecked than Annihilate is in my mind. Marshadow is not Great League eligible, so I don't think that makes a difference. Would Ape still do fighter things with Shadow Punch and close combat? I think so. I think it would. It would. The counter pressure is pretty heavy. The close combat pressure is pretty massive. The need to shield close combats is pretty massive, and the Ghost plus fighting combination is not resisted by anything really. No single type resists both fighting and Ghost, so that's why the coverage is really cool. And I think that if they'd given it Shadow Punch to start with, then they could have given it Rage Fist at a later point, and they could buff it, and they can tweak Rage Fist to whatever they need it to be. Now, with Rage Fist, what kind of attack? Just have a think. You've got access to Shadow Ball. What kind of attack does Rage Fist need to be for you to run Rage Fist? Because you should run, in principle, you should run a legacy signature attack on a Pokemon. That's what we want, right? We want Roar of Time, for example, to be better than Dialga's existing set. We want Spatial Rend to be better. We want Hydro Cannon to be better for the starters. What does Rage Fist need to be to start running it? Shadow Ball's already very good. So in order to make Rage Fist usable, You've got to make it better than Shadow Ball. That's kind of scary. So that's why I think that they did Annihilate slightly wrong. For Night/Now, I don't mind. I don't mind it. If you're getting back-to-back boosts, yeah, sure, I can understand it's frustrating. But it's not a concern enough that I would say it needs a nerf. I think that we are on the precipice of having some Pokemon come into the meta that will that will potentially be more problematic. So remember how much contempt some of you might have now for Annihilate, and just wait for Aegislash, and then we can talk. Is what I say. Just wait for Aegislash, and then we can talk.
Now, most people are opting for Altaria, they're opting for Cresselia. And the thing about Annihilate is, when you're up shields, Altaria and Cresselia are really not that big of a problem.
Right, and many players are now opting for an Altaria that has more attack.
So this is where Eric potentially makes a big caster boo-boo. I think he starts talking about IVs here.
The grand finals only because she had more attack on her Altaria than the average Altaria. And that got her the regional championship.
Claudia, thank you so much for joining. Have a good evening.
How those little stats, the attack, the defense, and HP can really make a difference in these championships.
No, but Luke, the difficulty with Aegislash again, so Aegislash is number 2 of the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse, in my mind. And you do want it to be usable. Can we get into some battles? Let me roast Eric first, Maxwell.
Altaria with around 132 to 133 HP. If you look under your Altaria and you look at the stats, that might give you a good idea of how comfortable it is going to be against Annihilate. If you're at that threshold, you might lose the one-shield scenarios by the Annihilate going straight Shadow Ball. So, I guess go to your apps, take some photos of your Altaria's IVs, and maybe like even put them on social media for us. We're going to talk about the socials in a second. But
I wondered at that point if there was someone in his ear saying, shut up, Eric. You're not allowed to talk about IVs. Get on with it. But he quickly changed his topic, and he didn't actually realize he actually said IVs when I asked him later. So let's flick to first games. Colin, did you play first or did I play first on day 2?
You played first.
Okay.
Pretty sure.
Hey, it's Maxwell. Well done, Maxwell, for winning this game. You look good in yellow. Where are we? Hello, there he is.
He wins.
Okay.
Just put 2 shields on Wigglytuff, you're okay.
Surely.
So, IVs are not technically ever talked about in the game. There's no reference to IVs anywhere officially. They're not like an official thing. So we're discouraged from ever talking about IVs. And the casters are generally guided on... So if you're ever watching a stream and you're wondering why they don't talk about IVs, that's why. Yes, Luke, he did talk about HP, and that was fine. He then talked about exact numbers of HP, which generally they don't want you to talk about, because what they do... You have to remember it like this. Take a second, everyone. Don't panic. Don't panic. These streams are not designed for the most experienced players, right? They're not designed for you guys. They're designed for new viewers. Chipper, exactly. They are designed for new viewers. The aim of the game is grow the stream by bringing in newer players. Now, if a newer player who doesn't know loads about Pokemon Go tunes into a stream and all they can hear is, well, you need the Annihilate breakpoint against the Lickitung, but you need to make sure you don't lose the bulk point because the Lick bulk point will... They'll just be like, okay, this is too complicated. What's the point? It is dissuasive if it becomes too complex. So the general rule of thumb is that you speak in a way that allows players of all abilities and levels, of all experience levels, to understand and follow what's going on. Most of you, I know that most of you in chat, like, you're great players. You know what's going on. You don't even need to listen to us talk. You're only listening most of the time for entertainment. You're not listening for knowledge. But a lot of people listen for knowledge. They listen to learn. And if that's what's happening, you need to make sure that your commentary is tailored to probably the majority of those viewers, because they're the most important viewers to help. Jock says, thanks for assuming that. No, Jox needs to listen. Jox needs to listen to Eric tell you about the 130. Yeah, a lot of you can watch party. Well, Dudo, I hope you still get to listen to my commentary if you're still watching a watch party. That's all I'd say. But IVs are not officially endorsed in the game. Then they're not specifically spoken about. So what I personally try and do, what Eric's trying to do here, is he's trying to help players by talking about builds, but you're not supposed to talk about exact stats and you're not supposed to talk about IVs. But what I might say, you might hear me say, they've opted to build a higher attack Gligar because it gives them an advantage into a Lantern. You might say that. But what I wouldn't say is, you know, if you can hit 110.2, you're likely to hit the attack stat needed to get the breakpoint against a rank 3 Lantern, which runs slightly higher. You know what I mean? You're not supposed to say that. If you want that information, I'll tell you here. But that's not what you're supposed to say on the public stream. That's all.
In fact, you even resist all the charge stacks on the Bastiodon.
Oh, that's huge.
Okay, so this matchup, this is against
is very uncomfortable.
This is against
Vigoroth, actually. It
Young
really
Cass, who is also a TM Pizza member.
Let's see what the lead is.
I'll just pause there just so you can have a look at the teams. So, okay, again, the teams are actually the wrong way around. My team's the one on the left, his team's the one on the right. We're actually running near identical teams, except I've got a Cresselia and he's got a Shadow Gligar. So, in building the teams, he knew he was going to bring a Bastiodon. He's already top cut with Bastiodon before. So he knew he wanted to bring a Bastiodon, and he was building around his Bastiodon, and I think he's probably watched my streams as well, and watched me using Shadow Quag, and he was like, do you know what, Shadow Quag looks pretty good. Oh, the teams are actually half right, because he does have Shadow Gligar, but on the thing, it's just the Shadow that's wrong. His Bastie's not Shadow, mine is. I'm cool. So he ended up coming into this matchup, and actually a lot of people said, oh, it's just basically a mirror matchup, it's fine. And Maxwell, I remember I messaged you actually about this to talk about it, and you were like, oh, it's mostly a mirror match, and I was like, yeah, but when you look at it, this is actually a really rough matchup for me, because Shadow Gligar has a lot of play into my team, and his Bastiodon also has more play into my team because I don't have a Shadow Gligar. So his Basti looks fine, his Shadow Gligar looks really good. And actually, Shadow Gligar can win the one shields against every single Pokemon on my team. So that was uncomfortable. I know that he likes leading Basti. Young Cass, the day before, led Basti 3 times into Alessio. 3 times he led it into A Mind Jokes, Annihilate. And 2 of those times he still managed to win, which is pretty insane. It's pretty insane to be able to do that. He flipped what was otherwise an RPS. So he knows that I watch those games. I know that he knows I watch those games. And so what do? Game 1, I play hard ABA weak to Basti. And if he leads Basti, I definitely lose. I would have tried to obviously play into it. I would have brought my Cress into it. But I am playing hard ABA on the basis that he's trying to scare. Yeah, this is mind games. This is mind games. And I remember I said to Martijn and Eric, just as I was walking up towards the stage, I said to them both, I'm about to go hard ABA to Basti here, watch. And Eric was like, you're an idiot. He was like, don't do that. You're a madman. Don't do that. He'll definitely lead Basti game 1. And Martijn said, I think you're absolutely right. Run that hard ABA.
Altaria into Altaria, and now the backline is what's going to matter. How is Young Cass going to deal with this Cresselia?
Incredible. I actually would expect that the Bastiodon from Young Cass came out, but we don't see it on his line of 3 at all. There's so much play into the team from Tomahawk. And look at that. Tomahawk went quite weak to that Bastiodon even. Man, the health's dropping so quickly here. Going to shield that Moonlas here. Tomahawk UK, he might be expecting the Bastiodon.
As we know,
he really wants an Annihilate.
One of the ways to play Basti, I don't know why I'm teaching people how to play Basti. One of the ways to play Basti is you want alignment where you can get it. And Altaria is a really good option to pair with Basti because it's good at getting alignment. When it's not resisted, a lot of the time 2 Shield Dragon Breath can win a lot of early matchups. And then if you get alignment, you're fine. Here, we're both running high attack Altaria. And I think that I would lose CMP. So I'm not going to throw on CMP. I'm not risking it because I think there's a chance I'll lose it. Even though we're both running high attack, I think I would lose. And so in my head, when you throw an attack, we all know when you throw an attack, your opponent gets a fast attack through. And so when he throws this first attack, I get a Dragon Breath through. And my plan was shield up the Altaria, take advantage of the extra Dragon Breath that I got that he didn't get, and just fully farm the whole thing down, and then pick your alignment later. Because I cannot afford for my Annihilate to be against his Gligar. If that happens, I lose. So I don't know if you can see it on this screen because the Championship Series is covering it. You can see it on Carsim's side, on Young Cass's side. I basically take this Altaria into red. I give up a shield because I guarantee alignment. And for me, that was more valuable. The alignment was more valuable than the shield. In other matchups, and especially when Colin's playing in neutral games, Colin, I think you've sometimes said, I'd rather have the shield than the alignment because you're playing a more neutral matchup. Would you agree?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, he barely Dragon Breath down. Tomahawk UK has a switch advantage. Oh, man, but this is so close. He's looking to switch.
He can't farm down in one attack. He can't farm down.
So here, the Shadow Gligar comes in, and I'm not 100% certain if my Altaria can survive the wing attack. I didn't want to risk it, so I thought I'd just throw a Moonblast. With hindsight, I can throw 2 Sky Attacks here. I'll learn that for next time. Right, next time I try this strat into an Altaria and they come with a Gligar, I know that I can survive 2. But for this time, I only threw the Moonblast because I wasn't sure.
Moonblast though, not risking going for 1 Sky. I think he could do it. Sky Attack. Yeah,
he could do it.
He could have done it, but he's going for 1 Moonblast instead. Now he has the Cresselia on this Gligar.
But I get my shield back.
On the Quagsire
so I've got my shield back and I've got alignment, and he's got basically no energy. So this is the dream situation at this point for me. And if he had a Bastion in the back, then obviously I'd be laughing. But he's actually done well to get the Cresselia out and away from his Quag. But still, I obviously can't put my Annihilate into his Shadow Gligar. So this is still very good for me.
Looks to be a good Cresselia. Yeah, I think it is a pretty good Cresselia. I know that Tomahawk UK really likes to mess a little bit around with those attack, defense, and HP stats. But I think that Cresselia, you really want a high defense.
No shield. Now,
you need 2 attacks, I think, right?
Oh, he can't do it with the Grass Knot now. Grass Knot's not enough, he needs a Moonblast.
I think it will put it low enough that the Annihilate might be able to counter down this Gligar. Let's see. No shield on this ground type charge attack. Junkas is definitely not going to swap out of this one, because if you would catch a Grass Knot on Quagsire, it would do too much. Is Junkas expecting the Annihilate in the back? See if he puts a Protect Shield. And no! He puts it all on the Quagsire!
But this is great! He can farm this down.
For who's this great?
The Cresselia's out of here. Never mind. Aquadale coming through. This is going to be bait dependent. He needs.
It's funny. So Motic says top casting from an Adequance. Yeah, exactly. He says attack, defense, and HP stats instead of saying IVs. Exactly. But also it's funny because Eric goes, "This is great," and then Martine turns to him and goes, "Great for who?" And Eric just doesn't answer the question. I'm just like,
for land to win, so he
who
needs
at
2
this point,
if he shields
I'm interested in knowing who Eric thinks is going to win.
He wins.
The Aquatails come out so fast, though. It's only 4 Mudshield to get there. I think Tomahawk cannot even go for a Shadow Boy here. I think he has to hope for that Night Slash boost. Let's see. You have to shield this Tomahawk UK, because otherwise you have nothing left. Now he's at 1 counter over 2 Night Slash. Let's see what he's going to do here.
Okay, Night Slash number 1. I think if you're Young Cass, you have to no-shield this.
So I don't know if you could hear that. Colin, he says, if you're Young Cass, you have to no-shield that. Now, if Young Cass no-shields that, he loses. Because 1 Night Slash lands, I don't even need to throw the next one. My counter damage is doing way more than enough damage. So he does have to shield this.
You have to no-shield this.
I mean, there's no way. You cannot no-shield. Do not get counted down, especially if there's a boost. Let's see.
So, and then you hear Martine say, there's no way you can't no-shield this. So Martine is on it. He's paying attention.
Attack boost might be crucial here. And no, there's no attack boost. Charge attack priority. How much is this Night Slash gonna do? It is a Shadow Quagsire.
But it doesn't matter because he can't live the Cycle Cuts after this regardless. Here comes the Night Slash. Oh, it doesn't. Oh my gosh. It's gonna get close. It's gonna get close. Cycle Cut versus
Mudshield. Oh my goodness. Both are not
and then,
the strongest.
And I know this is turning into an Eric roast session,
but
he deserves it.
Here we go. Cresselia.
1, 2, 3, 4. Tomahawk!
He wins the battle!
I think that's the first time I've ever celebrated a game with a fist bump.
Honestly, he was shaking his head.
That was pretty huge.
I was very nervous going into this game. This was probably the matchup I was most nervous about. Colin, you can attest to this because when we were getting ready for bed on the Saturday, I was like, I really don't want to lose this game.
Yeah, for sure. You did quite a bit of scrims as well.
Yeah.
Which didn't go too well, right?
I scrimmed against PvP David. I think we did David, if you're still around, can you remember how many matches we did? I can't remember. We did quite a lot, and David was wiping the floor with me. It was. I was worried going into this because I was like, this is going to be tricky, and then that was why I was like, the way to win this is to play some ridiculous lines, and that's why I played that ABA team, because when I was playing safe ABB teams, I was still losing.
Health on his Cresselia, but I'm surprised
just because the Shadow Gligar was so good.
Would actually get it there.
Wow, the Quagsire is so fast, but that one last Psycho Cut, just barely enough. The battle of the two low damage fast attacks, and Cresselia just barely winning it. That was an incredible battle. I think Yuka's
that battle gave me a lot of energy, I'm going to be honest.
Maybe he was expecting Tomahawk UK's Quagsire because it has so much play into Yuka's team as well. But the Quagsire was not on the back. It was the Annihilate.
Nighttime Clash won an EU regional. It is true.
If you are one,
it is true.
Ahead as Junkas with his Quagsire, you would win against an opposing Quagsire.
I want to talk about how
it's he's SJ. All I'll say is he's very lucky that I had to play against 2 best-of-5s. If it was just 1 best-of-5, then I'd have been fine.
Smart Farid has been in this matchup. In that lead, Altaria versus Altaria, he judged the amount of HP perfectly. If he has, like, let's say 135 HP on his Altaria, and the opponent has a 139.
Why is he talking about HP?
He would lose instantly this entire game because he wouldn't get the Dragon Breath down, wouldn't come out with the move, and would have also used the shield. But he made
that ABA team was your idea, David. You're right. That was your idea.
Down after not throwing a Moonblast, and due to that, I think that was the entire reason he won this game.
I think so too. Well, at that point, there was no reason to bait the grass anymore, right, on the last charge attack, because he would only get to 1 here. Take a look at these teams here. Annihilate, Bastidon makes
Why have they not given me my Shadow Basti? That's very sad for me. Now it looks like I'm a normal Bastidon user, which is not anything anyone wants.
Play into the team from Junkas. I think that Tomahawk UK
Why is Annihilate so small?
Why
have I got Ice Punch Annihilate? Why have I got Discharge Charger Bug? Who is making these?
Exactly, would have a worse matchup there.
I want to break something up. Actually, in that match, it was a little closer than it needed to be because Tomahawk UK waited a turn to throw his Moonblast against the Gligar, letting that wing attack actually go through. If that wing attack had not gone through, I don't think that end would be very close at all.
1 sec. What did Eric just say there? Colin, Eric said, because I paused on the Gligar with my Cress, the wing attack damage went through, and so the matchup was closer than it had to be if I didn't let that wing attack go through. But that's not true, because it didn't matter how much health my Cresselia survives with. What matters, the only thing that matters there, if you assume I'm not getting Mudshot down, right? The only thing that really matters is, can I take out the Quagsire with 4 Psycho Cuts? So it doesn't matter if the Gligar gets a wing attack in or not. That doesn't matter. If he has 1 more HP and survives the 4th Psycho Cut, then he gets his Aqua Tail off, and I lose.
Yeah.
I could have 20 more HP. It makes no difference. So that's not quite right, Eric.
Exactly, and here we see the team from Junkas. It's about the same, but Junkas has that Shadow Gligar, and Shadow Gligar goes really well into Tomahawk UK's team as well. Covers the charge bug from Tomahawk UK quite well. And yeah, the Bastiodon is also a really good Pokemon too.
Yeah, Charger Bug though actually looked quite safe into that last team. The Altaria, Cresselia, and Annihilate. Actually, Charger Bug has played into all 3 of those, but it's so difficult to justify bringing Charger Bug into an Annihilate, into a Bastiodon and Quagsire team.
I agree. I think as Junkas, you kind of always expect the Annihilate to come out, right? Because
Colin, when you were watching, are you surprised that he wasn't using his Basti?
Like,
what were your thoughts when you were watching?
I'm going to bring 3 counters to the Pokemon that counter Bastiodon.
I wasn't really surprised because Gligar is so good.
Yeah.
He has like more opportunities to play neutral rather than risk bringing a Basti.
It's a very neutral matchup for
speaking of neutral
matchup, got the same backlines
as well. Where is the Bastiodon action? Chat wants to see Bastiodon.
Chat wants to see Bastion, we want to see Bastion, but it looks like here this matchup is extremely HP dependent, and it depends on how you train your Gligar and how you train your Cresselia. What stats have you caught them at? Because this could allow Tomahawk UK to win the 1 shield scenario if he can live 2 digs.
Switch advantage might be important here. You don't really want that.
Another mistake from Eric there. He said live digs. We don't use live, we don't use kill, we don't use die.
Quagsire
You're not dying. You're not living.
into the Altaria. But here's the thing that Quagsire does over a Pokemon like Whiscash. You have Stone Edge, and that really helps a lot.
What verse would you use then?
Yeah.
You can say
take out.
Yeah, you can say knocked out. You can say to knock out.
He catches the thing on the Altaria. What an incredible catch. This is not going to do any damage. What if there's Bastiodon in the back, Tomahawk UK? What are you doing?
So Martine says, what if there's Bastiodon in the back? The reason why I think I was happy bringing an Altaria in is because if Youngcas is leading Gligar, can you say survive? I think you can probably say survive. I think no one is going to cause real issue with survive, but live and die are definite no-nos. So Martine says, what if he had a Basti in the back? But like, chat, you tell me. Why did I assume there's no Basti in the back? You tell me why I assumed there was no Basti in the back. Yeah, exactly that. Last Damnation nails it. Quag is probably my best Pokemon into his team. So he's apprehensive of Quag. Gly is fine into Quag, but Gligar is his best Pokemon into my team. So if he loses his Gligar to my Quag, he's lost his best Pokemon into my team. So I didn't think he wanted to do that. I think he wanted to get some good use out of Gligar. And so I didn't expect him to play ABA week to Quag. That's why I was like, I don't think there's a Basti in the back. I can go in with Alt.
But that might... Oh, and this is the telltale sign. There is no Bastion on the back. Maybe... Oh, I was thinking maybe you air lace there.
I think at that point your heart's really pounding. I think he's keeping the air race for a potential Annihilape in the back again. But man, if you catch an Altaria and there's a Bastion on the back, I think the game is like about over.
Yeah, but now it seems like it's really paying off. Made the right call. Making the right call here is Youngcas, shielding up that Moonblast, and now can Dragon Breath all the way down. This is a huge problem for Tomahawk UK.
So I probably misplay there, don't I, Colin? I probably should have gone double Sky Attack. I don't know why I went for the Moonblast.
Well, you got the debuff, right? So I'm not sure if you would have gotten it.
Oh, did I get the debuff? Okay, I'm a genius.
Yeah.
What is he going to do? You don't have any fast attack pressure, right? You have to expend energy here. There's energy on that Cresselia, though, and I think that Cresselia can also hang on to at least one Sky Attack, but I'm not sure about two.
The problem is you can't Grass Knot. You can't Grass Knot.
Yeah.
And
you have to go for
Moonblast. You can't Aqua Tail. You have the Stone Edge. Moonblast comes through.
Do I process all the information in the first minute? No. In the 2 minutes that you get between the game is when I decide that I think he's not going to run ABA. So I lead with Cress. I play soft ABA to Basti in this game because if I see a Basti in the lead, then I go, okay, I'll stay in with Cress. If I see a Gligar in the lead, I'd already thought to myself, he probably won't play Gligar with Basti in the back. He probably won't. The only combination of Gligar Basti I'm expecting to see is in an ABB, not in an ABA.
It's taking the Cresselia into a very low HP range.
Oh man,
oh,
he predicted the blind switch, Tomahawk UK, but Youngcas is staying in. You cannot much down this Altaria. I think at this point you even have to throw.
I know he's debuffed, and I know that energy on Quag is going to go a long way, so that's why I came in.
Aqua Tail here and farm down.
That might be your last resort.
What do we think? From here, do we think Aqua Tail would have taken it out? Probably? Possibly? Colin, any ideas? Anyone know how much?
I mean, it got buffed, so maybe.
Stan says it doesn't. Luke says it does. Some people say no. This is the thing. I wasn't 100% sure, and I didn't want to risk it. I knew he was getting pretty close to his Sky Attack. Mudshots are going to do 1, so if I was like, let's say I was 2 Mudshots away, I risk having to take another Sky Attack. So I did see when I rewatched this game that some people in chat said Aqua Tail definitely kills. Aqua Tail definitely, yeah. But I didn't think it does, so I didn't want to risk it.
Point going for the Stone Edge to make sure that the Altaria goes down. Youngcas no shields immediately.
It is true. Yeah, it's attack weighted, so it probably does a decent amount.
True.
But
at least you have a super effective and cheap charge attack
but
there.
It's safer to Stone Edge, I think.
Yeah, and then there's the own Quagsire, so this is gonna get a little bit dicey.
But
has some energy as
if I had Aqua Tailed, I win the game.
I think that it makes sense that Youngcas.
So maybe it was worth the risk.
Here, simply because he knows that the Grass Knot would do way much
with
more
hindsight
damage here than an Aqua Tail would.
The thing is, Tomahawk UK
because I'd have more energy on this Quag.
Take a look at how much this does. This is going to be crucial. I don't think Aqua Tail's enough.
It's not going to be enough.
With the mud shots.
I don't know. You don't have a lot of fast attack pressure here. And
there's a Gligar.
Yeah, exactly. This Aqua Tail is going to do a lot of damage too, right? So you don't have a lot of time left as Tomahawk UK here. He's waiting at
no-shield this.
I think he will.
Yeah, you have to no-shield this.
Is he gonna? Is he gonna?
Yes.
Yeah, he's gonna no-shield. Because the Gligar cannot get farmed down.
This is so awkward. Psycho cut in. Aqua Tail's charge attack priority. It's going to matter here. Tomahawk UK.
Yeah, Stan, it's just a question of whether or not I can mud-shot it down before it gets to a Sky Attack. That's all. That's what I wasn't sure about. So here, this play was really good from Junkers.
Is so close here, going into the Cresselia, and let's see, Junkers.
He manages to get in with the Gligar and CMP, and that wins in the game. Because I was there watching to see, as soon as the Gligar comes in, throw a Grass Knot.
Swapping! I think Tomahawk UK was barely trying to get that off, but Junkers quick enough with
very
areas,
quick
knocks down the
with the switch and
point,
throw, and that was massive for him.
Time is running out.
So I know at that point that game's gone.
You have a lot of time. Another fast.
Right, we'll skip through. We'll go into game 3.
Come on.
So here, Jox, you said earlier that you might be more okay with playing Gligar Basti. Here, I was like, it's game 3. Game 3, there's more chance opponents play an ABA line. So lead the Quag. If you can get a Basti or a Gligar, that would be really nice. So that's why I lead Quag in game 3. And here is one of the most... This moment here was painful.
Shadow Quagsire.
But this is probably one of the most entertaining games that I feel like I've been a part of.
Tremendous lead for Junkers, and we see no Bastion again.
Well, no real ones.
Let's see what Eric advises.
Tomahawk UK, you go for the Aqua Tail bait there, and you swap to the Altaria. Let him.
So did you hear that? So Eric goes, yep, you should go for the Aqua Tail bait, and you go for the Altaria. And prior to the game, Eric had said to me, yeah, make sure you Aqua Tail bait before you Stone Edge. And so this is the first time I've listened to Eric's advice.
Good. Oh, and no shot. Oh! He is not cooking. He's not cooking. Oh, this is devastating.
And that is part of the reason why Eric is squealing, because Eric knows that he told me to bait.
Your energy kind of lost there. However, this
can't swap.
And my lips are pursed at this point. My lips are pursed because I know this is now an uncomfortable match for me. But one thing is that his Altaria is now getting pretty close to Moonblast range. So let's just go through that again, because that was actually a funny caster moment, I think.
Here's the thing.
There. Well, no real ones clearly, but I think Tomahawk UK, you go for the Aqua Tail bait there, and you swap to the Altaria. Let him cook.
Oh, and no shot. Oh! He is not cooking. He's not cooking. Tomahawk UK. Oh, this is devastating. Your energy kind
of Is this why? Yeah, this is why I'm roasting Eric. Yeah, exactly.
This does put that Altaria close to Moonblast range. Yeah, he cannot swap exactly, but the Gligar is quite neutral.
Wait, this is fine.
I think so far it might be okay-ish, right? I think it's just a little bit of a chip, and then going into the Gligar, you don't want to take a super effective Moonblast on that Altaria here.
I think Tomahawk UK's Quagsire still looks so good in the back.
You know what will look really good here?
A Bastiodon.
Bastiodon. He went so weak to Bastiodon lead. Actually, not weak to Bastiodon. Junkers went weak to the Bastiodon lead.
But I think we've all noticed Junkers is a lot more comfortable playing Bastiodon than Tomahawk. This is not going to knock out. He knows that. He's going to go for the no-shield, and now we'll be able to force a shield off the back
really
of Junkers.
Close, though. Wow.
Oh, such a good Cresselia. Oh, my goodness.
Wow, it's the goodest Cresselia we've
From memory,
so
I think I stopped tapping here again.
Moonblast might almost knock out this Gligar. Almost. One. Oh, and Tomahawk UK does not tap.
Okay, I stop here because I need to make up for my bait, and I need to go and get energy back. I need to go get energy back on the Quag.
That farm down, probably
Quagsire.
Exactly.
Oh,
so
that's wicked.
I only get one.
Is a very good play. If you now come in with that Altaria, well, I mean, you can.
Stone Edge range.
Yeah, but you have 2 shields.
Yeah, you have 2 shields.
You have 2 shields against that Stone Edge potentially. Wait, is he gonna bait again? Oh, he's gonna bait. He's doing it again.
You know what they say? If it doesn't work first time, you do it again. And
he does shield the Aqua Tail. That's so rough for Junkers. Now swapping into the Altaria.
So I get the shield that I wanted back.
With these swaps.
Would alignment have been more useful than the energy? Maybe. maybe. What was his lead? What was the lead? It was my Quag into an Altaria. No. The reason why I didn't think it was because part of me didn't think he had Basti in the back here. I felt like he wasn't bringing it again, and so I didn't think it was going to be a case of alignment guarantees the game. I had a feeling that what was going to win me the game was energy on Quag. So that was why I was just trying to get as much as I could back, because energy into anything in his team is useful. That was part of the reason.
Knows that swapping is only something when you see something bad for the Bastiodon. It's just going to stay in it. Oh, here comes the swap. It's zone edge range. I love this play.
Okay. I would like to take a moment to explain what happens here. Can you watch when the Quag comes in? So I want you to watch my screen, watch this side here, and I want you to watch the Quag come in.
Swapping is only something when you see something bad for the Bastiodon. It's just going to stay in it.
Okay. Did anyone see that first mud shot? I'll play it again. I'll play it again for you. I want you to really, really look at my screen and look for the first mud shot.
That swapping is only something when you see something bad for the Bastiodon. It's just going to stay in it.
Did you see it? I didn't see it. There was no animation. And I couldn't quite hear it because I had just a lot of noise. The volume was really loud in the headphones at the time. I couldn't be sure that I'd heard it. I could not hear it. I could not see it. And I was counting, and I counted 6.
But there's 2 shields still. We saw that.
And in my head, I thought he's throwing an attack
earlier as well.
On 6. And some people might say, look, if they're throwing an attack, then they must have reached the move. Maybe. But part of me thought, A, did he think he was reaching the move and actually just threw slightly early, threw a bait early? Like, because obviously 6 mud shots takes you to 54 energy and Stone Edge is 55. Did he think, oh, I'm about to get there, so I'll just throw, and he threw slightly early? Second, let's say that he didn't get that first mud shot through. And you guys at home, let's say all of you watched me shield after only seeing 6 mud shot. You'd be like, Freed, you're an idiot. Why would you shield that? So I'm not a huge, I want to hear the sounds. I want to hear the animations, because half the time in this game, you can't see them. So I want to hear the animations, but the headphones had they were so clogged with noise that I wasn't sure that I'd heard the animation, and I definitely didn't see the animation. And in this kind of game, I was like, he's throwing on 6. So you might look at my reaction. If you look at my face here, I don't even think he was at the Stone Edge. That's the reason I didn't bait. That's the reason I didn't shield.
I think he might try to no-shield. He might try to no-shield.
Oh man, is he gonna do it? This is so risky to no-shield this.
I was so confused. I was like, he's thrown on 6. I'm sure I only saw 6. And I don't remember hearing a 7th. So that's why I no-shielded. And then when this goes through, I was just like, well, that's not good.
Oh, this is gonna land. Boom! Altaria goes down.
And I just shake my head, because I was just like, maybe I should have just shielded. But it's difficult because, as I say, if you had all seen only 6, and from your perspective had watched 6, and then you see me shield, you'd be like, this guy doesn't know his counts. So, tricky.
And now, Tomahawk UK, this Quagsire has to muscle through the rest of the team. But if you're Youngcast, you
I'm
just
shaking my head.
Everything. You farm down with the Altaria, and this game is very clean.
Wow, that is such an unfortunate bait call for Tomahawk UK. I think that might cost him this game here.
But that's his win con.
This Quagsire is still not in Aqua Tail range, so you have to like mud shot down and get to 2 Stone Edge perhaps.
Does Aqua Tail deal?
I think he might be able to.
Hold on. Let him.
Andrew says, if I watch my health instead of the animation, it can help avoid missing moves after a swap. So, Andrew, are you suggesting that I should have noticed my health go down by 1 HP? Because that's not particularly easy to do. So I'm not gonna hold that against myself. But excellent advice otherwise. Excellent advice. Should we actually have a look? Maybe I could have. Maybe I could have seen that. Let's. I'm not gonna. I mean, I will mock you, but let's actually see if I see the mudshot damage come through.
Still, we saw that earlier as well. The mudshot's going up, and
I think he might try no shield. He might try no shield. Saw that. Oh, here comes. Okay, it's only something when you see something bad for the Bastion. It's just gonna stay in it.
Okay, well, we can't even see it because it's hidden behind the Championship Series thing. But yeah, I didn't see the first. I didn't see the first one, and also bear in mind that as soon as the second one comes through, you can't see if the first one came through or not. So it's tricky at that point, right? Right. Anyway,
does Aquatail deal? I think might be able.
This here is massive. This here is massive. Do you remember I said earlier in the game that the key thing was my Cresselia taking the Quagsire down in 4 Psycho Cuts? Look at his Quagsire here.
Let him cook.
However, how far is the switch clock?
Someone says let him cook because I think they clock that I've got a chance.
He's still not in Aquatail range, so you have to like mudshot down and get to 2 Stone Edge perhaps.
Does Aquatail deal?
I think he might be able to.
Hold on. Let him cook.
However, how far is the switch clock? Because if Junkos can switch out into his Altaria, he might be just able to Dragon Breath down.
The switch clock's not ready. It's not ready.
It's not ready.
One more move.
Get the mudshot down.
Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh.
And at that point, I know I win. And I was like, wow, this is...
Now you need to get to 2 Stone Edge. Can Tomahawk KQK pull this off? He is going for that Stone Edge. Junkos has to make a call. Can you no-shield this attack?
No shield. You shield it.
He shields it. Can you get to another one now? Timer's running out.
No.
Now, Qasim, he actually breathes a sigh of relief because he doesn't know quite how much energy I'm on.
He's fragile.
1, 2. He's dead. It's enough.
He thinks this is an Aquatail, but he's not sure. But he's still tapping because he thinks it might be an Aquatail.
UK gonna take this game 3. Stone Edge knocks out.
Oh my goodness. That was insane.
And
this
I
am the most well-played game we've seen today.
I don't know if it was the most well-played. It was definitely the most
very calculated no shield on my ult there.
So far. This went.
But that was one of the craziest matches I've played in a long time. There were Stan says casting throw by throwing a sky attack onto my ult. Look, there were how many times have I watched this? This is the second time. I watched it once. I watched it once when I was on the Sunday with Colin. No, on the Monday. And then this is the second time.
Every single direction.
But that game was insane. That game was insane.
I thought it was done. I thought it was no way back. But getting the perfect
okay, Colin.
But I agree with Stomp.
Get the 2 more Stone Edge on.
Probably
if it's like a one,
because the sky attack didn't do anything for him, right?
Into what did he do? He threw a sky attack into my Altaria.
Yeah, because it doesn't put him in Aquatail range or anything. Still has to throw a Stone Edge.
Yes. Yeah. But, as Lyle said at the beginning of the stream, you got to play against your opponent. So
yeah, we take those.
We take those. A fun game to watch, but definitely some learning points for both players, for everyone. Track your 1 HP, says Nezabethan.
Shield scenario, and you have 2 Joe runs. Guess what? Skeletors is no longer a Alolan Sand Slash counter. Not by any means.
Alolan would do so much damage because it's super effective. And what I also want to point out, they are so...
Colin, I don't think I actually watched this game.
And
no Umbreon either here.
Slash is much worse against those. But here we go.
I think I might have been...
You finished.
I might have been backstage, maybe?
And if you look at this, I think...
Oh no, I did watch this game. You flip switch here, don't you? Is that right?
Yeah, because he swaps out. Yeah.
How do you deal with this Whiscash and then deal with the Skeletors?
Wow, there's no answer on Fat Bug Catcher's side. Going for that skull is going to do a lot of damage. If Colin has an idea of what could be in the back, he will shield it, but no, he lets it go.
He has no idea. He may be expecting Altaria, but
oh no, debuff.
I love this play. It's an X-scissor range. This makes a lot of sense.
I think so too. Going for the skull, it will do a lot of damage, but Fat Bug Catcher can take this. All he needs to do.
I think he should just stay in, although
you talked earlier
he doesn't have Skeletor as well.
But this is fine, right? Because all he has to do is throw an X-scissor there, but he didn't.
Both trainers didn't throw a charge attack.
Yeah.
So now he has to shield first.
Instead of Fat Bug Catcher pressuring Colin's shield, now Colin pressures Fat Bug Catcher.
And he no shields.
I think this knocks out.
No, it doesn't.
He should definitely shield.
And that is mental. That to me, I don't know, Colin. What are you thinking? Like when you watch that back?
I mean,
Well, it makes no
at this
sense to
point,
me.
I already knew I won.
Yeah, because yeah, but like, I'm trying to work out what he was trying to do. Because let's say he survives, you would just shield, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know that you need alignment here. So him not shielding that was pretty crazy. Pretty crazy when you've got an ace. Exactly what the moose. When you've got an A/ on your team, that to me, I don't understand.
Oh, it does!
You have to shield the second one.
I think it's
or the first one.
This Wish Cash is... It's Shadow, right? Does more damage. It's evil. It's throwing at Mob like...
Oh, here comes the Skull! Number 1 onto the Wish Cash. Will there be that infamous debuff? Here's coming through. Does he have to shield? Oh no. The Alolan Sand Slash.
So much damage, Eric.
What are you gonna do?
I think he lost track. This is not a Mob Bomb. This puts Wish Cash so low. No debuff, so I guess your energy is still pretty useful.
And he's CMPs here as well.
Lines, Eric. It's gonna be that Cresselia.
I know.
Oh my goodness, another Mob Bomb.
I think he might have been not feeling too well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and the thing about this Scald and Mud Bomb,
but I was speaking Italian, so
Scald and Mud Bomb is
couldn't understand.
Oh, I see.
Mud shots and
maybe he went out with Alejandro the night
wants to get that farm down here. I think
it makes sense.
Possibly.
Colin is just staying in. He cannot afford to lose switch advantage.
That would explain things.
That was a good farm down.
He needs to melt that thing back to gelato.
Yeah,
that was quite good from Martin. Martin just said he talks about your Skeledirge melting the A/ back to gelato.
Yeah, I mentioned that to you. And Eric said something like keeping on your toes, right?
And now here comes the Skeledirge. Alolan Sandslash is going to melt.
Goodness gracious.
Huge Shadow Claw damage, but it's not enough.
Goodness gracious.
I think at this point it's a
okay, Colin, that top you're wearing there, that must be a new one.
I honestly don't know how he could have.
That was actually a new one.
That was a new one.
Yeah. You have to keep switch advantage.
Crisp.
Yeah, but at that point,
Colin, where do you get your shops? Where do you get your shirts from?
I don't think you can preserve it.
I guess, yeah.
Zara most of the time.
Still trying
if you want to look as cool as Colin, Zara menswear.
The final boss knows he has wrapped up this battle.
Definitely my go-to place.
Bugcatcher has another life though against the final boss. He has 2 lives even if he wins.
Colin, how do you feel about your nickname Final Boss?
Yeah, Grass not coming through and Colin is absolutely dominant in this
I actually quite like it.
Like, I can imagine. Before the Alolan Sand Slash even got
to of course. But also the final boss is not someone who's unbeatable. Because I don't want to like people think that I'm unbeatable, anything like that. But it's someone you have to beat to win.
Yes.
Which is pretty cool.
I think as far as nicknames go, that's a pretty good one.
On its own.
Do you know who came up with it?
Number 2,
who came up with Final Boss? It might have been at Dortmund.
I think it was at Dortmund, yeah.
Oh, it was me. I came up with that. I came up with Final Boss.
Did you?
Yeah, I came up with Final Boss because I was saying that Marcus has to take on the final boss, and I was saying it to someone, and then I think whoever was casting, I said it to them.
What I remember is that Josh Surkori, he mentioned it in the chat, and Martijn read the chat.
Yeah, I think I
started saying it.
I think I'd said it. I'm trying to remember. I have a feeling I said that. And it does sound like something I would say, doesn't it?
True. Might have been the case. I thought it was Josh, but
who knows? Who will ever know? Who will ever know? Right. Final boss was also the name of a faction, yeah.
We have that charge about
but not the final boss.
But they weren't the final boss, as Colin says, yeah.
The Shadow Wish Cash. Here we see him again, looking very evil. Let's see what Fred Bugcatcher is going to do here. Swapping into your own Wish Cash is very awkward here.
Yeah, the thing is, you'll get debuff first, and then the Cresselia will come in.
This doesn't make sense to me. Again, why didn't he stay in here? I don't know.
Yeah, if he soft loses.
Yeah, just soft lose.
That's pretty rough.
But why would you come in with your hard... I don't understand why you'd come in with your hard answer here.
Yeah, no clue again.
Because actually here, he could have won if he stays in.
This is not really an answer. Look, he comes in with.
He doesn't have the break point. It's just like huge.
He doesn't need switch advantage
Oh yeah. So he doesn't have a higher attack Altaria.
You have to bring your Charger Bug onto the
Or not high enough.
In fact,
or not high enough.
The best matchup here left for the Charger Bug, and then your Whiscash against the Skeletors, that might give you some play. I think the Charger Bug is not that bad against Shadow Whiscash, though.
Yeah, it makes a big difference not having the attack break point.
Shield in the zeros.
It's a pretty awkward matchup. X-Scissor is a pretty efficient charge stack, so it still does quite some damage on that Whiscash, despite the full switches.
So even if he shields, I still win.
Yeah, SJ makes a good point. That makes sense. If you...
lead, but it's in the back here as a safe switch even.
Yeah,
and
baiting out the crest makes sense.
I think Fred Bugcatcher can flip the switch fence if he really wants to, but
it just would have made a lot of difference. The difference it makes bringing a high attack Altaria as your safe swap, if you are intending to bait out the Cresselia, makes a huge difference. He can flip switch if he'd wanted to, if he had a higher attack Altaria.
COLIN's Whiscash still has so much energy. I believe it almost has a Scald stored.
He has to just leverage this Whiscash energy somehow. I don't know how he's going to do it, but Fred Bugcatcher needs to catch up because right now, 2 shield Whiscash will be his entire team with all that energy.
Right, let's see here. Cresselia goes down. Whiscash steals a lot of energy, but do you bring in the Skeletor in or that Whiscash? I think if you're predicting a water type in the back, you bring the Skeletor. Big Crocodile or Alligator comes in, and in comes the Whiscash. But
Maltine goes Big Crocodile or Alligator.
Energy the evil Whiscash has.
If this doesn't debuff, it could be awkward though, because then the opposing Scald is getting.
Imagine being politically correct about the species of Pokemon.
Oh man, and
the animal that it represents.
If it already wasn't looking bad enough for Fred Bugcatcher, it's even looking worse now. Going for the mud bomb base.
I mean, surely it's a Crocodile, right?
Yeah. This is a good
bet. Pre-evolution.
Exactly. This is a good bet.
This is, I think, a very difficult matchup.
Does anyone know the etymology of Skeledirge?
No chance, honestly, to come back.
Presumably, Skelly is to do with skeleton. What is Dirge?
I'm not sure if it would do more than a Shadow Ball. We would definitely come close. No Scald debuff this time, and going for his own Scald now. You really need an attack drop here, but because of his own attack drop, this is not going to knock out
this,
Shadow
right?
Whiscash just yet. It looks like
there's no real.
It's not even in much of down
I wonder if he. I wonder if he should go for mud bombs instead.
Usually, I feel like Shadow Whiscash is a Pokemon.
Dirge is a kind of song. Good shout, RST. That's a good shout. I forget it's the song.
But they took that one like a champ.
The fire torch song is its signature move, right?
Probably, yeah. Doesn't need to shield this. Put this one on the Skeledirge. It can just melt through the Whiscash with a disarming voice, and then Charger Bug. It just has no play in the back.
Bologna really has become one with the fire types. He used to like the Talonflame a lot. Now,
Colin, Martin says that you've become one with the fire type. First your Talonflame, now your Skeledirge.
Whiscash goes down. Well, I don't think we see that every day.
Will we see any Typhlosion from you?
Nah, I don't think
going
Discharge is going to be enough. Discharge is not a
I'll try it. I think it's
also very
not bulky enough.
Charger Bug does learn Crunch
I'll
as well,
try it for sure.
which is super effective as a dark type attack. However, at this point, there's
very good.
You wouldn't even have reached it. So,
Colin, you're very good at making your matches look very easy.
Wins this matchup by 2-0.
I mean, there are some questionable plays here by my opponent, so...
If you are going to be different, those are
Let's go to your interview.
But yeah, I mean, I try to have a plan for everything.
Yeah? Yeah. But you're very composed.
Thank you very much. I am joined by our
I can't even hear my own interview.
Yet another winners final.
I'll let you know how it is.
How are you feeling about this win?
Sure. I don't like hearing it anyway, so that's fine.
Okay.
I mean, alignment is going to be key in your next matchup.
Yeah, Leo's asking me about
Tomahawk UK.
my past performances.
Yeah.
What do you think about
At least he will.
He's now asking.
Well, that's the best. You don't own a team.
He's now asking about UV-me.
So it's going to be alignment dependent again, I think.
Do you have a little solution for it already?
Maybe. I'm not selling it.
that was a stupid question from Leo. So Leo goes, "Do you have a plan for to getting around the alignment?" And you're like, "Well, maybe, but I'm not going to tell you." And it's just like,
yeah, of course.
I don't. Obviously, you can't see me, but I am literally sat just off screen to the left, just chuckling, chuckling. I was like, as if Colin's ever going to give an answer to that.
Makes sense. I'm going to be honest. So you have won 2 regionals already. You have performed.
I also didn't really have an answer, to be honest.
Then you got into the grand finals of Dortmund as well. What happened after that, Colin?
So after that game in Liverpool, I made the mistake of playing a team I wasn't very comfortable with. I learned my lesson there. Then in Utrecht, a little bit of unfortunate matchups. And at the UIC, I think I did pretty well. But I happened to face a PvP David twice, one of my best friends here in
the community. He beat me twice, so not much I could do there.
So
PvP David is definitely one of the players that I would want to play least at a tournament.
Like the
that
old Colin back. What happened?
I just stole another team. It's the stress.
You were quite funny there, Colin. He asked how you adjusted, so you said I stole a different team.
Martijn said it earlier.
Always
team
works.
stealer we have in Europe. I wish you the best of luck in your winners finals against Tomahawk, and we're going back to the caster's desk.
Nice.
I'm calling it, Eric. Colin is doing very good. He might take it all again. He's in a very good spot to do so on the winner's side of the bracket. He needs one more matchup.
Now we're getting to the real games.
I believe in the grand finals already.
I have not watched these games
already. That is ridiculous.
It is, yeah. He lost one of them to
I mean, his first set will be pretty good to watch back for you.
Yeah, that's true. I actually forgot that we have the winners finals first.
Yeah,
I haven't watched them back. Let's go to them. What is Leo's hair? Okay. Oh wait, we've got a while. We have to wait a while, don't we? Maxwell was playing.
Yeah, there's a bunch of losers first.
There was a what?
A bunch of loser rounds first.
I just heard you go, there were a bunch of losers playing, and I was like, come again? Okay, here we are. So this is
limited so far.
Okay.
And we'll see
a bunch of losers, yeah.
Secure this game. We know Colin's team is not that good against
Colin is secretly savage.
That's true, yes. The Skeledirge, Altaria,
Cresselia.
It's all of us hard.
Altaria,
that's four. That's four.
So in Tomahawk's head, if you go into every game and you know there's a 100% chance that Basti will find one good matchup, then if you fight for Switch always,
I think I didn't watch these ones back yet.
You haven't watched these ones? Okay, I haven't watched these ones either, so we can do it together.
Applied it as bench pressure. Here we see the teams, Tomahawk UK.
I did watch the grand final, but
Shadow Bastion, and as you said,
skip
it
this
looks
one.
really good into Colin's side.
All right, I'm gonna just forward straight into the battles.
Colin will always bring like that.
Okay, my team is correct there, which is good. Okay.
Just not bring the Bastion, and let's see. We have Chargebug into Altaria.
Time to watch Crunch Chargebug do Crunch Chargebug things.
Colin played extremely weak to Bastion here, and down shields Bastion beats.
And look at your ABA into Basti.
He just soft loses this matchup with the Chargebug. Farms down with the
I took note from you.
Where does Colin
Which
go?
is fair, but
exactly. Crunch is gonna come through.
But
if you get a debuff here, this
might be really good.
But Magnazone also
really good, but
isn't the best first Basti.
Yeah, exactly.
With shields do go down, right?
Less efficient than the discharge is.
Yeah.
But man, Tomahawk UK kind of really wants switch advantage here. As you said, Colin went really weak to the Bastion lead. Imagine you let it here, honestly. But here's the thing: if you get shields down, and Tomahawk might know this, you might be able to land.
So in my head here, I'm trying to get shields down because I want, even if you've got Magnazone in the back, I want the shields down to land one flamethrower. That's kind of what I was thinking at this point.
With the Shadow Bastion
Yeah,
on
because I knew that, but I also needed to switch.
Yeah,
I was like, this is not very good.
It makes it very uncomfortable for Colin.
I think so too. Let's see what's happening here. Wait, is he farming down? Oh, Chargebug farms down that Altaria. Colin has a shield advantage, but no switch.
And then this is another obviously huge advantage of running Crunch, is that if people are using Shadow Magnazone, then Crunch has way more play and discharge.
No, here comes the Magnazone. Oh, it's the Executioner, Eric, with all this energy. And no shooting the Crunch. This is neutral, though. This is neutral. That's
huge damage.
That's a lot of damage. And
I got the defense drop.
Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Bye-bye.
Where's Magnazone go? It's still firing up.
If I save this, maybe there's play.
Oh, yes, it's barely going to be shielded. Wow.
But it's still tough.
If you're Colin here, you have no play. The Bastion, unfortunately, 2 shields to the Cresselia's name, but soon Bastion will be finishing. Oh, and actually doesn't go for the move here, the Moonblast immediately, which means he can throw it back to back now.
Exactly. Kind of an unfortunate for Colin. I think at this point you're only hoping for an Altaria.
How come you didn't throw the Moonblast straight away?
Or Quagsire.
Instantly win.
Yeah, I think, this is kind of tough, right? I think you hit the charge.
I honestly don't know.
Knowing it's a nice slash, Colin's gonna let it go. He's hoping for the Quagsire in the back, and now the Moonblast is being fired. This is going to knock out the
Stan, this is the winners finals. Yeah, I was going to say.
He looks at the camera. He gives us
I've not, Stan, I've actually not watched them back yet. And I'm probably going to get PTSD when I do.
Why did my teammate do this to me live on the official broadcast?
I know how you
He brings
feel.
a Bastion to humiliate me.
I know how you feel.
Not even that. That charger bug is still
I haven't
telling
watched
enough to make a move. So
the Dortmund games.
Tomahawk has this game all locked up.
Versus
I know
Marcus.
he's going for that flamethrower. Wow.
Genuinely, if I hadn't started streaming, I probably wouldn't even watch the games back because I know how badly I played after the game
We just saw this is EU timing
with the lag.
We need to take him to the American bootcamp.
We need to take him to the move timing bootcamp. Yeah, this is really something here. But I think honestly here, you just switch into the charger bug. Actually, it doesn't matter. He's farm all the way down. Throw the flamethrower. You know you want to do it. You know you want to do it for Reed. Throw the flamethrower. Come on. Nah.
He's just smacking down here. He's laughing. Wow. Must be cool to take down your teammate.
Yeah, I mean, timing didn't really make any difference there, right?
You know,
I think Colin was just, he was protesting. You were protest
here,
grass knotting, right?
Yeah.
This tournament,
Said I extending my screen time a little.
Yeah, he actually says that. I asked him how come he's throwing, and he said I want to extend my screen time. I was like, that's fair, that's fair.
On the swap. This is one of the worst matchups.
Yeah, I agree. Here we go, Quagsire.
Stan, when we go through the games, I'm going to see if I made more mistakes because I think that there were actually basically for the next 3 nights, I woke up in the middle of the night thinking about the match, and each time with something different that I think I could have done, but I've not actually watched the matches back. So I want to see if my dreams were true or if I'm overthinking it.
A terrific lead for Colin here, and Tomahawk UK did bring that basket on again, but Colin is a little bit more prepared in the back now.
Kelvin asked if I each time crying. No, only one of them was crying, Kelvin.
He take that back because he got the Cresselia again, but this time he brought the Wish Cash instead of that. I believe he had the Magnus Zone the other time. Let's see. Stone is coming through. Is Colin going to play for? What? He's letting that go.
So how come you didn't shield that?
Because it doesn't take me out. Same reason.
Yep.
Kasim didn't shield it.
Yep,
I guess.
Fair. That's fine. Just wondering why.
Altaria into the red.
I think you swap your Altaria immediately. He comes to the Cresselia, and now this switch is going to be crucial.
And this is why high-tech Altaria is good.
I think it's...
You need switch advantage.
Yeah, you need it. You can't allow that Whiscash to approach your Bastion, but you also need this Altaria. It's the best thing against his team, and you want to keep it up so you can fight the Whiscash at the end game. Moonblast comes through in a 2-shield scenario. I think this is a little bit weird.
I think if this goes through, you can actually farm down as the Altaria. Colin not putting up the shield. Moonblast connects.
Psych says I'll have nightmares tonight too.
I don't think one Moonblast.
I don't know. I think I've made peace with it now.
We've noticed that
but maybe the PTSD will get me. But I think I've made peace with it.
Could put it into grass out range, which is very awkward.
Exactly, Moonblast coming through.
It is.
Altaria into the red, but the side cuts don't add up. I think Tomahawk UK is just gonna try to farm down, and
that was a big farm down for me.
We have switch advantage now. You know what that means. In comes the sky attack immediately. Tomahawk UK, you just know where you got 2 shoes down here.
Wait, this is awkward, right? Because Whiscash, what do you do actually?
Well, you're swapping Quagsire, that's what you do. But Wishcash with a shield advantage is looking so good here. Yes, you have switch advantage with the Bastion on the Altaria now.
This is a bit uncomfortable for me.
On the Altaria left anymore.
Yeah, there's no more to pluck off the...
Can I explain how I play the Alt versus Crest matchup? I noticed you're always throwing Moonblast first. So Altaria will, even high attack Altaria always loses the 2s. No, sorry, always loses the 0s against Crest. Whereas if you throw 1 Moonblast, you can 1-shield full farm down, I think. Colin, does that sound about right? Dragon Breath plus Moonblast plus Dragon Breath. Shield 1 Moonblast, they can't get to 3. I think that's right.
I think so.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
Wings of the Altaria essentially, and here you're just gonna see Colin go for Scald after Scald. You can shield these up, but it's not going to be enough. 1 Aqua Tail after a debuff is almost a tickle against this Whiscash.
Exactly, and no debuff this time. Let's see if you can get to Aqua Tail before the next Scald. I don't think so. Going for the mud bomb here. This might actually knock out Eric.
I really wanted to survive this.
And Colin knows it. He is now extremely excited to go up against this Bastion.
Did you know that took out?
Whiscash into Bastion, baby.
I mean, I was assuming it would. That's why I threw it.
It did a lot of damage.
Number 1
comes
annoying. Down. I think it's going to be doing 60%, which is still very little. Oh my gosh.
It's Shadow. It's fragile. It's fragile. This is a fragile Bastion.
Yes, it's no longer bulky. Bastion, you know, as I say, it's one of those Pokemon that goes from so bulky as a non-shadow. As soon as it's a shadow, it's paper. It's made of paper.
But it does so much more damage. It has value there, right? Man, the Whiscash, the evil form of the Whiscash, did so much work.
The evil
there.
form
With
of the
that shield
Whiscash,
advantage,
Martin
Colin
says.
knew that he had this in the back. And I think as Tomahawk, you guys are on.
Right.
Getting back to
So, I guess you agree.
That's your
Damn,
option.
why can you see through my shirt from this angle?
Maybe you're
What
not.
am I doing?
Don't come out for the third time. Maybe
Don't do that, camera guys. Don't do that.
When he did add stadium.
It's the same, like every shot. You can see it here as well.
Yeah, but this one doesn't look so bad.
That's not as bad.
Okay, so here, why am I leading Altaria? What was my thinking? I was thinking that you might try and use Crest safe swaps. That's what I was thinking. And Altaria is obviously fine into that, so I was like, if you lead Crest, I'm fine. If you safe swap Crest, I'll go into Charger.
Oh, no!
So then I come in with Charger Bug here.
We see the hard
Look at the back line. This doesn't get much worse.
And this is where you'll learn how good my Crest is.
Yeah, you have a really good Cresselia, and I didn't know that. Well, I did know that, but I didn't know. That this matchup changed because of it.
Almost as half damage, but with the Volt switches, 2 accesses should be enough to knock out this Charger Bug.
But if it's a very good
And
Cresselia,
yeah, Jox, you're right. This Altaria lead with Charger Bug, I should have played way more in the grand finals. Way more, I should have. And
yeah, that's cool, all those numbers. But
and the game that I did,
he looks like Colin
I should have played it better as well.
It doesn't knock out. It doesn't knock out. It does. He makes it.
That is massive. Colin's Crest survives on 1 HP, and it gets shield advantage against my Charger Bug.
Does another Psycho Cut. Does Tomahawk UK want to offer up a shield here? Yes, he wants to preserve the switch advantage, wants to keep his Altaria on the Whiscash, which is a great matchup. You cannot afford to have
Yeah, Jox, it's... I know.
Yeah, even an attack drop. Now the X's will do even less.
I don't think this
what
is
is HP? I'm scared. I only want to train my Pokemon. Well said, Henry.
Absolutely, yeah. We're gonna see that soon. I see a little smile on Tomahawk UK's face.
He knows what's going on.
He knows what's going on.
Wait, why did I smile? What happened?
Now the X's will do even less.
I don't think this is going to help Colin out much. Maybe 2 shields. The Manti can sweep the Bastion in the back.
Absolutely, yeah. We're gonna see that soon. I see a little smile on Tomahawk UK's face.
He knows.
I think I'm pretty confident there's a Mantine in the back.
This is gonna be the same line again, but like a little bit in reverse. It's like an ABB team to Bastiodon, right? Where you lead strong to it, where you're weak to it in the back, and here comes the Mantine. Big bad Bastiodon bounces on the battlefield.
Do you see me look at the camera there?
He knows who's watching, and he is laughing his way to the
Wait. I want to go back because I remember you said something funny to me when that happened. Because I looked up at you to check what your reaction was. Then I looked at the camera.
I see a little smile on Tomahawk UK's face.
He knows what's going on.
He knows what's going on. He's like, oh, this is gonna be the same line again, but like a little bit in reverse. It's like an ABB team to Bastiodon, right? Where you lead strong to it, where you're weak to it in the back, and here comes the Mantine. Big bad Bastiodon bounces on the battlefield.
He just gives a smile at the camera. He knows.
And then Colin says here, he goes, "What a great game."
Who's watching, and he is laughing his way to the bank here. Colin's just like.
And I should have stopped talking here because I'm going to give you a good idea.
Okay, this is where Colin makes probably one of his biggest errors. Colin says to me,
no real ones.
I was hoping you had Quagsire in the back.
Absolutely enjoying the high-skill Bastiodon player.
And while I'm playing,
feels so
I think to myself,
it's hiding right now, but it won't be at the end of this matchup.
Hey,
actually kind of did a good amount of damage.
That's a pretty good idea, actually. Quagsire in the back. Interesting. Very interesting.
We're gonna see here, but wow.
And so if we skip forward.
So many are able to get to is bang into. This might be Tomahawk UK's third time to get in the grand finals as well.
You know what that means?
Do we have
Oh my god.
You and Anthony.
You see Colin. Not love to see it.
You know, Bastion into Altaria right now.
So what do I do?
What if that happens?
That would be criminal.
I play the team that Colin has just told me.
Oh, no!
I play the exact same lead, the exact same swap, and this time I do put Quagsire in the back, because when Colin said I thought you had Quag in the back, when I thought about it, I was like, yeah, Quag can go toe-to-toe with Mantine if it needs to, and it makes me better versus the Magnezone as well. And he'll probably bring Magnezone this time.
You were right, Eric. He's not bringing the Bastion on this time. I think
this guy won twice. He might know a thing or two. Yeah, I took advice from Colin mid-game.
Oh, no!
Okay, here's where I
I was
learned.
thinking,
though.
surely you don't run that.
Here's where I learned. So we saw that in the previous game, the crest survived on 1 HP. And so here I stay in for an extra half second with the Altaria to get my extra Dragon Breath in to make sure it doesn't survive on the 1 HP. So I made that adjustment because I learned from that first game. So you see I stay in slightly longer, not enough for him to reach more attacks than he would have if I'd switched out earlier. But now I put him in.
COLIN did a few more Dragon Breaths, so the next X-Scissor might actually knock out.
I really like the adaptation. Actually, I don't think his Cresselia wins in the zeros because we saw the Moonblast. It needed 10 cycle cuts in a Moonblast to put into the yellow. So therefore, Tomahawk actually lives this second Moonblast.
Well, let's see if Tomahawk is going to risk that. I'm not sure if this Cresselia can get that Moonblast off. No, looks like Tomahawk UK goes for the X's now. And with the Dragon Breath,
it's genius. I love that adaptation.
You nod there because you know that I did it as well, don't you?
We'll talk about it if he wins this, but so far it's looking pretty good.
At this point, I knew.
And we start talking about that because look, if you look at us, we start talking at this point.
Love that adaptation.
He might actually be a good player.
We'll talk about it if he wins this, but so far it's looking pretty good. Let's see. I think you have to come in Magnezone here and go for the
Tomahawk wagging his finger at COLIN. You know what I have in the bag, right? It's not going to be the Bastiodon. It's going to be even worse.
No, that wasn't why I was wagging my finger. That was because I was saying I learned I need to do an extra Dragon Breath.
Yeah, maybe
he's going to find out in a
core break that Altaria Bastiodon core with the Magnezone, but there is no Bastiodon this time. Going for the Mud Bomb.
He looks like a footballer.
His
Is that a good thing? But thank you.
Actually, no shielding. This is a great play.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to give any opportunity
for
farm. Here comes the Magnezone.
Okay, I like that whenever I RPS you, I just look at you to see what your reaction is. And you just look at me like, why would you do this to me? Look at my... I'm just staring at you like, what do you want me to do? You told me to run this.
Like this. The Quagsire is so good into this Magnezone. He's even going to shield this attack here because it does
Go for the Stone Edge! Go for the Stone Edge! Oh, no. He has already taken the victory. There is no need to...
Now you're starting to BM you.
So no, here I say to COLIN, I say, are you okay if I BM you? And you said, yeah, do it. And then as I was loading it, I was like, you said, I'm going to shield it though. And I was like, well, why am I BMing then?
COLIN is not accepting this. You are not going to BM me this time.
You know what happened when he BM'd Pablondinas in the finals?
Did he lose?
Huh?
And then you went, I'm shielding the next one as well.
What he lost to me after he BM'd by throwing a Shadow Ball onto the Vigoroth.
Oh,
and
no.
he doesn't learn
Yeah, of course you have to BM back, right?
Yeah, exactly. So now we're just messing around.
By COLIN. COLIN's trying to play this out, but it looks so helpless against the Altaria. No evil laugh this time from that.
And then I was just going to obviously farm you down.
Smile on still, but it's not going to have a lot of
then you decided to mud bomb me.
Going for the mud bomb.
This is huge
double resistance. Is Tomahawk UK going to shield this? And no, he doesn't shield this. Well.
So I was like, fine, if you're mud bombing me, I'm moonblasting you.
This is a really an uphill battle.
I did not expect you to throw that.
Look, I left you on 1 HP.
Oh my god! Was Bastiodon not enough here? No, he needs to take out his teammate entirely. This is all Clodsire business. Both players hugging it out, and Tomahawk UK moves on to the grand finals.
Moonblast at 1 HP, 2 Stone Edges against the Whiscash. And he says it's about the community.
An actual for Reed's fist bump.
That's the first time I've ever made a grand finals from the winner's side. I was reasonably pleased at that point.
He is looking to be the villain
right.
here.
Then who did you have to take on after that?
Alash at this point, the queen of PvP. I think
Paula, of course.
Here we go.
I think that is a fine matchup there, especially if good.
So this game was pretty massive. This game is probably
the Whiscash makes it to 4 mud bombs before you
one of the biggest games you're ever gonna have, right?
Yeah.
Well,
this was.
Well, we'll see soon.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at
this was.
But there were some short games though.
The number of things that were going on in this game.
We've seen this team.
You had Paulasha, who was the most recent champion.
I'm calling it.
You had COLIN, who is another player that's obviously been a champion this season. You had both of them on 2 titles, and if either of them win an event, they become the first European to ever get 3 regional titles.
That's the worst.
And the first to get 2 in the same season.
Believe it or not.
Yeah, and the first to ever get 2 regional titles in the same season. And whoever wins this game, whoever wins this match ends the EUCP leaderboard in first place.
Does so much damage.
In the zeros, you will
So there was quite a lot of storyline behind this. Oh,
that sounds right.
and
I'm not sure.
you're using Paul Ash's team
These Pokemon are quite
from Stockholm.
yeah,
So this is an awesome game for a, I think, for a caster to be able to talk about, for a viewer to be able to watch. There was a lot going on behind. There was a lot of context behind this match, which made it really exciting.
Has a lot, makes some matchups that already were good even better, and some matchups that weren't good, such as Cresselia.
You think Finny was a downgrade on her team? I think she would maybe agree.
Justify spending 2 shields on a Tapu Fini when your
maybe she was trying to have a bit of fun and bring something different.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, right? I was thinking about bringing Azumarill.
So maybe if you're a little bit ahead,
then decided against it.
So you could
just bring Mantium.
Yeah, exactly. And then if the Colin goes for mirror,
it fits better. Yeah.
I do think, however, so you similarly, as you say, you identified that Dark was a risk to your team, and that's why you were considering Azu. And maybe Paula also wanted to account for that and bring a fairy because of that. Maybe that was part of the reason too.
I don't know. You don't really have anything as Paulasha, nor as
But she probably also identified the same thing that you identified of losing a Mantine made you a little bit softer versus... Well, it also makes you softer versus Annihilate things, right? Because you don't have the fast flying attack pressure. And so that's why she also made the adjustment to Shadow Gligar.
Because if I'm weak to Skeleton in the front and I swap the Tapu Fini, that while that Incinerate's going through, I can do more water.
Gligar is quite annoying to deal with for me.
So this is an awful lead for you. But you and I had discussed this matchup, hadn't we? Backstage.
Yeah, backstage, yeah.
And so we had said that Colin should lead Shadow Magnezone, and if he sees a Skeledirge, to safe swap Mantine. Because Jock's exactly that. There's a very low chance that she has a Magnezone in the back with a Skeledirge lead because Colin has a Shadow Whiscash on his team. So Colin and I were talking about, if you see a Skeledirge, just go in straight Mantine, don't worry about Shadow Magnezone in the back.
Magnezone, but is led into the Skeledirge, swapping into the Mantine immediately, and Paula has not brought a single answer to it.
Oh, interesting. Goes for the air release immediately.
Keep that in mind, though.
I guess that's
bear what we just said in mind. Bear what we just said in mind.
Probably throw Shadow Ball and actually, I think she has to stay in.
Not going for that timing. Paula is coming with us to the boot camp. Let's
Good shield here, Colin. I was actually screaming for you to shield at this point.
Whoa! Hold on! Bringing in that Altaria. But Ice Beam will do so much here. Is Colin going for a
bait? Would be criminal.
It would be criminal. What would be more criminal? She's going to call this. Let's see.
Do not call this.
Oh man, Paula's thinking.
No. Okay.
That would have been an
Alejandro, how you doing? Welcome in, mate.
To the face of Altaria. Here's the thing. I think
this is where I get a little bit lucky.
Why did she throw on CMP?
I mean, I guess she just tried to time it well and missed it.
Do you reckon she tried to time it, or do you reckon she thought she'd win CMP?
No, I think she tried to time it and just missed time.
I just want to go back to see.
Ice cold beam to the face of Altaria. Here's the thing. I think Manti can get to another one. And charge the side. Paula clicking just barely.
Yeah, that was
based on her reaction, she knew.
Are you going to
that was a big misplay.
She is going to keep the
was a big misplay.
Or sorry, the switch advantage here. Now you gotta undercharge this if you want more energy, though.
Because zone.
Yeah, he is gonna be.
So she undercharges it to make up for it, but actually she just needed the. She just needed the shield for Magnezone more, for Skeledirge more.
Let's take a look here. Magnezone comes in to get more.
Not that good of a matchup, actually.
Yeah, Moonblast actually might have to be protect shielded here by Colin. Now timing her Moonblast correctly. Are you going to shield as Colin? You could get so much energy if you do, and looks like he is going to make that decision. Here's the problem for the Skeledirge. It's going to get knocked out by one single wild charge. Let's take a look here. I think Colin is.
So she comes in, but she actually times that quite poorly. So maybe that's mistake number 2, would you say? Because she actually doesn't get...
Yeah.
She just gives away the Skeledirge at that point. She gives away the Skeledirge.
Yeah, she times it. Yeah. If she times it differently, she can get off Incinerate, at least.
So to be debuffed. Interesting play here.
sacrificing the Skeletors, maybe recognizing there's something in the back that it doesn't like to see. Boom! Comes onto the Skeletors, and what do you do here? You still can't really farm them with the Gligar. Neither can you.
Resisted, right? The wing attacks.
Oh. Stan says, here, you should have hard swapped into Shadow Magnezone as soon as the Moonblast lands on the Mantine. And that's probably right. Maybe, yes. Probably so.
Yeah.
Probably.
Ooh. Wait. Oh, she was.
No.
I think she didn't.
I just didn't want to switch lock myself.
100% could have reached the Moonblast. Was only 2 Dragon Breaths away. You definitely lived 2 Dragon Breaths. This is a big problem. You get farmed all the way down. The Gligar has.
But even if you're switch locked, you'll land a wild charge on the Skeledirge before it can take you out. Right?
Has made such a great play here.
Yeah.
Yes,
you've got a wild charge now on this Magnezone, so you're just trying to get this Gligar into wild charge zone range, and she knows. She knows she's misplayed that, so that's why she's head in hands.
So you can farm up as much energy as you want here. Magnezone is a wild charge loaded. It's gonna be really tough. Let's take a look here. She's farming up more, going for the Aries. She has an Aries and a dig now. At this point, you could only hope that somehow Colin cannot fire up the wild charge, but otherwise, this is game over.
Let's take a look. Does he get the one turn here? Yes, he does. Gets the mirror shot off. And Paula, heart all
She's
over
fuming.
her sleeve
She's
here.
fuming.
Seems pretty disappointed in this first game, but she's got to recollect herself as she has done time and time again to be able to.
Right, let's flick through.
Taking
How were you feeling after that game, Colin? What was going through your head after that?
I'm curious what.
I don't even remember, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, I was just lucky to get it CMP.
Yeah. It would have
probably lost otherwise, so
yeah.
Knew I still had to really, stay sharp.
Mm-hmm. If you had the one turn lag there, that would have been pretty unfortunate.
For sure.
What these players are going to use, we have again the Magnezone.
And then you lead this. Oh my goodness, you're ABA weak here.
Into the Altaria. This is a pretty decent.
Yeah, but all this is kind of fine.
Yeah, so I assume your plan here is that you'll shield your ult and try and take this down, or what was in your head? Were you thinking, I know I'm playing ABA, but I'll just stay in with ult and use the Dragon Breath damage and then come in with Withcast later? What was going through your head?
Yeah, just aim to play out the twos here.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously she swapped, and I think that's where I kind of misplay. Because she baits out the Mantine later, I think.
Oh, no.
He's definitely going to stay into this matchup.
I don't know if I react to it, like visibly.
And it is actually quite good against
but I knew
Pokemon.
I messed up there.
Paula goes straight for the wild charge. Actually, it looked like she was about to tap the wild charge, but Colin fires off energy first. It's a sky attack, and it does get shielded up.
So you get a shield with a sky attack, mate.
2 wild charges here, as we see. Number 1 comes
wild
through.
charge probably takes you out from here.
He's already gotten a shield up, so this might be okay.
So you shield it.
But
he's got to shield this, right? You cannot risk that Mantine on your on the Magnezone here. So I think Colin is going to double shield this. If he's expecting Altaria in the back,
shield
he cannot
again.
lose switch advantage.
And now she's in a tricky position, so she switches out.
Into that Gligar. Let's see.
No!
Oh, but this opens up the way.
I did react to it. I don't know if you noticed.
But
I instantly knew it was Altaria on the back.
On the Magnezone here, so I think
not much I could do now.
I remember watching this and thinking, I remember thinking, you have to come in with the Whiscash, because again, similar to game 1, if she's leading Magnezone, she's very unlikely to have Skeledirge in the back, which means Whiscash doesn't have to stay in the back for a Skeledirge, and that means the only other things left if you see a Gligar are Altaria, Finny, and Cress, which Whiscash doesn't hugely want to see, I guess.
Into that Gligar. Let's see.
And then you make that face because you know as well.
Immediately knew what I saw.
Because in the back we see the Whiscash.
This is very difficult. I think Paulasha will almost 100% let this Gligar go down, let him Ice Beam it, and then farm down with the Magnezone.
Yeah, I think the next area is from the Gligar wouldn't even knock out, so there might not be really a point to shield this Ice Beam here. You could even get a massive farm down on the Magnezone here. And actually, she is shielding up the Ice Beam here correctly.
Okay,
that would have been a very frosty knockout. Can you actually knock out? I think you can actually.
Yeah, it's enough.
perfect. What a perfect counting by Paulasha there. This should knock out the Mantine, and now you have so much energy for the next Pokemon as well. If that's the Altaria, I believe Altaria has energy, but it shouldn't have enough energy to knock out the Glider just yet. Instead, in comes the evil Wishcash. Wishcash,
yeah, I agree, David.
Out,
I don't think I can win
anything. Dig is going to do so much damage here, Eric.
This is huge damage. We'll take it into the yellow HP. Boom, here comes the dig. Wow, that was very
That's effective. A lot of damage. See if she's going to try to catch. No attempt to
yeah, I think it's tricky because I agree with what you're saying. Because I actually tried similar.
With overfarmed here, right?
Yeah. Expecting the opposing Altaria so he can Moonblast it.
Get someone close.
He still has a long way to go. They actually went into the... Oh, man! This is a problem, though. You get to the mirror shot, but there's still that Moonblast almost. I think the Moonblast...
You need a debuff.
I think so.
Because I do get off the Moonblast.
Let's see, 30% chance, no drop there. The Moonblast is loaded. Can the Wishcash afterwards can get to another charge stack here? I believe it's dry on energy, though.
I think it's going to be okay for Paulo here. Even if with... Yeah, it's just not enough. This does not do...
Actually, I don't think this is... With the Dragon, I think this might be Scald range. This might be Scald range. Can... COLIN, the
but you just don't reach it, do you? She's
range.
Worried. Yeah. She's worried.
5, 7. It goes down with it.
No, maybe she's not.
Maybe if I overfarmed on the Gligar.
Yeah, I don't think you could have. I think Gligar was reaching an attack.
Yeah, I think like one more, but might still not have been enough.
They're playing out of their minds.
If you had a good Whiscash, Colin, maybe you win.
But yeah, the Whiscash,
true,
honestly,
actually
true.
A
little bit uncomfortable there.
Right.
Maybe
let's go through to game.
You will definitely
3.
The whole that's a
on any of these players.
Have you fancied winning any leads this match? Do you fancy winning a lead?
No, but I just win the swap.
Lead for Paulasha.
It's a new strat.
See what COLIN's going to do, swapping.
And here,
easy.
Everyone just went, oh my goodness. I wonder if, did she think it was a Mantine coming in?
Lead for Paulasha here. Let's see what COLIN's going to do, swapping into...
I feel bad, I feel bad. She's head in hands because she knows that's...
Yeah, that was wrong.
COLIN,
third mistake, Stan.
She might lose switch advantage now.
I think it's still okay. This Gligar can put a very good competition against the Whiscash of the debuff.
Oof, the debuff.
Never mind.
She tried to go for that area before the Wishcash could fire off the Scald, but it was charge priority now. It was debuff. COLIN doesn't see a threat in that area.
Arrow's here, actually.
Yeah, at this point, you kind of need to land this to flip switch fast. It looks like COLIN putting up his shields, going to try and flip this as well. And the less shields there are in play, the better that Mantine becomes as well against the Altaria.
Yeah, Scald. Whoa, my goodness. This is a crazy overfarm. Goes to the double Scald. Charge attack priority. Now, this
was pretty big, you winning charge attack priority against a Gligar.
Oh, just barely, maybe.
That's pretty nice.
No,
and it takes it out, which was awesome.
Yeah, I think she has that breakpoint against Lickitung, which requires a higher.
And then when you see Altaria, are you wondering why am I seeing the Altaria now?
Or if the Altaria would have gotten an attack drop,
what were you thinking?
It would get all that farm, right? So
wait, what did you say?
So when the Altaria comes in, was there any part of you that was thinking, hold on a minute, she had an Altaria the whole time? Why am I missing it now?
I wonder if a Scald is more than 2 Mud Bombs.
It actually took me a couple of seconds to realize, but yeah.
Yeah, it was probably Scald is a little bit more efficient. But you can let us know in the Twitch chat if we are wrong, of course. Here we go. Skelders now on to the Altaria. This is not a great matchup for the Altaria, despite taking resist Incinerates, because now you're in Disarming Voice range. Skelders definitely not in Sky Attack range.
Yeah,
just letting Skelders go.
Knows that the Mantine might be the way.
You know you survived Sky Attack.
Down. The Mantine, actually the Mantine would be better with shields up against the top.
And it looks like you take a second just to check if she goes into the...
Paulasha has already
I did, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like
Altaria barely hangs on. In comes the Mantine into the top.
And then this matchup can be a little bit interesting because Tapu Fini can reach a water gun breakpoint against Mantine.
I don't know. I think
can be quite
also, do you want to hear something funny?
Yeah, the Nature's Madness debuff will be very useful.
As
it will just bring the
I forgot Nature's Madness was a thing.
So look, I think if you're calling, you have to no-shield this because the lose condition is
but you shielded this.
And then basically the next one goes.
Yeah.
Oh,
what did you think it was?
This opens the door.
Say what? Say what now?
I wasn't even counting. I assumed she was at the Moonblast.
I think COLIN might be able to get 2 arrays before she
You lived this.
Oh, that's funny.
You still live this.
You still live this, yes. But if he gets to another arrays, I think with the
So when you saw Nature's Madness, what were you thinking then?
I was a little worried because there's a defense drop, right?
Yeah.
The Incinerates after might knock out because they still do a lot of damage.
And do you know the counts for a Nature's Madness?
Nope.
Okay, so you have really no idea what's going on at this point. All you know is that Mantine did what Mantine should do.
Barely to that area.
Exactly.
Is this going to knock
Just
out?
throw your moves.
Mantine doesn't like knocking out Pokemon.
Just shield and throw.
PSG, but Tapu Fini goes down. That's crucial here because if she got to that nature
so in your head,
she may win this battle.
as SJ actually has just asked as well,
for the final boss.
when you are able to flip a game like that, when you're able to steal a game like that, you must now be confident going into game 4.
It often does not end well. So he's maybe proving everyone wrong.
Yeah, of course, but I think SJ's question was a little different, right?
I
It
think
feels
you're
like
right,
stealing.
Eric. How are you going to overcome her in the next battle? This time, neither player brought the
I mean,
back zone.
it wasn't the final game of the series. That's why it doesn't necessarily feel like stealing to me. Because even if she went to 1-up, I could still flip it.
If she only swapped that,
I don't know, maybe SJ.
I'm glad this wasn't the final game.
Yeah, I didn't actually read SJ's comment like that. I read it as a. Do you feel like having stolen that game, you can win the series rather than?
All right.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you've stolen the series? I personally didn't.
Or how Palasha's going to change it up. I think
sometimes you just need that plot armor, right? You need that little bit of luck.
Do you agree? Magnezone has so much play into Pokemon like Mantine and Altaria.
Yeah, SJ's asking about the mental edge. Like that must give you some confidence.
A hero for Colin here.
Yeah, I agree. I was pretty confident going into this.
So rough. That's part of the
Not because of the matchup, just
hasn't been doing very good against
because of the whole tournament.
Actually, that was the reason why she
I've said it loads of times before. Mentality is a massive part of this game.
Mantine, though,
and
polarizing.
And I know that we're going to come onto my games with you very shortly, and you can see. I think you'll be able to see pretty clearly deterioration of male psyche.
Yeah, the skeleton you don't exactly because you go into the water holes, right? You do resist the incinerate damage with your water type defense. However,
let's go.
I see next week you might be able to get an Altaria as well with a high attack.
Oh, Magnezone mirror. Now, which player is more in the zone? Let's take a look here. Colin really needs to get.
Trainer Rem, thanks very much for the raid. Welcome in. Hope you had a good stream.
This will be an insane.
How are you doing?
Insane.
No way.
Absolutely.
No way.
Wow. There's no way you no-shoot there.
Colin, how do you feel about Shadow Magnezone Mirror?
It costs too much.
I hate it. I also didn't know how to play it. I mean, I assumed she was well charging and dipping because she insta through.
Yeah. She might try to call it.
And she baited.
She does shield it, playing it safe. Let's see what Colin is going to do now. Oh,
this is insane.
I wish.
This I almost took my clothes off in the stand. This was insane. This.
I enjoyed that play.
So I want to watch exactly how you did it. All I remember is squealing like a child when I watched
playing it safe. Let's see what Colin is.
Okay, so you wait, don't you?
I wait a little.
You don't insta switch.
Well, let's see if she actually does. She might try to call this. No, she does shield it. Playing it safe. Let's see what Colin is going to.
No, you wait a second.
I do. Yeah.
That's insane. That is insane. So you wait ever so slightly. Yeah, welcome in everyone. Hope you guys enjoy this. We've got Colin and I. We're doing a Bologna recap for the first time. So we're currently in the losers finals, and then we're going to go on to the grand finals. But here, this play from Colin guarantees the incinerate gets in on the Magnezone.
Oh,
if you threw a wild charge.
Yeah, imagine if you'd no shield.
I win that game.
Yeah. Imagine if you'd no shield.
Sneaking the incinerate.
But again, I say Colin makes a good point. If Paula had thrown the wild charge, bear in mind that this incinerate. Do you reckon it would take out the Magnezone? Pretty close. Actually, it would take it out.
Almost.
It would
I think
possibly take out the Magnezone from this health.
Insane play by Shields. Wow, that's crazy. You get the attack drop. No attack drop from the Mirror Shot. In comes the Altaria. This actually maybe okay for Palasha. The problem though,
but now it's too healthy.
Yeah, it's too healthy. You've still got energy on your Shadow Magnezone, but you've lost your shields, which makes it a little bit tricky now.
Which I'd never say, but I think here you get to this next disarming voice.
And unfortunately, I think what happens here is you get into a range where your incinerate doesn't register, maybe?
Here as Palasha? Colin might be down shields, but you can't really use one yourself.
Yeah, Shadow Magnezone Mirror is stressful.
To wait a little bit, then go for the disarm, which maybe wants to highlight a little bit more Dragon Breath damage in, so the next Pokemon gets less farm. I think Colin
hoping that one.
I think Colin is reading that there's likely that Matt.
So why did you why did you obviously let some Dragon Breaths go through to reduce farm, but why didn't you let more go through? What was your thing? Why did you stop there?
Because I didn't want to be in Volt Switch range.
I see. So you wanted to leave yourself
She could-
just outside of Volt Switch, but not too much for Glider kind of thing.
Here it comes, going for a farm down. This is exactly what Paula needs.
Is it possible if he didn't
If you,
do that, he might...
out of interest, if you hadn't let any extra farm, would you not have reached the disarming voice?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Maybe.
Be able to get to another move.
Well, let's take a look here. Timer's
Or
up
maybe
for
just
Colin,
not,
so
and then
once Paula swaps in,
maybe pretty
I
rough.
think that Colin will answer immediately with his own Magnezone. First, we're gonna play out this matchup though. I think Colin's Magnezone might have this.
He has to bait, I think, to make this more comfortable. 1 AOS is not enough. 2 is not going to be enough either. This might come down to a catch. Waits a turn. Very
Probably should have
smart.
baited here.
Goes straight for the Ice Beam. It gets shielded. Paula
Maybe, but I guess in your mind you just want shields down.
Who's never baiting, and we have
Or
a
get rid
player
of
on
the
the
Gligar.
right
Yeah.
who's
Get rid of
always
the Gligar,
shielding
right?
all those hard-hitting attacks. You might want to try to
if that
catch,
Gligar goes down,
let's see.
your Magnezone sweeps.
Waiting just
So,
before there.
I can
Is
see
this
it,
area
I
is
can
going to knock
understand.
out? I think Colin needs one more attack for the next Ice
I don't think it does.
Wait, but I don't think you hang on there. Again, yes, she gets to the dig. No, go for the mirror shot first, ensuring the attack. This is so smart because now the Gligar is in
I expected her to
range.
switch there.
Also, you
Say
have your
again.
own Magnezone still as
Like when I switched,
Yeah.
I expected her to swap.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually, I agree with you. I expected her to
to the
swap there as
dig.
well.
No, go for the mirror shot first, ensuring the attack. This is so smart because now the Gligar is in area aim range, but also you have your own Magnezone still as Paulasha.
Yeah.
I think you
go
know
for
at
the
this
dig.
point
Now,
there's
this goes
obviously
to knock
not
out
much
the
you can do.
We're going
right?
to game number 5.
Yeah.
Right, let's just
After that,
take a look
that
first
call was over.
for the
Let's jump.
and
Both get excited. UK.
which is Skeletor. If it sees the Skeletor,
So, chat, remember what we said earlier. We said that if Colin leads into a Skeledirge, that Paula probably doesn't have Shadow Magnezone in the back. And because of that, Colin was able to safe swap Mantine quite freely into a Skeledirge. Let's see how Paulasha adapts when she learns that Colin is willing to do that.
True. I think if Colin no shield scale
to just play out an area.
in here,
Flexible Pokemon, most surf charge step. You could actually really
just because they play
game number 3.
bad into all.
Have the Mantine from Colin into the Skeletor.
Oh no.
Can you see this? Here, Paula has played hard ABA weak to Shadow Whiscash. She's not expecting to see Shadow Whiscash perhaps, but what she wants to do is, if she gets a positive lead, for Colin to safe swap the Mantine in the same way that he did in the earlier games, and then she could punish it with Shadow Magnezone. So it's a pretty risky play, but I think Colin, both of us, we were talking about it and we were like, that's pretty smart.
Yeah, it is pretty smart. I didn't bring Wishcast a single time.
Yeah.
In the 4 previous games, so
yeah,
it's smart. But I also expected the Skeletor's lead, so
yeah.
I let Mantine this time.
Yeah, she was smart, but you were smarter, all right?
Back lines. That Skeletor is
I guess
so
so.
strong in the back. But if you're Paula, maybe you like slightly losing this lead and then just farming on. Ooh.
Going for that Shadow Ball. Is Colin going to put up a shield
How
here?
come you no
No,
shield
not
this?
time.
What are you
Maybe he's
thinking at this
expecting the
point?
Magnezone. Wow, Paula really predicting there would be no
Well, this game I have Magnezone in the back.
Because if
So
there
you're just
was,
saving
Skeletor
shields
would have
for
been
it, yeah?
in big trouble.
Yeah, look at this
Yeah.
great EU timing.
You know you
Zero
survived.
I just
wing
wanted to
attacks
get-
before
Yeah.
throwing the aerial
Yeah.
is optimal against the 5-turn Incinerate. Here
Eric,
is
welcome
Aerial
in.
Skeletor's only bad
we
matchups.
quickly noticed
Eric, you've
two aerials is
missed
not
most
enough
of my
here.
roast
Let's
session
see.
for you,
Paula's
so you're
going
going to have to
to
go
do
back
is
and
go
watch the
to
VOD,
shield.
or
No,
I'll just
wait,
DM
maybe
you
a
all of my
catch.
roasts again.
Maybe a
Maybe you go to the Magnezone here because
But
the thing is you can Volt
enjoy-
Switch it out.
I'm
Shadow
enjoying-
Ball? No, the disarming voice.
enjoying
Wait, you
watching
can
and
Volt
listening
Switch,
to
They
you.
can't do another one, right?
Looking
Colin
forward
is
to next
going
season
for
when you and I are
Magnezone.
reunited.
I think so too, but if Paula can read what's in the back, she might bring in her own Magnezone as well. And Magnezone on Magnezone actions really comes down to shield.
This is pretty
Oh, man,
awesome
that
for you because you
Incinerate
don't take
doesn't
any
land
Incinerate
just
damage
because
from that.
The duration of
Yeah,
Incinerate is
that's
longer.
very nice.
Oh no!
Oh man, she makes the wrong call here. We see
And
the
now
back
your
mirror shot.
Skeledirge is obviously
gotta-
laughing in the back.
You cannot have your Skeletor
Yeah.
on this Altaria. I think Paula might be predicting something else in the back here. In
No
comes
way.
the Wild Charge. You gotta shield this. Yeah.
Did
because
you,
otherwise
Eric?
it would
Yeah,
do
see?
so much damage.
You occasionally get
I
something
think
right.
here you can feel free to let the Magnezone go and sweep with the Skeledirge.
Yeah, let's see.
It beats anything in the back, basically.
Charge Tech priority time on the Sky Tech here. Colin is forced to put up a shield. I'm not sure if
This
it's
was a
gonna
big CMP
give you more play.
for her, I
You
guess.
can pull like 2 shields as Paulasha. Maybe there's play, but I'm not sure if Paula's going to shield this because
Swaps right to the Skeledirge.
she has
She
her own
doesn't-
Magnezone. You cannot
Yes.
shield this. It's going to
That's
knock out.
Yeah,
And
just to
then
hope it's not
in
Yeah,
Skeletor.
you're
goes
already
the
tapping.
Skeledirge.
You're
Let's
tapping the
take a look here.
Skeledirge, but
Paula knows
it then
the
overtaps for
Magnezone
you.
is
But
going to get
thankfully,
melted,
Yep.
doesn't
and
make a
that
difference.
means Magnezone is going to go for one
Paula
more
is head in
barrel
hands
shot
again
here,
because she
hoping
knows that
this
the
will
big
give her a
mistakes that
chance
she
to
made
get to a
earlier in the
wild charge.
match
That might be her only chance
cost
at
her.
this point, but it's gonna. I don't think this is possible anymore.
Yeah,
Colin
definitely
is
rough for
all
her.
smiles. I think this is the happiest I've seen him the entire day. But we can hear the crowd. They are absolutely electric behind the stage here.
Yeah, I'm not sure about bringing in it either. Yeah, I agree, Sam. I agree, but
Tomahawk UK.
Caleb.
EU Caleb. Okay, EU Caleb.
That's right.
EU
Yeah,
Caleb.
sorry,
How dare
sorry,
you.
my bad.
Right, let's go through to some get. Actually, should we watch our interview? Because I don't remember it. All I remember is that we were both quite chatty.
Colin, though, that last best of 5 had me on my toes. It was won by Colin, though. I am Counzivius, and joining me here is Colin and Tomahawk.
I'll get a drink real quick.
Yeah,
I can't even hear it anyway.
Colin,
Sure.
The first question is for you. You've had a lot of games today. How are you feeling? Are you still up for it?
I'm definitely still up for it. The first time against Free didn't go as well, so I'm up for some revenge.
Yeah, you must have learned from that experience. We all
find a guy who looks at you the way that I look at Colin. That's all I'm saying.
I hope so. I'll try to figure it out. He has no idea what to do.
Tomahawk, you seem very confident. This, as you told me earlier, is your 3rd Grand Finals, but the first one going from the winner's bracket. This gives you a huge advantage because you have an opportunity to experiment a little bit.
Maybe. I'm very happy that it's Colin. It's something that we've joked about for a long time. Every single regional that we attend, we always say, oh, we're going to meet each other in the Grand Finals. It'll be fine. And this is the first time that that's happened. So, like, I'm just very happy at that moment.
Thank you. I will hydrate.
You have this friendship and you share this friendship, but I hope for your sake that
we all know what's happening. You're watching me grin at me grinning at Colin.
For sure. I want that 3rd regional. I know he's aiming for his first one, so it'll be tough. I'm looking forward to it.
It will be a great achievement.
Yeah, we coordinate our outfits
as well.
for
For
sure.
example, for you will be the first battler in Europe who gets the 3rd regional title. Of course, this is a special event, but in the end, it is still a title. You are going for the first one. So, who's more hyped for it?
It's going to be tricky. Colin has now, because he's beaten Paul Asher, I think he will now finish the leaderboard at the top for EU.
This is me hyping up my boy Colin.
Achievement already, and obviously 3rd. For me, as Colin says, it would be my first. It'll be my 3rd attempt at a Grand Finals. This time, first from the winner's side. A gold medal is, I do want it. I do want it.
I'm going to let you guys, take your time and get prepared for the Grand Finals. But both of you, since you are such good friends, do you have any final words to say to the audience before we get to the Grand Finals?
Yeah, of course. I always want to thank my teammates, Team Pizza, for all the help and all the support. It's awesome here in the final here now, and I'm just looking forward to it.
Yeah. I guess Colin has the keys to our hotel, so I hope we're friends afterwards.
All right, thank you so much, guys, and best of luck for the finals. We're going to go straight back to the guest stairs. Do not go anywhere. We have a huge Grand Finals coming up.
Colin did actually have the keys to the hotel.
I love how Colin went like,
I
know he really wants to win
it
one
was,
regional
but
champion.
it was also true.
But I want
right. Let's go. Let's get into these games.
And just, I believe.
Oh yeah, we spent ages because the phones were messing up for a while. What are these guys doing? Okay then. I'm a glutton for punishment.
To give us an amazing Grand Finals. We're all pumped up. These two trainers are locked in.
Shall I put a poll? Who wins?
Magnezone into a Cresselia. This is a great matchup for Colin.
Oh, this is looking really good for Colin indeed, and he has gone really strong against the Shadow Bastiodon this time with his team. However, Tomahawk hasn't even brought it to the table.
So I've gone ABA weak to Magnezone
big
here.
Heads-up play from Tomahawk, but again, he did not bring it to the table.
Should we count the number of leads I win versus lose?
Does not like to be matched up against his Magnezone. So much damage, but these wild charges will do even more damage to that Cresselia.
Yep, first wild charge being thrown. Is this a bait? Is this not a bait? Tomahawk UK decides to shield it. The good thing
I was wondering, how do I lose this? But I already know.
Oh, this is a catch on the charger bug.
Because
this
I'm
is going to be resisted. However,
going
it is
to call
going
the
to
wrong
do a
thing
lot
in the
of
back.
damage as well.
This is the problem with running against catching against Pokemon like
So yeah, I guess you come in with a crest to save. So in the last game, I used Charger to bait out Whiscash for a Basti. And I assume that that's why you left Whiscash in the back.
Yep.
Cresselia
But I should have
does
known.
access to this Moonblast. Moonblast is enough at this range
It was.
to knock out that charge of or at least put it in the red.
Well, it wasn't best. She probably wouldn't have stayed in the lead then.
Predicts the Bastiodon in the back, but there is an Altaria. Colin preserves the Shadow Whiscash for the Bastiodon that isn't there. Altaria is going to be able to Dragon Breath it later on in the game. Does Colin know it yet? Does he suspect it at all?
Oh man, this is kind of what he learned from the last game as well, that Bastiodon is always at the back, but unfortunately this time around it is not at the back. So going into the Cresselia, this means that there should be something that Colin has to do to kind of get this Cresselia back safe into his Pokeball.
Colin still has a shield up.
Yeah, but Sammy, because that became the first rule, then the next rule became lead weak to it. You see what I'm saying?
Damage against the Altaria. Are we going to see a Moonblast debuff here?
Yes, whatever happens here, it's gonna be down to that Magnezone. Magnezone is a win con. Let's see how Colin decides to play it out. Going for a lot of farm, a lot of energy onto the Cresselia, and Tomahawk firing off this Grass Knot. Grass Knot will be enough to knock out the Cresselia, but then again, by going for a shield here.
Colin calls it, and this is such a genius play because he knows if there is Bastiodon in the back, you still win with only your Shadow Whiscash. If it is something else, you still need that Cresselia with a Moonblast against an Altaria. Now the Grass Knot is being channeled by Tomahawk, and Colin shields it as well. He wants more energy on the Magnezone. This is such a good safety play, but there's another Grass Knot reached.
No, Grass Knot comes in. That is so unfortunate.
I assume you just
miscounted was
slightly
farm
there.
that Cresselia down, but Cresselia being that bulky Pokemon knocks the Magnezone out, and it's all up to the Whiscash and Cresselia at the back. But look what we see here. It's an Altaria. The Altaria, the ever-present bird in the sky, is going to give a very tough job for this Cresselia.
Fair enough.
On this must be a debuff here, otherwise the Dragon Breath will knock out the Cresselia. Cresselia is going to channel the Moonblast, and it is not a debuff. The
You
Cresselia
probably
is
win
being knocked out. The Shadow
if you don't let that next Grass Knot through, right? Because you get a wild charge off against the Altaria, and if you don't get the wild charge off, you get the Moonblast.
Yeah, Tomahawk knew that it was going to be the Whiscash.
I couldn't actually see it because your screen share stopped.
He talks to the mic to
Colin,
saying, is it the Whiscash? And Colin says yes.
Wait, it's
it's
back.
unfortunate for the Whiscash.
Okay, you're probably
has
right.
no play here. Yes, if you had the move Blizzard, there was some way to fight back against the Altaria, but there is no way this Mudboy can do anything against.
So I got a bit lucky there then, I think.
Wow, and now Colin has to play 2 mind games at once. He has to protect himself.
And if I just swap Whiscash in the Charger.
The Pokemon that has served Tomahawks.
Yeah, both of those I think probably would help. What do I get added to this? What comes off this list? Probably Stuttgart.
Yeah.
Your list is going to look pretty sexy. Leal comes off, right?
Yeah, just an honor.
And then you'll get
champion.
Also, you'll have obviously World Championship, World Champs finalist as well.
Yeah, and you're a world champion.
See, he knows. See, Colin knows how to big me up, how to make me feel better.
We made a deal, right? We made a deal.
Yeah.
Say it. The team that
we said whoever wins Bologna has to let the other one win Worlds. So you know.
Looks kind of weak to Altaria.
Okay, so again, I lose lead.
Neutral lead, of course. I want to see how much Smackdowns does on this Magnezone, but immediately swapping into the
and I get lucky
and
here.
This Cresselia. This is looking
with
great
the
for Colin.
shield
It's a great
baits,
lead
right?
into a great swap, but Annihilate with energy, you know
yeah,
how
but this
much
one's
damage
very
it can
weird.
do. He has to call this. Will this be a Shadow Ball?
That was a big call from you. That was
no
awesome.
Protection. Brilliant gameplay.
Because if that's a Shadow Ball, I win.
You can see great calls from both trainers on this game. Throwing a Moonblast just before the Shadow Ball is reached on Tomahawk's side, because yes, the Night Slash was a bait. However, it is still important in this matchup because you need this and a Shadow Ball to knock out.
Yeah, this is very interesting on how Tomahawk wants to play this out. Ideally, he would want this Cresselia to go shields down in this matchup. So
yeah,
that
Jox, I agree, but I also thought that he would think that as well.
So. And that's exactly what he's going for. Gets the first shield, but this means that the Cresselia is in the driver's seat.
But you're right, Jox, you're right. You are right.
Call that Night Slash bait.
And now this is a Grass Knot bait. It gets shielded. Even if it didn't get shielded, he could have gotten a nice little Psycho cut down. Farms up to the Moonblast. Charge attack priority event goes for the Shadow Ball again.
Why did you let me get to a Shadow Ball?
Annihilate? I kind of doubt it.
That's the thing. I played this one very weird. I don't know why.
But this is looking really, really risky here. In comes the Whiscash. Whiscash, of course, has great matchup against the Bastion and also does not have a bad matchup against the Quagsire. This is a great heads-up play by Colin, but not shielding this Night Slash is going to put the Whiscash so low.
Yep, that is true. However, I think that Tomahawk really needs to align the Shadow Quagsire onto the Shadow Magnezone.
Did you not fancy the farm down here?
Going to run Rampage. Now the Shadow Whiscash has a lot of energy, and even with this
I once again don't know. I think I was calling Altaria on the back.
Also has a protection.
And hoping to sweep his Magnezone.
So this is great position to be in if you're a Colin. Let's see what happens here. In comes the Quagsire. Quagsire is immediately going to be met with this called on charge attack priority, won by the Quagsire. This has to be a shield from Colin.
Well, and I wonder why this was a shield, why he threw on charge attack priority. He's now going to go throw that Scald. The question is, will he reach the next Mud Bomb before Tomahawk is going to reach the next Aqua Tail?
I think he does. He is 3 away from the next
you
Mud
make
Bomb,
a catch here
which
from
potentially
memory, right?
will be caught on the Bastion.
Oh, he's actually 4, and it's going to be charge attack priority. A catch here, and is this going to cost Colin the game, or is it going to win him the game?
This
is going to deal a really sizable amount of damage. It's Shadow on Shadow. Boom!
What a great amount of damage, but this Magnezone will get to this mud shot, but going for this...
Oh, wow, and this is going to secure
and then
the
obviously
game
I know I win
Tomahawk.
TMP and I've got the Aqua
It's
Tail,
going to
so
be really
fine.
close here. It will potentially secure the game for Tomahawk, just because, yes, the Wishcash does have some energy on it, but Quagsire has that energy loaded. He will have to go for 2 Mud Bombs and hope to get that charge attack priority here, farming all the way down and going for that Scald. Scald will
why are you scalding here again?
Bastion.
That was the other thing I was wondering. I remember this coming through.
Super effective, deals a lot of damage on the Bastion, knocks it out, and even in the charge attack priority case, the Shadow Quagsire comes out on top.
What a
just for science.
Okay,
so at this point,
he had a bad lead,
I'm 2-0 up
and he managed
in the
to come
first set of the Grand Finals.
Yes, I have a Magnezone that can deal with the Bastion. I have a Wishcash that can also deal
at
with the
this point, I
I
actually
do not need switch,
got
but
really
that
mad
was
just
so
at myself.
Tomahawk UK securing
because of how badly I played
that
one.
Before the second to last Pokemon is knocked out, knowing
and I don't know,
there
just
is only this Shadow Whiscash deep in the red. If I
kind of stopped caring about worrying about the lead and just told myself to focus more.
I was saying it before, you're usually like a very safe player.
And win that game.
Yeah.
And then you started bringing out some ABAs that caught me off because I wasn't expecting them from you.
To do was shield
and that
the
was
Cresselia
pretty cool. That was a
and
pretty cool adjustment
swap into the Wishcash because he is strong against Bastion. Magnezone would have had to action it.
Yeah, I had the final boss cornered. We played Rope-a-Dope, and then Colin came out swinging.
Both these players locked in, and we see a Cresselia.
I was expecting a Crest lead here, so I was okay with this.
And as we have been educating through the whole stream, is an attack weight dependent matchup on the Altaria.
Charger doesn't really have anywhere to go though.
The bulk point for the defense of this Cresselia as well.
But I'm gonna say that Colin has quite the neutral play here, and in the back, it is looking rather good. The Shadow Whiscash can deal with the Shadow Quagsire and definitely can deal with
I'm interested
the
when we watch this game.
Altaria is also looking
can I win
in those matchups.
Yep, and it's a huge heads-up play by Colin there, thinking that, all right,
I think you can.
If
you let a Moonblast through at some later point, if you shield it, I think you might have it.
Colin takes even more energy and goes into the Altaria. We've seen
Tomahawk play this matchup differently
multiple times here, but Crunch has
I want to save the Altaria for the Whiscash that I know you'll probably bring.
And if it does, then this match will be completely different.
I got the big defense drop.
Is really good in this matchup, especially because
you throw a Sky attack because you don't reach a Moonblast, so I know I survived this. I think I probably survived the Moonblast anyway, so I know I'm surviving, and the Crunch is going to do pretty good damage.
No, maybe we have to find out here. Crunch comes in, will Colin pull up a shield? Because yes, if he does pull up a shield, we know that there's a great matchups for Altaria at the back, but Colin doesn't. Wow. This does not KO. That is so close. Will this be enough? Dragon breathing down that Charger Bug. Altaria doing Altaria things.
No, I couldn't come in with Quag because you can come in with
monster. Altaria from Tomahawk. I'm saying Altaria a whole lot here is
coming. And if you shield this,
breathing down the mirror match. He's already almost tapping.
I think you win.
Quagsire wants to be there. Doesn't get the catch.
I really didn't want to go 2 shields down.
By the Cresselia. Do you really want to bring a
that was why I let it through.
Well, I was just going to say
you're absolutely right. If I shield that, I win.
That Moonblast, if
so there's, we're counting Tomahawk errors in these Grand Finals.
But here we go.
Maybe you can say that's my first error. You can understand why I no shield that, though, I think.
It is the last Pokemon, the last stand Colin has against Tomahawk.
COLIN does not want to take any further damage. It's going to throw the Shadow Skull. It is going to be resisted.
Jocks, it's
However,
difficult to play for RPS when you know your opponent is about to start playing ABA.
And now the last matchup, Shadow Quagsire comes in here, starts mud-shotting, reaches to that Aqua Tail. We're going to throw a charge attack priority here against the Skull, but COLIN isn't falling for it.
Yeah, COLIN is not falling for it, not shielding the first Aqua Tail. This is rather special for me because if you get the Skull debuff, then that's exactly where you want to shield it. Going for the Mud Bomb, will Tomahawk shield? No shielding the first move here. I think COLIN's strategy is going 3 Mud Bombs. That is the win con here. 1, 2, 3 Mud Bombs.
Yep, that looks like a good win con for him. Throws the next one, has to be shielded here, but the Cresselia is also at quite a lot of energy at this point. So
honestly, there were loads of things I could have done to win.
Tries to reach for the Grass Knot. Is this a window for Tomahawk?
Yes, this looks like a great window for Tomahawk. Is the
I really wanted you to shield that. I really wanted you to shield that.
Mud Bomb. Will it get there? Let's go there. 1, 2, 3,
and I really wanted you to be 5. I really wanted you to be 5 from your Mud Bomb as well.
Knock that Quagsire, giving COLIN 1 point and
because I wasn't 100% sure, that's why I didn't throw. I don't think you're on 1 HP anyway, so I don't think I would have got a shield knockout.
Here is Tomahawk shaking.
Yeah,
I didn't want to lose because I attempted a shield knockout.
Reverse sweep right here. COLIN is
no, to be fair, David, this is fine. Losing 1 game, I think, here is fine. It's this next game that throws me quite a lot.
It's a great example of energy management. Getting that extra mud shot on the Wish Cache, understanding that, all right, it's a Quagsire at the back. I need a few as well.
Okay, so far,
one more time, and now
a new absolute Mantine.
Would we count that? I don't know if I'd count that as a lead 1. Maybe you can.
Quagsire stole the 1.
You are
Shadow. Not threat.
It's pretty neutral.
Maybe.
Okay, but this is another hard lead loss. I was not expecting Skeledirge. I played ABA week to Skeledirge. I did not see Skeledirge coming, so this was awesome.
Again for COLIN. Skeledirge into the Cresselia. Cresselia has immediately going
I was calling a charge a lead, but
what I had written down in my notes was that if you do lead Skeledirge, you shouldn't have any answer to an Altaria safe swap.
Yeah. Then you were right.
This is exactly what COLIN wants because he can get to this disarming voice, do that super effective damage, and then swap into his own Cresselia.
I'm interested to. I've never watched this game back, so I'm interested to see what the lag looks like from your side as well.
Good
so I remember I was getting a bit annoyed
there. Yes, don't take too much Dragon Breath damage there. Take 1 or 2 charge attacks from that Altaria. Actually, it's probably only just going to be 1, and then you're throwing a Moonblast yourself.
Yeah, at this point, it doesn't matter. There is no need for investing a shield onto the Cresselia because Cresselia looks healthy, but no, there is the attack fall.
Ooh, and now the game stops
This
playing.
was not
Are
fun.
we going to see them
because now I can't remember what energy you're on.
After this, or is this going to have to be a rematch? The backline looks so good for COLIN. Both players are trying to go for their charge attacks again.
So I have no idea what energy you're on now.
Against Cresselia and Annihilate, this would be huge.
You presumably don't have any idea of mine either.
Kind of recognizing the importance of switch in this matchup. He wants to preserve the
I think they said that I missed more,
and going for this guy
but I was not sure.
COLIN says, all right, you have done your job.
So at this point in the game, I'm going to be honest, at this point in the game, I was expecting there to potentially be a rematch regardless, right?
Yeah.
And completely farm this Altaria down.
Yep, I like and I dislike this play because look at the Dragon Breath damage. Yes, and we're actually going to...
And I wonder, do I reach that Sky attack? Maybe I don't.
And I dislike this play because look at the Dragon Breath damage.
I think I reach it. So, if I could count your attacks, I would have done another 2 turns of moves, but then they said that you lost more moves, so maybe I wouldn't have. So that's why I was like, I didn't really know.
Yes,
I threw 1 before a Grass Knot, I threw rather than 1 for a Moonblast.
Going to reach for a Sky attack here. This shield cost the Skeledirge so much damage as well.
Yeah, it's just hard to tell.
No shielding did cost it, but then again, if shielded,
I was a little bit
under the threat of being
completely
completely farmed down. Immediately going into the spam tapping that Wish Cache so that he can try to get some more advantage here. 2-to-1 shields, Wish Cache versus Cresselia is not that bad.
And Tomahawk isn't bringing out the Pokemon, it seems. Now we're swapping immediately into the Shadow Whiskish because at this range, the Skeledirge has a terrible matchup against Annihilate just because it has so much damage with the Night Slash as well. We're going to see a Shadow.
That was also weird.
Yeah, the lag was... The lag is... I am tilting at the lag
such
here.
a loaded Wish Cache. The advantage of this is one move from the Crystalia will knock the Wishcash out, but Wishcash knows he wins the charge attack priority and goes for this Scald. Scald, if this debuffs again, puts the Wishcash in a very good position.
To be honest, if this knocks out, then
So,
you can farm it fully down.
I don't know why, but I think when I was throwing this, I didn't know you were at another Scald already, but I was in my head I was like, I don't know what energy you are at, but like obviously I would probably have overfarmed.
Down with the Skeledirge. This is a potential win condition for Colin. He has 2 shields available to his name. He could just go for a big farm down.
But I misplay here,
aren't
so
going
it's
to
my
deal
fault.
any kind of damage. You can shield up one attack, and then you can throw a Shadow Ball into the Annihilate.
But he needs to get that farm down slowly and steadily. The Psycho Cuts are adding up. Not
Yeah,
to mention
the rhythm was
counters
what
that will
got the
be
rhythm
coming
was
in
what got
from
me
that
is that, and okay, if anyone remembers me playing against Lurgan Rocket in Liverpool, then you will see why I should have won this game. But because I'm quite thrown by energy and I can't, like, nothing was clear as to where the energy was and everything, because everything was pausing quite a lot. Here's where I misplay.
Will this be enough? One more Incinerate. That's all he needs to be able.
There. I throw CMP on the Skeledirge, and that is where I lose this game. Because if I don't throw, and I let my counter go through, think what happens. Let's say I don't throw this, and I let my counter go through. Because he has to throw, he's at 100 energy, Colin's at 100 energy. So Colin throws, my counter goes through.
Able to do some work against this Annihilate going.
Then this is exactly what happened with me versus Logan in Liverpool.
Colin had
when he was in when he was a Talonflame.
Yep, this is so incredibly close.
Now,
the Shadow Ball
obviously, this is the 50-50. I get the 50-50 right.
Or not. Is
I shield the Shadow Ball.
A disarming voice at this point. He is not. He's calling the Shadow Ball. How fast is Colin going to be into the Shadow?
2. So if my counter had gone through, if I'd not thrown that CMP, and I shield a Shadow Ball, I do 2 more counters, which would take me to 5, and I get my Night Slash, my first Night Slash, and I throw. And then, as soon as I've thrown it, I would get to throw the next Night Slash. So that loses me my championship.
The Shadow Ball into the Annihilate. Is it going to be the?
That's why I was just like, what is going on? Because I was getting pauses all over the place. And
throws the Shadow Ball into the Annihilate. Is it going to be the 2-2?
I'm annoyed, but
and this will be enough to knock
when I asked the judges, I said, should I have reached the next Night Slash? They said no. I said then it was my misplay and leave it, because in my mind,
about this matchup for sure, because
regardless of any of the lag, regardless of any of the loss of rhythm, I lost that game because I didn't play that Night Slash properly.
For me personally, it looked like after a little stop, the game just
and so I just said to the judges,
great for me.
Yeah,
irrespective of the lag, was I too far away from the second Night Slash? And they said yes, and I said okay, leave it then,
and look at
because
it
I've misplayed.
We did not,
and that misplay in my mind was bigger than any other. The impact of my misplay was bigger than the impact.
I was trying to scream at the screen that we were looking at,
so I just said
that was maybe don't take.
And I think you said that as well, Colin. You were like,
but yes, this was
we wanted to understand more about what happened with the lag, and I don't know if you remember that I just said, was I going to reach the Night Slash or not? And they said no, and I was like, then forget it.
It takes a lot to make sure you keep track of energy, especially
yeah, because if you would have reached into, I mean, I would have given it to you. But
game number 4 of the grand finals, you need so much experience to make sure you can come here and do well and not make mistakes.
Game
both these trainers, as far as I understand and know, did not make a single mistake.
That game has kept me up at night, for sure.
I might have spotted a.
Right, let's go to the next one. Just because I know that I know how to win that. Because I've done it before. I did it at Liverpool versus Logan, and I should have done it here. There is no reason whatsoever for me to have thrown that first Night Slash on CMP. Didn't make any sense. He has a shield. There's no point.
You play Pokemon like, let's say, Polar.
So that was frustrating. And even though I don't want for it to be the case, that clearly rattled me. I don't remember this next game. I cannot remember it.
He wants to, but he has the option of
going
into the bracket.
I don't think that I was composed enough going into it. But let's see. I don't remember this game.
I don't remember this one either, actually.
Okay, so I lose lead again. I don't think I've won a single lead yet, which also doesn't help. So your team selection's pretty awesome here.
Will be one shot by these Grass Knot, but then again, slowly and steadily, Quagsire's Aquatails will add up. Let's see what
I feel like I'm going to chip because I did have a feeling you wouldn't throw your energy in yet.
To the Cresselia because Cresselia is such a bulky Pokemon, but Colin going for the no shield.
Oh, Cresselia is so
I tried to catch.
Does not get caught
didn't
here on
get
this
the
one.
catch,
To be
but
honest,
that's fine.
Cresselia is a fantastic save swap for Tomahawk.
I was happy with you using some of your energy here.
He needs that Mantine later on for the Altaria.
And I was trying to play strong into Whiscash. Yeah, Sammy, I was trying to play strong into Whiscash. And then this, potentially, I'm not going to blame it, but this potentially loses me the match.
If it debuffs, then this matchup will be hugely in favor of Colin. I just called it.
That debuff potentially loses me this match.
To get an attack drop back here to even the field. COLIN6IX coming in with the clutch attack debuff. Now everything seems to be against Tomahawk UK. Will Colin throw the next Moonblast before? Oh, he's actually going for a Grass Knot here. 2 Grass Knot might knock out at this range.
Colin recognizing that he needs 2 moves.
My Charger wins the zeros though.
Going for that Grass Knot,
Crest
which
wins
is
the
a little
zeros,
bit more energy efficient and a little bit more cheaper than the Moonblast. In comes his Grass Knot, but then again, Tomahawk's Cresselia also needs 2 moves to knock out Colin's Cresselia. This is going to come down to who can get to the second move faster.
Yep, and it is for me looking like
so
Colin is going
if I don't get debuffed, I take your Cress out there, don't I? Do you agree?
Probably.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I take your Cress out.
There immediately knows the switch timer.
How much energy did I have?
Yep, and
this is going to come down to
looking like Colin is going to be there immediately. Knows the switch timer
so
isn't up for Tomahawk.
Now you survive and I lose basically 50 energy.
Alignment might be crucial in this one. You never want your shadow
so I have to shield
on the Altaria. Tomahawk,
which I didn't really want to do because I'm debuffed anyway.
Is this going to come down
and
to
I have to throw another attack.
I am not sure if that is even possible because it's
so I think after the lag in the previous game and then after the debuff here, clearly my head is going.
Tomahawk sees the next Pokemon, and it's a Mantine. Moonblast coming in. This Cresselia was loaded with so
and my
much
worry
energy.
now is that this Mantine can sweep
Pokemon, that third Pokemon that it's doing damage to.
Yeah, but it is going to be
that's what I was thinking. If it's Altaria, Mantine can sweep.
Yeah.
If it's Basti in the back,
Whiscash
could sweep.
Against the Quagsire, and the Altaria is going to throw the first Aerial Ace before the Aqua Tail is reached. But of course, you want to prevent a Stone Edge from hitting you first.
Yep, Aerial Ace comes in here. This is of course neutral, but with the recent buff for Aerial Ace,
maybe I should have hard swapped Quag in
Mantine has
to
so
stop
much
the farm down.
In comes this Aqua Tail. This is a bait, and Colin unfortunately
maybe that's what I should have done.
Then I could hard swap
so far ahead in
to Whiscash.
This Mantine just really needs to knock out this.
Yeah, because you had shield advantage, so there's no. I don't know if there's anything I can do.
The only thing he needs to do
it was the debuff.
Don't think so.
Guys, it was the debuff. Stop complaining about Scald. It was the Moonblast debuff. If anyone whines about Night Slash, it was the Moonblast debuff.
First Ice Beam comes in here. Will Tomahawk call this? He does not pull up a Protect Shield, but in the very last second pulls it up, negates all that damage. Dragon Breath slowly and steadily adding up. Will this Mantine get there? Will this Mantine be able to get to that Ice Beam? And it does!
Oh, Mantine goes for the Ice Beam. Does it knock out the Altaria? This is double super effective damage. It is going to connect. Right now the damage. Boom!
Altaria is out of the playing field here. Quagsire comes in, but
no way!
Enough. Colin flips the bracket 3-2, and we're going to have a bracket reset into the grand final.
What do you mean? Cost you a couple £100?
This did not look
couple
like
£100, Sammy. Cost me a legacy.
Games in the beginning. Tomahawk looks like he would just
right. So Colin takes that. Let's go. These are bad now. These games just go. I don't even know what I'm thinking at this point. I actually think I end up playing some pretty random teams. Hey, it's my interview.
Also, question.
Yeah.
Why did you not decide to go off stage?
They didn't. Did they ask us?
I mean, they asked us if we wanted to go to the bathroom.
Oh yeah.
Which I took advantage of. I didn't really have to go.
Yeah, maybe I should have.
Just to collect myself.
Maybe I should have. Yeah, you're right. I probably should have. Probably should have taken a break to refresh. You're right.
here. This is the bracket reset, the grandest of grand finals. In comes his Pokemon. It's the Bastiodon against the
Okay, so I win a lead, but I realize as I'm doing this, I realize that you're playing ABA weak and you're looking to soft lose this. The problem is that I can't switch out of it.
Let's see how much a Grassnod does against
So that's why I was just like,
it is still a Bastiodon in the end.
I realize
limited amount of damage, but
about now I realize you've got an Altaria in the back.
But this Psycho Cuts do
But I can't switch out, so I'm trying to work out what do I do.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, Bastiodon
to not let Basti get too low.
Amount of HP there. The Stone Edge is going to connect. Does a sizable chunk. The next one will definitely knock out. Let's see how many Grass Knots Colin can get off here.
Yes, Grass Knot coming in. Of course, as the Bastiodon, you do not want to shield any of these. It's all going to be up to this. Will he decide to completely farm it down, or will he be forced to throw a move here? Grass Knot, this might put the Bastiodon in a range where another Grass Knot might knock out.
Yep, that is true. So Tomahawk kind of has to throw, maybe. Also, we can see in the backline, Colin's Shadow Whiscash is never going to be answered by Altaria. So if it gets a full farm down on this Shadow Bastiodon,
I assume I'm going to hard swap a Quag here.
It's going to be crucial on if
I assume that's what I do here.
Yeah,
I'd be surprised if I don't.
Let's see what happens here. Whiscash comes in, an immediate swap into that Shadow Quagsire. Quagsire does have access to the Aqua Tail, which is going to come in quick and fast.
Because this is me thinking you've got Altaria in the back. What do I do to get rid of it?
That is kind of interesting. I want to see how Colin proceeds in this matchup, because I
was
was thinking
Basti was still very
immediately pivot out into the Altaria to have an aligned timer
against
there to dominate this
a little too healthy for my liking.
Shield, and then try to swap out into the Shadow Whiscash as
but I couldn't swap out.
No. Skull comes in and it gets that attack fall.
You get another attack debuff.
In the favor of Colin and going for the Skull again, but Tomahawk knows his
that attack debuff again.
Priority, no
you don't have to shield this now, do you?
Putting everything on that Altaria,
which is
pretty big.
That's massive, right? So
it will all come down to
debuffed again.
Altaria Dragon Breath down that Bastiodon. This Skull will put the Quagsire into the red, an immediate swap into the Altaria is what I'd expect.
Wow, I'm really surprised.
And I don't get my Stone Edge off, which is also not ideal.
Altaria gets the knockout.
And then this is horrible for me.
The Bastiodon is going to come in. This is so much damage with those smackdowns. Can Colin Dragon Breath down? Actually, we are seeing a lot of damage being done here. This first Stone Edge is being thrown. Will it be shielded? I guess.
Despite the debuff, despite not getting the Stone Edge off, I still could have won if I just shielded the 50-50 move.
Will the Altaria able to Dragon Breath down?
No way.
So close, and it gets a complete Dragon Breath down. We have the Annihilate with one
So I was
shield,
there thinking, are you going to double Sky Attack? So if I shield this,
is going to knock out.
If I shield this, you don't reach another Moonblast, right?
If it lands, and it lands!
Probably
so
not.
It barely doesn't knock out, however it deals enough damage so it's in Dragon Breath range. COLIN6IX!
And you didn't have any energy on the Whiscash.
Down a Shadow Bastiodon. How can you stop him?
No.
What?
Jock says this is where we regret bringing Shadow Basti over regular. Don't know about that, Jocks. Don't know about that. Dragon Breath still does 1 damage.
Amazing play there by Colin. I think low is years and will be
Tomahawk not in one season.
Then I leave Basti again.
In Europe. And this is Shadow Magnezone into Shadow Bastiodon. Tomahawk not wanting to switch up his strategy in the lead. And goes out immediately.
I don't know what I'm doing here. In my head, you know how you and I discussed that Altaria with the 2s is okay into Magnezone? That's, I think, what I'm doing, but I make a huge mistake here. This is actually a huge mistake. I'm still annoyed at myself about this. This is another one that keeps me up a little bit. Why am I throwing a Sky Attack? What am I doing? It just makes no sense to go for the Sky Attack here, because you don't have to shield it. So I should have just carried on farming and going up to a Moonblast, right? Do you agree?
Yeah. Or just CMP with Sky Attack on the 6-4 Twitch.
So that was dumb, and I think I knew as soon as I threw a Sky Attack, I was like, that was dumb.
Will this be enough to knock out? I do not think so, but Tomahawk pulls up a Protect Shield. He wants to get this Magnezone out of the way.
Oh, this is shielded again, going down 2 shields immediately.
Lyle, I am
what
still
can
here,
Colin
yes.
do now? He can't
Damn it,
go.
I missed my dueling.
Fareed's lost the
The
yep.
Cresselia can be farmed down. That is
Oh,
actually
I missed it as well.
because now he does have a switch timer left.
You missed it an hour ago.
You have taken 2 shields from my opponent.
Yeah,
I'm
not even close.
fully fine with that. And now we're going to see a move thrown just before the Moonblast reaches.
Yeah, Moonblast comes in here, but Tomahawk also has a chance
I was
to
hoping
catch
your
this
switch
move
would not be up here.
onto that Bastiodon. In comes the switch, and he goes to the Cresselia!
Oh, and this Cresselia is going to be
because I'm trying to save the ult now for the Whiskash that I know is in the back.
Moonblast goes in, lands. Is that an attack fall? No attack fall here. Going into the Whiskash. This is very surprising for me.
Yeah, I can see why, because you know there is a Bastiodon in the back. That means that you can safely use your shields here on that Cresselia. You're going to deal a little bit more damage, actually a lot more damage with those shadow boosted skulls here. This is going to be very, very strong for Colin. He wants to use those shields, he gets to.
Yep, Scald coming in. This is, as you said, going to do a significant amount of damage, but it's all going to come down to, can this Cresselia get to 2 grass nuts? Based on the damage that Scald did, I do not think it can. Let's see what Whiskash does. Goes for that Protect Shield, and I would assume Colin would farm it all the way to the maximum. Get as many fast moves as possible before he throws that Scald, and that is exactly what he's doing. One more and goes for that charge attack priority. Oh. Goes for this Mud Bomb. Is this enough? Yes,
that was
it's
good
a Shadow
counting from
Whiskash,
you.
but then again, it is a Cresselia. It has significant amount of
I know
HP.
my
Will this knock out? Yes, it does!
Huge knockout for COLIN6IX, immediately throwing the Scald. Scald, he knows.
And you've just got too much energy. I just can't.
Want to take too much damage, or else it's going
yeah,
to
I think. Yeah, I shake my head there because I know that I'm within 2 Scalds.
Tomahawk has no way of catching anything. You can throw a Scald right here. You can throw a Scald. He does throw the Scald. The Altaria is going to be knocked out after this, and then it's going to be a Mud Boy party
at this point,
Shadow Bastiodon.
Shadow Bastiodon is a great Pokemon.
I think at this point my head's going now.
Deal with this Whiskash.
My head's going.
Being knocked out of the sky.
You can see you shaking your head.
Yeah, I'm getting upset at this point.
This is gonna do about 50 to
just because I know I've had a couple of misplays, and I know that getting a game against Colin is it's a freaking hard thing to do, right? And you go 2 down into a bracket reset, and you have to win 3 games in a row.
All Colin needs now is exactly what Tomahawk needed in the first set of...
Tough. And now, Colin, you're getting confident as well, which is even worse for me.
Yeah, 2-0 up, I was pretty confident.
Doesn't go through, you're going to get a smackdown.
So you get
I get my lead that I'm finally been waiting for, which is good.
The Shadow Whiskash, but there's no Bastiodon in the back.
This is not the matchup you want to see. Immediately going on to the Cresselia safe shop.
I do the thing that we said, and this time I am running Quag and you are running Mantine. So it's not as bad as the RPS that we had previously, but I still think this is fine because Shadow Quag is the best Mud Boy.
Stone is just enough.
Yeah.
Nope, Tomahawk UK is charging up to 2 X-Scissor and is going to throw those. Probably going to farm up a little bit more after this to exit this matchup with low amount of HP and high amounts of energy.
Yeah, if you hadn't learned earlier that you needed to do the more the extra Dragon Breaths, probably would have won this.
Yeah, agreed.
With like a shield sense.
Yeah, agreed.
No, unfortunately not, but in comes a Whiskash.
The extra Dragon Breath.
So that's the useful thing about playing this many games, I guess.
But the X-Scissor is neutral, and this means that slowly and steadily this Charger Bug is going to chip down on this Whiskash as well.
Preserving HP on the Charger Bug was well played by Tomahawk, because this is now also going to diminish the HP of the Shadow Whiskash. You're absolutely right about
I'm getting a hydration redemption, but the problem is I really also need the toilet.
Altaria in the back, and Shadow Quagsire can clean up whatever is coming after that. I doubt that
the water is good.
This situation where you have
so I see the Mantine. I'm slightly behind on energy.
Yeah, it's going to come down to can Colin call.
But Stone Edge does so much that I'm like, just if I can get a Stone Edge, I'm good.
To add up against the Whiskash, but he will also have to deal with that 2 shielded Altaria at the back. In comes the Quagsire. Quagsire slowly
and I'm not risking a bait because I've watched, obviously, you know, shield it against Marcus, but you do shield it correctly.
An extra shield for that Altaria, and Altaria
and I'm
is
like, damn you, Colin.
With the shields.
Yep, and Colin is going to.
But I think I had to call 1.
You have to call 1, right?
To try to do so on the next.
A Stone Edge here. Colin is playing this matchup with shields. He has called the first Stone Edge. Can he call the next charge attack from
the problem
Tomahawk
is actually
he's going to throw another Stone Edge if he shields this.
If you shield this, you potentially give yourself a catch option on the next one, right? So that's why I was a little bit worried here that you would shield this, and then you might be able to snipe me with a Whiscash.
That is a win condition for Colin to maybe
probably should have done that instead of
trying
to call the bait.
But when that lands, I was like, okay, thank God. And then you now start over farming, and maybe
here, hoping to farm down.
Yeah, you're hoping
get
to
a bait
farm
and
down,
HP.
but you don't.
Unshielded, but there comes a protect shield. But Altaria still has that shield to hide behind.
There's only one wing attack up.
Will have to go
maybe
somewhere,
two.
and another Aquatail comes in. Unfortunate for Colin. He wanted to try to completely farm down the Quagsire.
To the next one. And, you know, in my head, I'm actually really trying to bring myself back to like a composed point. Actually, you can see me. This is my, that is me pretty nervous. When I do a big breath like that, that's me nervous. Because that's me just trying to re-oxygenate. And then I just get the lead that I really don't want, because I think I play a similar team. I think this is the first time.
This is Altaria on the Shadow.
This I misplay here. And Colin and I actually played out this match either the evening afterwards or the morning. We actually replayed this, and I misplayed this game. So watch it first, and then I'll tell you what I should have done, because I could have won this into a Magnezone. I could have won this.
Altaria on the Shadow Magnezone, and this is exactly where you want to see this Altaria for COLIN6IX. Let's see how he decides to play it out. Will he go immediately to the wild charge? No, he's going to charge up to 2 and potentially throw back to back. Tries to catch a move.
So I try and catch. And this is a pretty big mistake from me, because Colin didn't throw the attack. And that means he's about to leave with all of this energy. But if you think back to the start of the game,
the Shadow Magnezone.
What happens if I safe swap Charger Bug? If I safe swap Charger Bug straight away, what happens? What does Colin have to come in with? He has to come in with the Whiscash. So Basti's potentially free. And that would be way better a situation than a Shadow Magnezone having a ton of energy in the back. Which is what ended up happening to me. So we replayed this game, Colin and I replayed this game, and I think in one of the games that we played, I was able to flip this lead if I'd gone straight in with Charger Bug.
I mean, it took a couple of times, though. I think I won like the first few.
Yeah, we had to work it out to get it exactly right as to what I should have done. Because a couple of times I tried to do a couple of Dragon Breaths first and then switch, but no, I should just go straight in, because actually the Shadow Magnezone gets stuck in its Volt Switch animation, and it gives my Charger Bug a chance to get enough energy to put a lot of pressure on this Whiscash, and then I can potentially charge the Whiscash, farm the Whiscash down with my Altaria, and I just need shields down, basically.
But if Tomahawk invests shields, he can flip this matchup.
BM Smackdown.
Yeah, the
BM Smackdown.
Yeah,
the Bastion.
That was unfortunate. That was unfortunate.
The Altaria just going for a quick Dragon Breath down.
And the problem is I now can't shield that, because I've obviously given you way too much energy on your Shadow Magnezone. And then this here is where a higher attack Altaria causes trouble.
Will he make the
so much better into Cress, yes. But the problem here is I thought I survived this wild charge. I thought from this health, I was like, I reckon I'll just survive. I'd be interested to know, if anyone does know, how much this attack does. Because the reason I didn't shield is because I thought I survived it.
The wild charge goes unshielded. Tomahawk might be predicting a bait. This knocks out the Altaria.
And at that point, I was like, I'm in trouble here.
Against the Magnezone, but Magnezone is at so low HP. It's going to get severely debuffed after this. Is this going to be extra
damage? You actually did something very smart there. Let me just check that again, Colin.
But Magnezone is at so low HP.
Did you pause on your Magnezone?
Tomahawk might be predicting a bait. This knocks out the Altaria, and there is
the Shadow I mean, I wanted to make sure the fast move registered.
That was very good. From if you didn't see that, Colin doesn't throw the wild charge when he reaches it. he waits for my smackdown to go through so that he takes the damage from the smackdown at a reduced power, because if he throws the wild charge as soon as he reaches it, then the smackdown will be into his fully defense debuffed Magnezone. So that was pretty cool.
Is at so low HP, is gonna get severely debuffed after this. Is this going to be extra damage from the smackdown?
Yes, in comes a wild charge being shielded. It will get to another move. Yes, it has.
And then when you come in with the crest and I look at your two shields and I remember your energy on your Magnezone, I probably put my head in my hands here. Yeah. Yeah. This is me now going, there's zero, I can't win now.
And slowly and steadily chipping away at this big
there's nothing I can do at this point.
Bastion saying, come at me.
Stone Edge is being thrown. This might be good for Colin if he
and
can
you know
get
as well.
to
You know,
another
yeah, we
charge
both know.
In the end,
we knew it as well.
This is effectively a 2 versus 0 shield scenario for the Cresselia. You want to keep your shield for the Shadow Magnezone there.
Yep, you definitely want to keep a shield, but then again,
this was a little painful to play out.
Right? So it
was
come down to
pretty painful.
Just because
pretty painful.
Let's see what Bastion
I knew how much it meant to you as well.
For that Stone Edge? No, it's charging up to even more energy.
Yeah.
Grass Knot comes in. One more Grass Knot, I think, will be enough to knock out this Bastion. What will Tomahawk do? Because if
there's nothing you can do at this point, though, right?
It will
you just played better.
To another move.
It's not like you can top left.
I mean, we both made mistakes.
However, Colin is very close to another move.
Yeah.
Tomahawk would have to definitely shield this one here. The grass
it's
was a good final though.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Is it going to be
it's definitely my mistakes that haunt me. It's the Night Slash from the Annihilate. Okay, actually, the lag annoyed me and the Moonblast debuff annoyed me. I'll admit, but that's the game, right? That's the game that we play.
Stone Edge goes in here. This will knock out the Cresselia. Does that Magnezone have that mirror shot? The mirror shot would be enough to knock out the Bastion.
Oh, the Cresselia lives!
And a dream, but the Cresselia does not get to the Grass Knot. Magnezone will come in and that mirror shot lands!
COLIN6IX! The mirror shot is going to connect on the Shadow Bastion, and he takes this game! COLIN6IX has done it before, he has done it again! He is a 3-time champion!
3-time champion and the special event champion for Bologna. What a way to end the season. He's been running after the 3rd medal for so long and he finally gets it.
Well done, Colin. That was a pretty insane performance, given that you were 2 down in the first bracket. You then won 5 games.
COLIN6IX is an
to put you 2 up in the reverse bracket. And then I think then I got 1, then you got 1, and still pretty cool that we managed to get to the grand finals together. I think it was awesome. And I did say afterwards, actually, should we watch your closing ceremony? I need to let's see, Colin. Guys, look at the number of Altaria. Look at the number of Altaria. Huge Altaria usage, which is why that was, again, as I say, part of the reason why I was like, yo, Shadow Basti could be funny. Okay, let's go watch Colin get his very, very famous 3rd regional gold medal.
Reduced, so who won it? COLIN6IX.
Italy is known for great food, great weather, but today and this weekend we had great battles. This weekend was a tournament of the champions. This was an incredible showcase of what Europe has to offer for the World Championships. And now it is time to crown our top 3 finalists. Our 3rd place finalist is someone who is an inspiration to all of the community. She's the person who made Magnezone incredibly famous all over the world in the Go Battle League, but also in the Play Pokemon circuit. She is the queen of PvP. Give a big round of applause for Paulasha!
God, there's a big lack of ABBA jokes in this. That's all I'm saying. Where's this camera guy going?
On another fantastic finish. I believe this is about your 5th top cut in about 7 tournaments.
5th top cut? That is insane.
Do you think you can make Magnezone
That is insane from Paulasha this season.
I mean, I will try it, but let's gonna try the new meta and gonna test something. Let's see how this works.
I'm sure that you're going to make it work. Balasha, you have been incredible to watch this season, and I wish you the best of luck next season and at the World Championships. Give one more round of applause for Balasha!
Gonna be completely honest with you guys, I am struggling to keep it together at this point.
Place finalist has taken us by storm this season. He has evolved from just a competitor to a content creator, someone who has been pushing for the community. It's all about the community here, and he's been trying to make new players find their way into the competition and into the community. He had the plot armor to do very well this tournament. We have in the second place, give a big applause for Tomahawk UK!
That was nice from Martijn. That was a nice introduction.
Farid, I know it's a bittersweet ending getting to the grand finals, but you have done a fantastic job. I believe it has been a while since you've been here on this stage. How do you feel going into the World Championships after this fantastic performance?
I'll need to take a moment, I think, for Worlds. I'm gutted, obviously. I'm very happy it was Colin. I'm very happy for Colin. And I'm very proud that I was able to bring something that no one else has brought. So I'm very pleased about that, and we'll see what happens. I want to give a huge shout out to everyone who's scrimmed with me and everyone who's supported me, and the whole community. As Martijn said, you have been incredible, you've been amazing. All of these events are incredible. Special people out there to me, you know who you are, and appreciate all of you a lot.
I'm pretty sure I'm on the verge of tears at this point.
Like I said, he's got the keys to the hotel, so of course we are. Of course we are. No, I'm really, really happy for Colin.
Thanks so much, Tomahawk UK. Give one more applause for runner-up, Tomahawk UK!
What is Logan doing?
And then our grand champion, a fellow Dutchman.
David, you know that emote you always send me with the guy with the mask, but he's crying behind the mask? That was me for sure.
At making other teams work. He is COLIN6IX.
You hit it well.
Yeah, I mean you have to do
it. You could still see it in your eyes.
Yeah. Damn, son!
Congratulations on another fantastic
Colin, gold looks good on you.
You are now the only European competitor who has won 3 tournaments. How do you feel?
You'll get one as well.
It's a bittersweet feeling beating my good
we'll
friend
see.
in the final. But after Stockholm, I was motivated to get the third.
What motivated you to bring the team of Balasha, which he used to win Stockholm?
The Magna Zone, to be honest. It looked so good, and combined with Skeletors, I really liked the team. So credits to Paula for making it, and thank you.
I know you had a rough competition last season at the World Championship. How do you feel going into the World Championship after winning the final European tournament of the season?
Last year I registered the wrong moveset, barely missed out on day 2. So definitely
if anyone doesn't know, Colin registered a water gun lantern by mistake.
Thanks so much,
he was supposed to run Spark, and he checked his team sheet and was like, hold on a minute, why do I have water gun?
For your grand champion, COLIN6IX!
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
That was
unfortunate. It did help in like 1 or 2 matchups, but
yeah. That was unfortunate. That was unfortunate. But this year, Colin, we're gonna prep. We're gonna team build. We're gonna register the Pokemon correctly, and it'll all go much better, hopefully. Because I also need to improve on my World's performance. Actually, it's impossible to do worse, so I can only equal or improve it, which is pretty good. But yeah, thanks very much for joining team. Shout out again to Colin, obviously huge shout out to Colin. Third regional gold from a European player, the first one to ever do it. First on the CP leaderboard, first European to win 2 titles 2 regional titles in a season, and then let's see if Worlds can add to those accolades. But I very much need the toilet, so I'm gonna wrap things up pretty quickly. But team, thanks very much for joining the stream. Thank you if you tuned in to and supported us when we were competing. Thank you for that as well. I really hope that we can carry on both at Worlds and next season. To Colin and I in Grand Finals again would be awesome if it can happen again. So that is the dream. But we'll go and raid Lyle. We'll go and raid Lyle because I can see that he's on. And I'll be back on Friday, streaming on Friday evening UK time. If you've got any questions about Bologna, about team, about anything, then let me know, or make sure to join the Discord server if you're not part of it already. But let's go and raid. I didn't even press raid. Lyle, Jeffs, and yeah, see you on Friday, team. So bye from me and Colin. Say bye, Colin. Say bye. See you later, guys.